Okay, folks, glad to have you back with us here for day 2 of the Celtic Challenge here from Bellinis in Newry. Today's the nitty-gritty day, the day when the prizes are decided and the cups handed out. The Welsh ladies, after a strong performance yesterday against Scotland, will fancy their chances of taking home the
Good morning, folks.
And then in the men's, we have 2 cracking games. We have Wales against Scotland, then Scotland against Northern Ireland, and that'll decide the destination of this year's Celtic Challenge. As well, like yesterday, look forward to you coming along, sending in your messages.
Good luck today, everyone. Enjoy the darts.
And myself in the pub, try and keep us entertained as the day goes on. As I say, first game is up. It's going to be the men of Scotland against the men of Wales.
Good morning.
Our friend the pup on the stage, doing the pleasantries.
It's amazing what hangover can do. Any sore heads out this morning? Just me then? Okay, that's right. As this is welcome to day 2 of the 2018 Celtic Challenge. Today is the day we will crown our champions. We have 2 men's matches, 1 ladies match today. We will be starting with the first men's match of the day, which is the men of Wales, taking on the reigning champions, the men of Scotland. We'll then have our final ladies match of the competition to determine the champions. The ladies of Wales taking on the ladies of Northern Ireland. And to conclude the 2018 Celtic Challenge, we will have the men of Scotland. Timing at 5 to 11, we will be starting at 11 o'clock on the button. So this is the 5-minute warning for the players. We will be starting in 5 minutes.
Well, there you have it from the pub. 5 minutes, and we'll be starting today's action to decide Celtic Challenge champions. A few sore heads, I think, on the premises today, but things will liven up. The action starts. So we'll be back with you at 11 o'clock for the first game. The men of Scotland making their debut against the men of Wales. Yep. Start in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin day 2 of the 2018 Celtic Challenge. First of all, I'm going to introduce you to as our first match referee. Please welcome to the stage Mr. John Gray.
Okay, folks, ready to kick off the action here with Wales against Scotland in the men's. The running order is Chris Harris, recent Lakeside player, will play Ewan Callender in the first match. Nick Kenny, the Welsh captain, another Lakeside player, will play Ross the Boss Montgomery up in second. Steve Alker will then play Bruce Montgomery, who won our singles competition on Friday night. Then we've Lloyd Browney and Ryan Hoggard, David Williams and Scott Campbell, David Rogers and Alex Morrison, Wayne Daniels against Colin Miller, Jim Williams against Scott Robertson, Mark Layton, the Welsh captain, against Robert Morrison, Mitch Butler will play Ross McDougall, Jesse Neal will play the Scottish captain Alan Suter, and the last game will be...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time to meet the first players. Please welcome to the stage, first of all, representing Wales,
Gavin Morris against Ian Jolly. So first game up, Chris Harris, fresh from his Lakeside experience, playing Ewan Callender. This will be the Scottish men's first outing of the competition so far. Let's see how they go. A few debutants playing for Scotland today. Will that be a factor? Let's wait and see. Tables as they land at the minute in the ladies. Wales are top, Northern Ireland second, and Scotland third. And in the men's, Northern Ireland top, Scotland yet to play, and Wales last, having suffered that 8-4 defeat to the hosts yesterday evening. Men's games best of 7. Scotland be keen to get their campaign off to a winning start here with Ewan Callender. Joined in the box for this first one with Niall the Apprentice Heaney, one of our match referees. Morning, Niall. Fresh and well you're looking. There with Niall connected now. Yep. As I say, Niall the Apprentice Heaney joining me here in the commentary box for the first. We'll have the pup in at some stage today. As I say, like yesterday, if you have your text messages and flooding in, we will do our best to say hello.
Okay, folks, first leg of the first set, Scotland darts. Game on.
I don't know. Scotland have a lot of debutants in their team, as do Wales. I think that was the advantage of the Northern Ireland team yesterday. They only had the one debutant.
140!
Yep, Ewan not hanging about with the first three. Forty-one. I was talking to Chris quite late last night, or in the early hours of this morning. So he mightn't be the freshest here.
100.
He's found his range now.
100.
Steady ton, but Ewan has the initiative here with a 140 ton start. And he's in again.
81. 100.
Steady ton there from Chris. Keeps him just about in touch, but Ewan be looking for an 140 here to leave tops. No, first start was a blocker, yeah.
84.
We lost one, ran for cover and it worked. Leaves him 96. Chris way back. Hedgehog needed. Not much pressure on the 96 for Ewan. Be looking at a nice clean takeout here. Oh, bad first start. 76 he needs to tidy that up. Oh.
21.
Chris will feel a big score here, puts him right back in the leg. Just shows you how quick things can turn.
Scotland class 75.
You had been a bit of a mess of the 96 the last time, so. And again, slack first start. Yep.
35.
But Chris getting a shot that maybe
class 120.
thought he deserved, but no.
60.
Here we are, Ewan.
Scotland class 40.
So can he finish off a leg he started so well? And he does. That'll settle Ewan down. Scotland off.
Second leg, Wales with that.
Better running.
$98.
Yep, Chris in with a 98 start. Ewan be looking to replicate his scoring from the first leg and then tighten up towards the end.
131.
Shepard Arch.
Great last start there.
Yep. Gets the one off.
See a lot of the Dutch players incorporating that into their game. And it's starting to rub off on a lot of the non-Dutch players too.
They don't like Dutch players here. See the Slovakian Open on this week end as well. I noticed the scores in the ladies. Fallon Sherrock beating Danielle Ashton in the final, 5-0. Good to see Danielle getting to a big ranking final.
Following in the footsteps of her,
Yep.
of her mummy.
Yep.
Ian's went very, very steady here in the opening 2 legs of this game.
Chris hasn't really found it yet. It's a bit like this yesterday, and then he put in 2 or 3 good legs. It's too inconsistent.
66.
Too inconsistent in the scoring.
Smashing game coming up next there, and the Nick Kenny and Ross Montgomery.
45.
That should be an absolute cracker. Nick, the Wild's vice captain, against Ross the Boss Montgomery, vastly experienced Scottish player, former captain.
100.
Steadier darts there from Chris.
Scotland requires 150.
I'd be going 3 bulls, but he won't.
Maybe look at a treble 18, and he does.
98.
That's okay. Back
Rules
to
requires
52.
115.
If Chris doesn't take out the 115, there's a chance. What a shot.
James shot in the second leg.
Great shot.
Will.
From nowhere. I think Ian was expected maybe to come back for a dig at the
Hubback, Scotland does.
Chris had other ideas. We're back with a level game. Leach.
60.
Good morning, message.
100.
Mr. Noel Gates in Tandragee. Good morning to you too, Noel. And also from Mickey Hendren in Lurgan, who thinks that myself and the apprentice are both hanging.
100.
Don't know about that, Mick.
The apprentice was on the non-alcoholic stuff yesterday, and I'm not commenting on my consumption.
24.
The $1 million foot.
That's the man.
$58.
Yes, Big Mick had been here. The Bellinis takings would have been heavier, and his wallet would have been lighter. That's one sure thing.
A bit of a scoring dip in this leg.
59.
The 2 players seem to have.
Struggling for consistency generally, and then, as I say, pulled out the 115 shot to keep him in the game.
Yep. Just shows you how quick a leg can turn there.
Absolutely.
3 good darts can make a hell of a difference.
$83.
Been looking more there after that first one, but you didn't be looking to take the 200 out 6.
1 big treble puts him in great position.
140.
And he's got 2.
Puts you in pole position.
It does.
Chris really needs to put a big 2 visit treble in here.
And maybe look at the bull here. And he does.
65.
Leaves him the big dog, yeah.
Requires 60.
Which of course we saw Gary Elliott take out yesterday.
I think that one took Pop by surprise.
I did, he was playing on his phone at the time.
Ian
There's
shot in the leg.
60.
7.
Ewan Calendar.
4 leg.
Very
Will.
clinical. Chris really needs to hold the throw here. Doesn't want to be going 3-1 down.
Yeah.
95.
Text come through there, I believe. Mummy Apprentice is watching the darts this morning. Good morning, Mother.
I'd like her to be on this early on a Sunday.
It's her birthday, she has to get up early. Happy 50th, Mum.
Make herself a cake.
60.
60 from you. Chris and Stillfield, big visit here. Have some control of the leg.
100.
Again, not able to build on an early treble, just the single ton. It's a bit of a blocker, I think, for Ian. He has to go downstairs.
58.
Doesn't find the cover, so Chris in control here.
You look for one treble just to give him a really good distance in this one.
I want to think about it.
55.
And the second leg in a row leaves the big shot, but the difference is this time he will get a shot at it.
57. Wales requires 170.
Let's see, can we see this for the second time this weekend? Shots on. Oh, just on the wire.
Just on the wires, right?
He'll be
Skimmed it.
back.
92.
He'll be back. Ian way back in 2-3-1. Minimum 140, not going to happen. Oh,
Should look at the treble 19 here.
24. Wales requires 78.
oh, Chris under no real pressure. Oh, slack
That's a-
first start.
It's a stray one.
Big 20 tidies it up.
58.
Comes back for 20.
Better safe than sorry.
Ian needs at least a ton here to put a little bit of pressure on the 20. And is,
135.
Chris something
Wales
to think about.
requires
That's
20.
pressure on Chris here, so it is. And it showed.
A massive chance here for Ian
Scotland
Calendar.
requires 72.
Go break up and throw for the match. Goes the 16s, right?
Leaves him 24.
And hits
Team
it.
shot in the full leg. Scotland.
Superb from Ian Calendar. Now he has darts in hand to throw for the match and get a chalk on the board for Scotland.
Fifth leg, Scotland with darts.
And
120.
superb. Unlucky Robin Hood there.
Sherwood Forest.
Yep.
22.
Big chance here for Ian.
Kick on and take full control of this leg. And he looks,
Again.
yeah, he looks like he's going to do it, Mark.
Superb.
140.
Superb darts from Ian Calendar. In complete control here. Sees this out. Will be the first match of the day to Scotland.
97.
He needed that.
They're still in Ian's hands. He's in control of the leg.
He is.
One treble here.
100.
Yep. 1-4-1 after 9. Chris way back.
Even a maximum does nothing for him here, Mark.
Well, at least it'll give Ian something to think about.
121.
Ian at least 6 from 1-4-1.
Scotland requires 141. $55.
140 you would think, minimum requirement here for Chris.
Yep.
That could be awkward. I think he'd have to come out. Yep.
You go back up to the 20s now.
91.
Leaves him the big dog again.
Scotland
Three
requires
legs in a row.
86.
Yeah.
3 legs in a row he's left.
You don't leave it, you'll not hit it.
Bowler 14s. Not the ball away.
73 left. Leaves him
52.
54 if he gets a shot.
Third time lucky.
Wales requires 170.
No, there's the one.
40.
No, 40 wasn't enough there.
54.
Or what was a relatively comfortable victory for Ewan, you'd have to say.
Just dipped there.
Yeah, 130 finish.
Wales requires
Not a bad one.
150.
Only requires one treble. that. No, we can't. Get it down for 19s.
Okay.
So, over to you, Ian.
Photographs 20.
3 darts in your hand. 20 points required.
He's got it.
Comfortable victory there for Ian Calder. This didn't really get going. Hard been first on a Sunday morning, but Ian's certainly the fresher player there. Yep. And that brings Chris's Celtic Challenge weekend to an end. He's played his 2 matches. Next up, this could be a cracker. Nick Kenny, for a young man, hugely experienced, played at the lakeside. And of course, Ross the Boss Montgomery.
Yeah. We seen Nick Kenny in action yesterday, and yeah, Nick was playing very well yesterday, hitting that treble 20 with regularity. So from that point of view, it should be a good game.
Yep.
Obviously, Ross Montgomery has a bucket full of experience, like you say, ex-Scottish captain.
Again, one thing that could go against Nick is that he was in my company last night.
Well, his ears might be a bit sore.
Referee, Mr. John Roddy. Waiting to call the players onto the stage. So it'll be Nick Kenny of Gwent, Scottish Vice Captain. We'll be playing Ross the Boss Montgomery.
Was chatting with the boss yesterday there. He was in a local shop in Newry here, getting some refreshments for his hotel room. The shop worker suggested that he may have some alcoholic beverage that Ross may be of interest. Some Buckfast tonic wine.
Oh, lovely.
Ross told him, "Don't be stupid, I'm not from Lurgan."
Old Lurgan champagne. Yeah. This wouldn't be the thing for 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
It's tonic, it's good for you.
So they say. So they say.
Not too good the next day,
No.
speaking from experience.
All good at the time. All good at the time, apprentice.
I think we'll have to give a massive shout out here to Mark McAvoy and the streaming setup. He's done a fabulous job this weekend, Mark.
And Ross McCullough from Scotland.
You should get Mark to do your wedding video.
I need to get a ring first, wouldn't I?
Big shout out to you, mate. Niall's better half.
She needs a medal, that girl.
Needs glasses. So here we are, Ross the Boss Montgomery. Stalwart of Scottish darting scene.
He's a great approach to the board, Ross. I love his approach. He does this thing with his foot on the butts. I don't know if we'll get to see it again here with the camera angle.
Loves playing for Scotland.
See Brian Hamill there in the crowd.
Yep.
Taxi man by trade. Get the bus though, he's too dear.
Partner of Sheila, of course, who played yesterday for the Northern Ireland ladies, who we'll see later on in their match up against the Welsh girls.
Lost out in that match, I believe,
Yeah.
3-2, sorry.
Yeah, she was. I think she'll be happy to win
Okay,
this
folks, second set. Wheels with darts. Game on.
Nick has a dart here, that could be a decisive factor in this one. I don't
Yeah.
think there'll be a big pile in it.
Can you call it, Mark?
Ross is just so much
70.
experience in this type of stage. So Scotland would certainly be expecting, I think, the boss to put a chalk on the board.
95.
Next one of these players is sort of scores in phases. If he's on it, he's on it.
45.
Yeah. He was on it yesterday. I recall there was a good few opportunities to fill it up.
$101.
Dollar Masons.
Nick just hasn't found his range yet, but that'll come.
92.
The last one.
$99. $100.
Steady ton from Nick. Starting to find his range now.
It's a lovely first start there for Ross. On a second. Can he fill it up?
121.
Still 85 when he comes back.
$60. Scotland requires 85.
Look for double five here, Ross. Oh,
80.
just came underneath there.
Wales requires 134.
134 for Nick. It just drops under.
58.
How can Ross tidy up this?
5.
Big number first. Gets that.
Perfect
Second
big
mark.
one, yeah.
Up into the madhouse.
That may be a wee bit awkward there, just the way his flight sits up.
Game shot.
Oh.
Scotland.
Great dart to get in over the top of that one.
Second leg, Scotland has that.
As you say, could have been a bit of a blocker there.
$85.
Steady start to the second leg there from Ross.
$55.
Just bear with us on the scoreboard. We'll get started at the end of this leg. It's overall in the match. It's Scotland, of course, won the first with the calendar and a 1
42.
in this particular battle. Ross won in the first leg against the throw.
60.
Nick just struggling to find his range here so far, Mark.
Yeah, it'll come. It's an early start.
It is a very early start for the third.
54. $40.
Another Robin Hood there. Ross finds the treble of his first start lovely. He'd be disappointed not to get another.
121.
He'd be happy with that.
A few people looking to know on alert stop tops today. Today's top stop top is contingency at Nace at the 2. It's sitting at 48 at the minute,
93.
so that'll get you a few pound up. So it's contingency at the 2 at Nace. Ross in here. Oh, superb set.
159.
Superb darts from Ross the Boss Montgomery.
Great shot. Don't know why he didn't stay there and fill it up.
Yeah, interesting shot.
59. Scotland requires 40.
Oh, it's our scoreboard. It's out. Again, double 5.
35.
Seems the first leg.
Yeah, bit of a flyer there.
Yeah, seems the first leg. The big 5 hit. But Ross. Oh, can Nick take this big shot out here?
$135. Scotland requires 5.
Again, he's got the big one, no problem. Fancy this.
Game shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Third leg, Wales with darts.
2-0 to Ross in this one.
100.
And he's found that travel again perfectly. Again, be disappointed not to get another. Oh,
85.
Yeah, 85 from Ross there. He would have wanted a bit more. Nick's struggling on the scoring, has to be said.
Yeah.
57.
It's not just at the races.
I think Ross would have been expecting a tighter challenge, but still a fair way to go. Ross only halfway there with 2.
98.
Nick's first darts just killed him every time. He's straying in the 5s, he's low.
135.
I feel if he could get that first dart right, Mark, it would be so welcoming for another 2 in beside it there. It's going to be tough against Ross here. Ross is playing very well so far.
At some point he's going to have to break Ross's throw if he wants to win the match. It's a game of small margins.
99.
That's a great last dart there, yeah. Steady
Wheels
John.
cars 110.
It's really next. Probably over to the 18s.
Down to the 16s now, leave double 12. And he hits it.
86. Wheels cars 118. Solid requires 118.
Our referee, John, mixing the men of Wales with the men of Scotland.
$58.
58 from Ross.
24.
Now can Nick get on the board here with a 24? Oh, just straight into the wrong
6.
bed. Awkward one. Oh,
Game
beautiful
7,
shot.
Good shot. Don't
Never
maybe
easy
give
down
him.
there.
No, it's not. It'll give him a wee bit of a lift here.
Right, Ross on throw. Be looking to see this out. He can work from that. Yep.
140.
Great darts.
Nick needs to be matching him. He needs to get that decisive break back. Oh, he
That'll
didn't
not
need
help.
that.
No.
Didn't need that.
23.
Ross will be thinking one big treble here. Keeps him in control. Oh,
26.
bed and breakfast. Didn't see that coming.
$46.
Ross, treble 20 with the first start. Follows it up. Is this going to be our first 180?
It'll not.
159.
I think that second dart was hampering that third one, maybe going in. He's just felt the need to switch.
Really needs a big visit here.
Big
Getting
visit
it.
coming, yeah.
135.
Ross in again.
$83.
Straight into the last one.
Yeah, hear the screaming Ross there.
Yeah. Single 20 there, even would have left him 96.
As you say, a game of fine margins.
Yep.
It's a great shot by Nick Kenny there. Gets him on to a finish.
Yeah.
If Ross
Start to
can,
find a little bit of form.
yeah, you look for treble 19 here.
Indeed.
Ooh.
Back up.
49.
So,
Wheels requires 157.
it's a big ask. Nick not up to it.
93.
Great last start, yeah. Leaves him on 64 as
I
well.
think we'll go for 16s here. Yep.
Double 8. Double 4.
56.
It's the one part of Ross's game so far that hasn't been good. He's doubling.
64.
He's had to chase around the board looking for a finish. Nick on tops.
Game shot.
And you hear the roar from Nick. That's the difference there between 3-1 and 2 each. It's massive in the context of the match, yeah.
Super dart from Nick Kenny, getting the
Fifth
break back.
leg. Wheels with that.
And a leg, to be fair, that Ross should have seen out.
100.
Nick will take that. Steady ton.
$85.
Back in again.
155.
To be fair to him, those few missed doubles from Ross that Nick back into this game.
Starting to find his range
80.
is young Nick Kenny.
Yeah, it was always going to happen. He's too good a player. Of course, taking on the Welsh vice captaincy this weekend for the first time.
82.
Mark Layton stepped up to captain in replacement of the veteran Martin Phillips, who has retired from international duty after many years' service.
Many years service, yeah.
The Welsh
Be
national team.
58.
sadly missed among the Welsh team there.
Absolutely.
Still more than capable of throwing top class darts.
Oh, absolutely. Wouldn't be surprised to see him back at the lakeside next year.
92.
Great last dart by Nick Kenny there. He's from 92. When he comes back,
Here.
you look for another one of those.
70.
So Ross,
Wales requires 92.
slipping up there, Nick. 6 darts at least from 92. Was the 20 route. Oh, pulled the dart at double 18.
74.
Ross needs a minimum of a ton here to put some pressure on the 18, and he's in.
Mr. James Ward of Scotland's on the Facebook there.
100.
Just as the ex-Scotland captain pings a 180, yeah.
Oh,
That doesn't matter, yep. Great darts there by young Nick Kenny.
Ross put on the pressure with the 180, but Nick was up to it.
140.
Ross in with a 140. And a must-win leg for Scottish player. Nick will probably have to come out there, I think. Yeah.
82.
Last start.
$43. 50.
First score there puts Ross in control of the leg, but as happened the last time when Ross was on throw, he was in control of the leg, and a few missed doubles allowed Nick to stay. Of course, Nick
70.
repeated that fate this time. This particular match will be over. Ross needs this one to bring it into a decider.
$100. 134.
Cover shooting there from Ross. 114 when he returns, and he will return.
100.
Nick
Scotland
will be back.
requires 114.
Even with that ton on 189. Single 14 for Ross. And tops. Ooh, on there.
74.
But guaranteed to come back. Nick unable to check out a 189.
$58. Scotland requires 40.
Is the one part of Ross's game so far that has been under a bit of pressure is his doubling. And
30.
again,
Wales requires 151.
hasn't hit either tops or 10 on the previous 2 times he went for it. That's for the match. Almost slipped into the treble 7. So 110 left.
59. Score requires 10.
Now Ross. 2 5s.
3 Scotland.
Oh,
7th and final leg, Wales with darts.
nearly
Game
classic.
on.
Here at Bellinis, 3 each. Neck with darts. Could that be decisive? No big treble yet. Oh, superb last
85.
dart. Superb last dart from Nick Kenny there. Rescued the situation.
$58.
Only 58 from Ross. Nobody making a decisive move yet in this league. Oh, get that bounce out, beat Helen.
25.
And 9 or 12 darts time. Ross showing all his experience.
180.
What a time to hit the big 180. That could be the crucial visit there.
$85.
Superb 6 darts from Ross Montgomery. 180 followed by 137. Next struggling. Good last dart.
86. Salt requires 126.
Ross is 9 darts from here. I think he's still doing the 19s, yep. Leaves him bull. Yep.
Ross will not be going for the ball in this.
No, plays the percentage shot there.
94.
180 from running up here would be the requirement. And it's the first 2 in. And he goes.
180.
All the pressure in the world on the boss.
Salt requires 32.
Game done.
Brilliant darts here from
Superb last
Ross.
leg there from Ross Montgomery. The 180 and 137 in the middle. Set him up lovely. And Nick with the 180 to leave tops and didn't get a shot as Ross finally got his doubles working. That's a superb win for Ross Montgomery. Great match there, 4-3. Next up, we have the Snake Man, Steve Alker, against Bruce Montgomery, who won the singles competition here on Friday night. So is in superb form. So Steve will have to have all about him if he wants to prevail in that one.
I will be gracing the stage for legs 5 and 6 of this game, and also for 11 and 12.
And the way it's going, 11-12 could be decisive legs in this match.
It could.
It's nip and tuck.
Could.
Okay, folks, for the third set, we have Steve Alker from Wales and Bruce Montgomery from Scotland. And the referee for the next 2 sets will be Tony Rimmer.
Tony Rummer, Welshman, now living over here. To referee the next few. Big Steve Alker. Bruce Montgomery. As I said, played tremendous darts on Friday night to win the singles event.
Any more badges and Tony will be falling off the stage there.
Yeah. He's the prefect of the referees. Steve had a good game. Last game on last night against Kyle McKinstry.
Yes.
Sitting on a finish to make it 3 each. Celtic out a ton plus. To secure a 4-2 win. Talking to Steve after it. Disappointed how he started, but then once you get into the game, showed his scoring power. Used to have a pet snake.
Slippery one.
Yep.
I think they're taking an extra 3 practice starts here just to get the scoreboard adjusted.
Yep. Gremlin and our scoreboard, but we'll get it sorted. We'll get her going.
Wouldn't get that issue with blackboard and chalk.
No. Bring back the blackboard. That's what we say. I actually think it's the scoreboard on the stream that's holding things up rather than the scoreboard on the stage. Here we are.
We've got to adjust it now.
First leg. Scotland to throw first. Game on. $140.
Bruce carrying on his good form for Friday evening.
Steve, deliberate. Stay.
100.
Steady start.
Very unusual ship of dart there from Steve, isn't it?
I think they must be a home design.
55.
It's unlucky from Steve. Billy Gilmore and Scott Gethins, 2 Scottish lads who last week beat the team of Ross Montgomery and Martin Wolfie Adams to get to the quarterfinals. And the Scottish doubles, 2 lads from Renfrew, where the Scottish Open is held every year in the Normandy Hotel.
Lovely part of the world.
Bruce struggling a little bit to build on the 140 start, but still in control of the leg, more importantly, unless Steve can have a big visit here.
Yeah, that's a lovely first start. I expect this to get filled up.
100.
Just as I call it, first start going into the corner like that's so inviting. I don't even think I could have missed that more.
100.
I'm not saying something.
Back with a steady ton. Now, Steve get the all important first treble here. Get down to the 19s. Yep, these are 24.
77.
Bit of a flyer there.
You see it from his own reaction there, yeah.
Full route here. Yep.
6 or 10.
Oh, missed the big 6. Oh, we had a big target there too. 6 or 10 would have done it. So, Steve breathes again.
72. Wales require 24.
That should be a marker. Yeah.
Yes, in 2 knots. On the first leg. 2 Wales.
So, early break.
Second leg. Wales to throw
Steve Elker.
Great last start there from Steve.
Martin too. Keep his advantage.
70.
These darts are intriguing me, Mark. They're very
Like a scallop in the middle.
60.
nipping at
quite
the
light.
point there. Yeah, they do. They look very light.
Bruce, a more conventional barrel.
Yeah, in comparison to Bruce's, yeah, it looks about 24 grams.
Bruce conventional setup. Medium stems and standard flight. Steve, much more complicated setup.
But it works.
Yep.
$97.
I'd say Steve, hugely experienced player. Remember him playing Dennis Ovens in the Circus Tavern many years ago. BBC World
141.
Championships.
Wiki mark again.
$45.
Slack visit from Steve. Gives Bruce an opening, which he's taking.
Maybe look at the 19s, will he? No. Too inviting. There was too inviting there.
So, Bruce going to have the opportunity to break straight back. And he returns for 55. Steve will go back up.
139.
Great darts.
Somebody caught 55.
Puts pressure on this 55 here from Bruce.
Gets his big number this time.
18.
Clinical from the Scotchman.
It was.
Third leg, Scotland to throw first.
We're back on throw. Bruce with darts.
60.
I believe that's an old Jockey Wilson barrel that Bruce is throwing with.
Super last dart.
100.
It was. How you squeezed that in there, I just don't know. No.
Yeah, good dart. Not Bruce in again.
And again.
Again. I think you're right. There's an old Jackie Wilson.
140.
Of course, Jockey played for Scotland on many occasions. His county darts with Fife.
Kirkcaldy, man.
I would say Bruce has been impressive. They came back from losing
59.
his throat. Steve will be looking at a big visit here. Disappointed with that after the first start.
He will.
$96.
Happy enough for that now. Puts him in good position.
Steve needs two big trebles here to get down to a finish.
Steve looking at the 19 route there. 4 19s and the outer bull would have left him to 170.
77. Somebody require 146.
Scott, 6 from 146. Not the start he's looking for. Oh, more than that.
30.
Right.
Steve can find two big trebles here.
Absolutely.
It's going to put Bruce under a lot of pressure. Maybe look at the 18s here. I don't think you can see that.
59.
I thought it was a
Scotland
better
require
shot there than 19.
116.
So, tidies that up.
46. Wales require 135.
Steve will start on the bull here. Yep, treble 20. Oh, unlucky.
Maybe look back at that bull.
left on the bull.
No.
No, good last start.
99. Scotland requires 70.
18s or 10s. On the 10s route. 20 leaves tops.
Yes.
And the third leg to Scotland.
Superb take there from Bruce Morrison.
Especially when your opponent's poised there in 36 and you have one dart at a double. It's a great shot from Bruce.
Again,
one loose start from Steve.
And Bruce back into that treble again. He's been relentless here. He's been very, very good.
135.
We should be delighted with his performance so far.
As will the rest of the Scottish team.
Yep. Managed this weekend by Cliff Murray.
140.
Great response there from Steve. What about Dennis Owens? What's he doing these days, Mark?
I haven't heard from him for some time, but I noticed on his Twitter machine he was at the Ashes in Australia over Christmas. So
Australia, huh? The heat is on over there.
yeah, Dennis won the enjoy himself.
See the venue starting to fill up there now.
Wales require 136.
Big crowd expected here this afternoon.
Yeah. Great crowd all weekend.
Final match of the day, the Scotland v Northern Ireland men's, could be a noisy affair.
96.
I sense so. I look forward to it.
Push in again. Needs them all. Steve sitting on tops. Gets
140.
40.
Wales require 40.
Little reminder for Steve. And Bruce is behind him.
First dart just dipped there.
There's a big dart here.
30.
Yeah.
Scotland requires 76.
Steve not happy with that dart. Bruce earned his chance with the 140 the last time. 316. Can he hit the tops again with one dart?
56.
Done the wire.
Clip the wire there, yeah. He'd want to hit this first dart, no nonsense. And he does.
That's a fourth leg, 2 Wales. Fifth leg,
Bruce
Scotland's
still
run
with
first.
the advantage of throwing this match.
134.
Brilliant darts, yep. Exactly what he would want in this leg.
He knows if he holds his throw twice, he wins. Steve, the one who needs a break.
134 on your own throw. It
60.
sends a message to your opponent, really.
We're looking to back it up here. And he's in again.
$68.
Big darts from Steve. 140. But Bruce still with throw. Can do the treble.
60.
Now here's Steve's chance. Can he step in?
One treble you feel is not enough from here. He didn't get it, no.
That was his chance.
It was.
Yeah, Bruce in again.
Super darts.
101.
Can I take that? Now Steve really needs a 140 here. Try and engineer the break. That could be a blocker dart.
Yeah, it's dipped again there.
Yep.
60.
I think he might have been better pressed
Scotland require
downstairs
138.
than trying to force one in over that one.
Bruce is looking for the dollar here.
83.
Right. Ton is a minimum requirement here
Yeah,
for Steve Alker.
great opportunity to pile the pressure on in this one.
And he's in with the first.
He was looking for the 25 there, so he was.
Yep. Not sure about that.
80.
No.
Scott Require 85.
He had a perfect guide in that first treble. Should have followed it. Bruce will look for 20, and he looked for the ball. Ooh.
60.
The 25
Wales
head.
Require 101.
I seen Steve looking at the 19s for this 101 the last time. I think he's going to stay up the board though.
Yep, he's in down now.
He's from 78. You look at the 18s here.
35.
Struggling a bit.
Scott Require 25.
He looked for the 9 for a double 8. He's just moved to the left or right.
In the match here. Oh,
Thought he would have moved to the right there and sort of
Wales
opened that
Require
up.
66.
You look at the treble 10 of the bullseye in this shot. Yeah, he looks 16.
16 leaving tops. Big dart.
He's
got it.
2 Wales.
That's a great break of throw there for Steve.
Yeah,
Wales is
in a leg he was struggling and
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll just look to
goes for the match.
throw a 15 darter here, forces opponent into 12.
Yep. 45.
It's not the start he wanted.
Certainly not.
We should have been happy to hear Tony Rummer call 45 there. And he's all over it.
125.
So ready, Steve. Throw under pressure. Steady ton, but in effect, Bruce has the darts already. And then again,
Oh, he certainly has the darts now, Mark.
super darts.
125.
Straight ton just brings him almost even here with Bruce. He's be looking for more, and that's perfect. Yeah,
140.
great shot there from Steve. Again, Bruce.
First dart's been superb.
It's fabulous. Fabulous display here from both players.
He's up, Ill Napoleon, 111. And he returns. Now, what sort of pressure will he be under? 180 would be the shot here to leave 36.
And again, it's on. That first dart is lovely. And the second. Can he get the third? Yes!
180.
Call that.
Great pressure on. This 91. He looked for treble 14.
70.
Steve Alker, 3 darts in his hand. The 36. Chance earned with the big 180.
Double 9.
Oh,
He's busted.
Chance. Bruce maybe thought he wasn't going to get. Oh, he's drifted into the double. Just needs to settle down.
Leaves
Lot of
him
pressure right there.
23. Oh. I believe this leaves him 14. 2 sevens.
Yeah.
Wales require 36.
That was nervy.
Fancy Steve for this. Flare there.
Game.
Yeah.
Shot.
And that's it.
2 Wales.
Steve struggled through it that game there.
He took the chalk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Important one for Wales there. Didn't want to let Scotland go 3 up.
He showed his nerve there, sticking in.
Next match, young Lloyd Browning will be playing Ryan Hogarth. Ryan from the Borders County in Scotland. Top young player.
Excellent prospect for Scotland in future years. Mr. Tony Rimmer on stage, awaiting to call the throwers.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to set 4. Would you please welcome from Wales, Lloyd Browning, and from Scotland, Ryan Hogarth.
Lloyd Browning plays his darts out of Glamorgan versus Ryan Hogarth, as my colleague Mark elaborated, throws his darts in the borders.
Yeah, I have a message from Rob in Scotland saying I'm sounding a little bit subdued this morning in comparison to yesterday. Probably because I overindulged a little in the course of proceedings yesterday and last night. But life is returning as we speak. Right, dug a win out yesterday against Northern Ireland. Gary Elliott, which Gary Elliott had about the big 170 finish, but Lloyd hung in there and won the last leg decider. He's looking to build on that today against Ryan Hogarth.
He certainly will.
.43.
Ryan off to a great start there.
Yep. Loves playing for Scotland, does Ryan.
100.
Ryan throwing with what appears to be a DNA version of the Gary Anderson dart there.
180.
Lloyd not messing around. 180 on the board already. But Ryan not phased.
Not at all.
121.
Pulled the last one.
.42.
42 after the 180. He'll not be happy with that.
Ryan looks to me to be on his game today.
He does.
99.
Fabulous players, Ryan. Known him a few years now. And well deserved of a spot in the Scotland team.
Yep. Marin, a stalwart of the Scottish dart scene. Looks after the Borders County.
44. 123. Scotland 137.
137. Lloyd sitting on 87. Can't do it now. We're looking to try to tidy this up.
55.
Just-
Okay.
Wales
Yeah.
require
So
87.
we start with 17s.
You look for double five now.
5.
82.
Double five, giving a few players a wee bit of trouble so far. I think it was.
Ryan.
Oh, perfect ball.
32. One no higher.
You look for double eight.
Come on.
And you can see the roar from Ryan there. That means a lot.
You can see what it means to him.
Break it through.
Yep.
Second leg, Scotland is throw first.
The one to pull was right in the middle. It was a peach of a
That
dart.
was a clinker.
45.
Lloyd back in here.
140.
Very good player, Lloyd, as he's shown over his victory over Gary Elliott yesterday. Gary's no mean feat.
Gary threw
140.
Young in there. Is that the win?
Gary Elliott, one of the most mechanical looking throws I've ever seen.
Yep. Curb thrower, Gary. I'm just drifting a little bit in this visit.
23.
He's not happy with that.
No. Right on the 303, not the 19's route. Course 133.
34.
178.
139 also leaves you 164. If your first one's not too sweet.
96.
I'm going to leave the commentary in the very capable hands of Lurk. I'm going to go and prepare. I am on stage after this game.
If you see a pup in the building, send him this way.
Throw it a bone.
Get him in here. I'll put a crack with him.
59.
59 from Ryan. Hasn't really fired in this leg yet. Lloyd in. Straight top.
100.
82. If he's
Silver 138.
Ryan on the teller. The 138. Take a good look at it. That's on. 2 18s. 2 12s. Oh,
124.
big effort there. Lloyd probably starting the bull here at the 82. So Ryan take it out the last time. That's just drifting into the 17.
57.
It's unlucky.
Scotland. Sorry, correction. Let's go for Scotland 126.
Ryan needs 2 6s.
Come on! Ready. Second leg to Scotland.
Yeah. Ryan pumped up.
Third leg, Wales to throw first.
That's a must-win leg, you would think, for Lloyd. You wouldn't want to see Ryan going to a 3-0 lead.
97.
But Lloyd was down yesterday against Gary Elliott and came back into it and snuck the win. So you'd be thinking
57.
something similar here in this match.
100. 60.
So unlucky from Ryan. 3 well through darts. Lloyd's in, but
140.
super darts from the big wedge man.
44.
In total control of this leg. That's the man from Wales. Plays his county darts with Glamorgan, one of the top Welsh counties.
Wales require 108.
108. We're going to go 20s or 18s here. No, he went down. Tidies it up. 70 when he comes back. Ran way back.
Wales require 70.
At least 6 at it. And at the 18s.
38.
So, can Ryan hit minimum a ton here? Put some pressure on this.
40. Wales require 32. Evalk, under third leg, 2 Wales.
So tidied up there from Lloyd.
Fourth leg, Scotland to throw first.
Hold the throw, but Ryan, of course, still has that crucial break.
125. 95.
We're looking to build on that 125 first visit.
$43. $120.
Lucky bounce out there for Lloyd.
$97.
Good cover shooting on the Scotchman.
$42.
Lloyd couldn't do there, so Ryan with the advantage, and these in hand. He come down.
96.
Top treble 19. And we'll be looking at another one of them.
$84. Surla require 140.
Maybe looking the straight ton. Oh, didn't want that.
$42. Wales require 160.
Big shot. But it's on.
140. Scotland require 98.
Ryan on 98, not good enough finish. We'll go straight for it. Super shot from Ryan Hoxha. Number 19, never an easy target, but Ryan was up to it. Especially with the pressure of Lloyd hitting level 40 to leave 20.
60.
So Lloyd now has to hold. Bring the match into another leg. Ryan will be looking to see it out here. He's off
100.
with a steady ton.
$100.
Lloyd be looking at big trouble. Got it.
96.
And start the leg with 2 tons.
$93.
Picks off the cover shot.
$46.
Not really enough. Ryan more or less taking the darts in this leg. But needs a treble.
60.
Doesn't get it.
$81. Scotland require 148.
This would be a good way to win the match. Going for it. Start in the 20s. Not on now.
$100. Wales require 118.
Must go, you would think, for Lloyd. 118. Still a chance. Not now, there isn't. So Ryan will come to the board. 48 needed.
44. Scotland require 48.
Tops it is.
Game. Shot. And the match. To
Superb
Scotland.
finishing from Ryan Hogarth. He enjoyed that. Well done, Ryan.
McAvoy.
How you doing, Michael?
Cousin of me, Mark McLaren. Mark was doing most of the done all of it yesterday. Done a great job. So Mark gets staff in there now. The headphones that you want. It's just there's a wee delay in the ground in the earphones, so it may be hard, you know. But in case you wanted to hear some words, right?
You can watch them.
Next up, we have David Williams for Wales. He's with it, and he will play Scott Campbell. Scott, another experienced campaigner. Scotland 3-1 up in the match. Feeling good about themselves. Joined in the comedy box by Micheál McAvoy.
Hey, Mark.
Nice things, Micheál.
Yeah, good, thanks. Looking forward to a couple of good legs here.
Representing Wales, David Williams.
Great to see a great turnout for the tournament, isn't it?
Yep. It's been a good weekend so far.
The next referee for the next two sets will be Niall Healy.
The apprentice taken to the stage. A bit of refereeing. He's looking very dapper.
It's not the first time I've seen him wearing a tie.
Yeah, Court was the last time he was wearing it.
Must take it off though if he's with us today.
Yep, he scrubs up rightly.
I would say that's the first time he's ever used a ruler to create that beard.
Yep. It's a work of art.
Sure is.
So, Scott Campbell be looking to put Scotland into a 4-1 lead. That would be keen to peg them back to 3-2. Crucial period in the match here. These next few games.
It's always interesting to see the first 6 or 9 darts that each thrower has. See the rhythm of their arm. See how settled they get into the game. It's a big thing getting settled in quickly in these sorts of games. You represent your country.
Yep. Scottish boys, of course, didn't have a game yesterday. They played 2 games today, just the way the scheduling works out. Daffin beat Ray Bell yesterday.
Be feeling confident going into this one.
25-3-6 average. He's a slow, deliberate thrower.
You can see the consistency in these throwers, Mark. That's the thing. You can see the consistency throughout. That's what gets them at this level onto that stage.
Big shout out to Ben Watts from the doublefinish.com forum. Tuned into the action. Messaged me there. Hello, Ben. Scott, quicker player than Daffod, so we'll have to get used to Daffod's pace.
I think it comes to the territory now that they just simply focus on their own throw.
Absolutely, yeah.
These men will have thrown against the slowest throwers in the country and the quickest throwers in the country, so it should be easier for them to level out.
25.
Didn't want that. So, chance for Daffod here. Put on a big score. Get the initiative in this leg. Scotland still slight favourites here. If we can get a big treble visit. Yep.
It's an unlucky last start.
Like last one. But leaving the finish, the 154. David needs to be thinking of me taking 200 out in 6.
Oh, that's not a good start.
No. No.
39.
He's going to have 6 darts from here.
two treble 19s.
$94. Wheels require 161.
It's a big ask, but it's on the board.
It's on.
It's on. For the 17s. They've slid into the 2s.
Just take a second to compose himself.
Okay, over to Scott. 860.
85.
3 darts in
Scott
hand.
requires 60.
In between them.
Yeah, super dart. Super dart. That'll settle him in.
That settles him in.
It's Wheels to go first.
I know, won't put Daffod out of his rhythm.
$45. $81.
That second dart's giving Daffod a wee bit of trouble.
It is indeed, yep. A bit of a blocker there. Yep.
Straight down.
Had to go for cover.
56.
Second dart again, Michael.
Yeah, his first dart's been supreme, but the second dart's just causing him. That's a super
Oh,
dart.
140.
That's a super dart.
Keeps him in control of this leg. On throw. Scott's struggling a bit here. But David needs to see this out.
$100.
That's a great last start again.
Scott, 2 trebles really here. Not going to get them.
100. Wheels require 131.
You can see the frustration there with the first start from David. You can see the frustration in his face.
31.
He knows that he can find it. He's just struggling at the minute.
140 from Scott makes it interesting here. So unlucky.
That's a good dart.
64.
He's in the big one. The
Wheels
170.
require 100.
Some would call it good counting, Mark.
Yeah. Now, does he go 2 tops? No, he doesn't. Big 20. Required.
60.
So,
Scott requires
saw it yesterday.
170.
Gary Elliott hit it. And it's on.
That's 2.
The bullseye.
Oh,
145.
Big effort there from Scott.
you're not getting much closer than that without hitting it.
Mean nothing. If David hits those tops, and he does.
Game shot the second round. The wheels.
Show good nerve there, David, after that. That was big pressure put on him. Good nerve show.
Game on. $140.
Good start from Scott. Again, that second dart from David loose.
82.
It's a good switch.
$83.
Frustration from David.
Well, he just knows he can throw better than this, Mark.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. He knows he can throw better than this, and he's really...
84.
His last start has been impeccable. It's been saving him.
Scott on throw here. In control of the leg.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky.
2 on the floor. Now, David jump all over that.
98.
Would have been hoping for more, but gets him back into the leg.
It's a counting switch, that, isn't it, after such a good first start?
Yeah. And Scott's back in.
And the third. Go on.
140.
That's unlucky. Great darts.
Scott. I think David will be looking 2 big trebles. Oh, slack last start.
83. Scotland require 118.
Still a chance. If you're 78 and go to the 18s, you'd think.
58.
Indeed.
Right, big ask here.
154.
Big ask for David. So Scott will come back. 3 in hand for 60.
Yeah. 94. Scotland requires 60.
Take this out in the opening leg of the match.
And there it is.
Yeah.
He's been dynamite on that double
Yep.
when he's got to it.
4 legs, wheels to throw first.
So match going with throw. Scott, of course, had the chance of a break in the previous leg.
137.
David started first with the
It's a good opening
full
visit.
effort on the 170.
$93. $177.
Curved darts there from David.
$96.
But if he's to win the match, he's going to have to find a break or throw somewhere.
$51.
That's inconsistent for me after 2 great visits to open the leg.
But should have plenty of time.
85. Wheels
6,
require
136.
136.
Has a chance. Yep.
Still on.
Unlucky.
128.
It's a great effort from the Welshman there.
It's a great effort.
Yeah, this is pressure being applied.
Scott find the scoring points.
140.
Just be
Wheels require
too
8.
late in the leg, but you never know.
Give shot the 4th leg to Wheels.
Good composure in that one.
5th leg, it's Scotland is over.
As you say, still needs to find a break.
Scott will be thinking, hold here, and put the pressure on David.
83.
And one after that. David will be thinking break here, and then he's thrown for the match.
If David can bring himself up to the same standards that last leg, he's in with a big shout.
It's
It's a super last start.
Running with a ton.
$95.
Yeah, David in again.
He's really starting to find his trebles now.
Yep. Scoring
100.
markedly improved from the first couple of legs.
$66.
He's got to be disappointed with that last one.
Again, you have to wonder, is it just the pressure from
Yeah, definitely.
David's sort of consistent scoring over the past leg and a bit?
83.
That looks like a blocker to me.
And the first thing to say there is that it's slightly upsetting his rhythm. As you'd say, David's a more meticulous thrower. He's more methodical in his approach.
Yep, make go to the 18s here. No,
100.
from 118.
Scotland require 164.
Scott just missed the 170 in the previous leg. Got the two treble 19 route.
50.
Now,
Wales require 118.
this would be massive if David get a break through here. Still on. Needs a treble. 78 and go to the 18s.
58. Scotland require 114.
Bit of pressure in this now for Scott. Still a chance to go 18s.
There's tension in both arms there. There's tension in both arms. This is a very, very important leg, and they both know
This
it.
could be the crucial break of throw. David needing 60.
Takes a second to compose.
Snarby dart.
Ian
super.
You can hear that from David. You can hear that from him at MacLeod.
David with darts.
It's Wales to throw first.
Throwing for the match.
And now the pressure changes. The pressure goes straight back on to the Scottish man.
Yep. Again, Scott will be frustrated. Started the match so well, and then David has come back into it.
39.
There's a chance for Scott to pile in.
A good dart thrower will always punish well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always punish well.
123.
Okay, now David needs to regain that scoring power. Again, that could be awkward. Yep, it's coming out.
57.
I'm not sure that's enough, Mark. I'm not sure that's enough.
Already Scott has in effect stolen the darts here after one visit.
60.
David can't buy it, treble 20 at the minute.
100.
It's a fine last start, though.
Yeah.
It's a fine last
You needed
start.
that.
It does when you're up on the stage like that. It'll play on your mind.
Absolutely.
Your first 6 darts aren't fine, and it'll make you switch when you don't want to switch. It'll make you try combinations you're not used to doing.
Now, big score from David here. Change the complexion of this leg.
Now that's
140.
excellent scoring. Under that kind of pressure, that's fantastic scoring.
Scott needs to match it, you would think.
It's a bit of a blocker, is it?
Yeah.
He's moved.
Go downstairs.
41.
Not sure about that last start.
No.
David on a bogey, but he won't mind. Take this down.
You might mind that.
Has 6 darts at it. Be looking at treble here. Doesn't get it.
45.
So we're coming back for Shanghai in the 20s to win the match.
Scott needs a big one here.
Yeah, treble one again.
78.
It's unlucky.
Wales require 120.
He's out waking the neighbours there.
Yep. No, just needs to set it up.
He'll take that. He'll take that. Puts big pressure on Scott here.
141.
This has to go, you would think, to bring us to a final leg. If not, David will come to the board with 3 in hand at 20. It's on. Oh,
117.
It was a fine effort. A fine effort.
Wales require 20.
it's fine margins in these games. Again, just missed the ball for the 170, which would put them, I think, 3-0 up. That's right on the wire.
It's a great marker. It's 2 good markers.
Surely.
No,
Yes.
Game.
fine dart.
And the fifth set.
Super darts.
Wales.
Great darts.
Brilliant.
Very impressed with David there. Didn't start the game well and played himself into it.
Completes his Celtic Cup with 2 wins from 2. Not much more you can do about that. Next up is David Rogers against Alex Morrison.
The next game to the stage, I would like to call David Rogers and Alex Morrison.
3-2 to Scotland here. The Welshmen will be looking to even it up on this one. David setting the ball rolling, bringing them back into the game. Both quality players. And expect a faster pace game this time.
Set set. First leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
So David has the darts.
It's
a nervy start from the Welshman. And the same for Alex. It's a better visit. A great last start there from Alex. David's starting to settle in a bit more. His first start's landing. Just needs to get the other two to follow.
45. 41.
You can see the pressure both men are under here. There's tension in their arms.
81.
It's a fine last start from Alex.
84.
Pulled the last one.
60.
Alex isn't happy about 3 well thrown darts. Didn't find the target again. David in with the first.
98. 99.
Alex found a score when he needed it. 76 going. Oh, that's a fine check out. Fine check out by David Rogers. There's no hanging about with these guys.
60. 140.
David Rogers really finding that treble now. Alex needs to keep with him. Just settle in. There we go.
81.
A loose last start. Maybe clipped a flight.
41.
It's a loose visit there from David. Can Alex capitalise?
60.
I'm not sure if that's enough. Not the way David's hitting those trebles.
100. 125.
It's a better visit from the Scot. Leaves a finish for the Welshman. Alex coming in for a setup.
55.
Last start's just eluding him.
80. Scotland require 120.
It's another good visit. Shanghai. Still on. Still on.
100.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's good effort from Alex. Tops.
60. Scotland requires
He could room us in that. It's just inside. Shot. Super dart. Last dart in hand. Big pressure on it. Brings it to one each.
Game on.
Again, David finding the treble. Alex seems to have slowed down slightly. I don't know if it's affecting his throw or not, but certainly David's rhythm's just been the same throughout. Same pace, same throw, and it's really showing the consistency of his scoring. Just a good last start. But again, David in with the first and the second.
140.
Super visit from the Welshman. Leaving a finish. Alex needs something here.
100.
Not sure if that's enough.
61.
Again, find that treble with the last start. Alex needs a big one. Put pressure on it. He's not going to be happy with that visit. 61 to go. Just composing himself.
Game shot in the third leg. 2 wheels. Fourth leg, it's Scotland to through first.
David's been clinical so far. Clinical.
41.
Again, Alex really struggling just to get his rhythm.
$55.
Could be an opening for him. He wasn't punished there.
$60. $140.
Fantastic visit there from David. His average is going to be very, very good in this leg. In this entire game, in fact.
100.
But a good answer there from Alex. Good answer.
$95.
Again with the last start in the treble.
$45.
Alex just isn't finding it. It could be partly to do with the pressure that David's putting him under here. David's scoring has been so consistent again with the treble and again.
85.
It's a loose last one, but it still leaves him a reasonable finish. Alex needs to answer soon.
58. Wheels require 126.
6 starts from here at 126. Compose himself again.
$86.
It's a great last start. Swapping to the 19s.
$100.
You can see the frustration there in Alex. You can see the frustrations within him. And tops.
Down the fourth leg. 2 wheels.
David Rogers is so composed up on that stage.
Game on.
I think Alex is feeling a bit of the pressure of it, but these games can swing quickly. David straight into the treble again, and again, and again. Fantastic darts there.
60.
On another day, that's a 140 for Alex, but not this day.
41.
Well, there's a door open.
$100.
straight back to the treble for the Welshman.
123.
Fine margins. The difference here is David's enjoying himself there. It's on. Just composed himself. Went for the 18s.
100. Wheels require 72.
It's a good visit there from Alex. Shot. And that's clinical finishing from David Rogers. Alex Morrison will be disappointed with that. You can see what it means to David as he leaves the stage. The crowd are happy with that performance. It's possibly as good as we've seen this weekend. Team managers and teammates celebrating and congratulating him on a great performance.
Wayne Davies and Colin Miller. Your match referee for the next 2 games will be Jackie Murray.
So now we're at 3 each. Wayne and Colin coming up. This is where we can pivotal point in matches where we can lose games, win games. Two experienced campaigners, Wayne and Colin.
Set, first leg, Scotland McDonald's. Game on.
So Colin for the off here. Looking to stop the Welsh progress. Won the last 2.
$125.
It's a good visit.
Good afternoon, Michal.
And how are you, sir?
Hold on, better off that stage. It's very warm up there.
Well, we were just commenting there on how well you were looking. In fact, just been joined by our previous match referee, Niall. How are you?
I'm doing alright, yes.
You're looking well.
Thank you very much.
No problem. That's a fantastic standard at Arts, sir.
180 just as that hits. How coincidental. Yeah, the pup was telling me yesterday that I broke the cardinal sin of doing refereeing.
You didn't count right?
No, I turned up with better than him.
No, Anthony wouldn't like that now. Well, Colin started this leg very well against Wayne.
He's off to a flyer. Scotland team's been very impressive so far with Windsor, Calendar, Ross the Boss Montgomery and Ryan Hogarth.
96 left now. Wayne will need to just settle in a wee bit here. He wants to keep the momentum going. The Welsh have won the last 2.
Scotland requires 96.
96 going. It's a super dart. 16 left and he'll be back for it. Wayne needs to put a bit of pressure on. 180 or 140 he'll only do.
140 minimum to put pressure on.
That's not a good dart. He's not going to be happy with that now.
22.
Is that just a bit of pressure there that's putting him on? Do you think that's a bit of pressure that puts him onto that, or?
I think so. I think the Welsh captain may have had a little word Wayne's ear here saying 2 on the bounce. Let's make it 3.
No
It's hard
score.
to say. It is hard to say.
Well, there's 3 missed starts at a double. Wayne needs to capitalise on that. This is more like it from the Welshman. Oh, that's a fantastic visit.
That's pressure.
Fantastic visit.
And he can come back from 38 if the pressure shows on Colin.
Well, it showed in the first one and the second. One to do it. And that is pressure.
That's pressure.
That's where the 180s really count.
Never count yourself out of the leg. That's what can happen. Now, if it was me, I would not be going directly. I would have gone 6 or 10 there, but left himself in the madhouse.
And that's why they call it the madhouse. That's why they call it the madhouse. It's an interesting way to go.
It is. He was throwing for 3 there, really, to leave double 8. But the 17's there for an assurance.
That's a composed dart there. Now that's much better.
He took an extra second there, and he also did.
He did indeed.
That's the difference.
Let's go with dart so far. Let's see if Wayne can keep that scoring going from that 180.
44.
Not in this occasion.
Colin back to the board. He started off like a rocket in that first leg.
He did.
Again, good switching.
96.
One big trouble of it, it's hard to beat. Neil, let me tell you.
It is,
You're
but
playing darts for-
at this level now, you need one big travel visit. Every visit.
You're right. At this level, you expect it.
83.
You expect it from internationals.
These guys are long-term dart throwers, have been around the block. It surprises the level of confidence that can just disappear from somebody within 3 darts at this level, isn't it?
You're right. You know, you're absolutely right. And then, just on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have boys coming back into the game after 20 years. I believe I've heard through the grapevine now there's a Scottish player returning to international duty after 20 years.
Do
course,
you think
no,
the scene's changed much in 20 years?
I'd say, well, obviously,
Certainly for him.
yeah, the game's advanced
140.
That's a super visit.
from the mid 90s. There, obviously, the game has completely adapted. The boards and trebles is a whole lot bigger, and yeah,
154.
technology now as well. The darts, the different darts. Like
Great answer.
You can see Wayne's darts there. They're the smooth barrel, almost like a Ted Hankey-esque dart.
I would call that an old school dart now.
An old school,
I
yeah.
would. That's
But then if you look at the likes of Collins there, there's umpteen grooves and with
ringed,
technology,
gnarled, lined.
gnarled, whatever the player feels is right in their hand, I suppose. I seen a boy throwing at the Scots a few
56.
years ago. Obviously, a bit of a trick shot with 6-inch nails.
Well, if you can throw them, why not?
I could throw up, never mind 6-inch nails. But these men can throw, let me tell you.
They sure
And
can.
some fabulous display of darts this weekend
58.
here in Bellinis Newry.
Wales requires 144.
So 144. It's a great first start. Just under the wire.
The 16 or the travel 8 here to set this up.
It's a fine dart.
28 from 16. That's brilliant darts there from
Scotland requires
It's a fine dart.
107.
107 though.
You look at travel
Still on.
17 here. Ooh, it's 85. You look travel 15. Yeah.
57. Wales requires.
Just that loose dart can really punish you though.
Does a
It
free
can
wheel
really
will step
punish
in
you.
and hit this now.
There it is. Clinical. That's clinical finishing now. He really needs to be up for it here if they want to go for 3 on the bounce here. But Colin needs to stop the rot somehow. He needs it. It's going with darts.
Colin's a very steady action.
It's something I've noticed from watching all the games here is that certainly at the very low amateur levels that I be throwing at, the consistency in the arm movements and body movements of each of those throwers.
81.
There's very little body movement and the arm is in the same position for nearly every throw. It's so consistent.
You're right. You're right. I mean,
You can just see
old greats such as John Lowe and Bob Anderson there, you would see
140.
tutorial videos that they say the one crucial thing about your dart throw is you should keep your body and your head It's completely steady, and the only thing that's moving is the arms.
You can see it in almost every throw here. Both these throwers are given a prime example of how to set up at an hockey. As you can see, not a movement, just the arm. Head stays still, body stays still. Of course, you're going to have the slight dart that will fall into a treble 5 or treble 1. We can't all be 9 darts on every leg, but you can see the consistency.
Action. Yep, Wayne's action's very much the same there. Still bodied, straight arm, follow through. Lovely throw. These two guys, two great throws. But then on the other end of the spectrum, God rest him, if you look at the famous Jockey Wilson, that man was near hitting a roof throwing a dart.
That's true.
It went straight as a die.
75.
That's true. I think it's a Big John Henderson who the guys would call him the rocker.
Right,
he's like a rocking chair throwing darts.
The Highland man
But
himself,
it works for him.
Scottish player himself.
Indeed, he is.
101.
That's a good visit. Leaves a good finish. 1-3-1 here for Colin.
Maybe look at the treble 17 here. Set it up.
42.
He's annoyed with that dart. You can see the frustration in him. It was slightly loose.
That's twice me all he's been throwing for that treble 17 instead of 2.
You can see that's where the frustration's in, because these guys have the quality to do it. It's as simple as that. When they're not doing it, they're going to be frustrated.
You're not being selected for your country if you can't play.
Scotland requires 89.
89, you'll be looking at the treble 19 Ermy Hull.
It's a fine dart. It's a fine dart.
That's a fine dart, is right. And a clinical finish there from the Scotsman.
Absolutely
Won a
clinical.
2-1 in this 7th set.
Fourth leg, Wilson darts.
There's now a big leg for Colin. Colin can push this one on and steal. If he can break here, it's a big leg. Wayne needs full concentration on this one.
You're absolutely right. That's the difference between 3-1 and a race to 4 and 2 each. There's a massive difference. Your whole frame of mind changes if you're 3-1 down. From
100.
2 each, you can obviously settle in and advance. But no, from 3-1 down, it's a very tough ask.
It's a long road back, isn't it?
It is.
It's a long road back. Wayne here will also be feeling a bit of the pressure. He'll want this to go 2 each. He'll want this to make this a quick sprint at the end.
You're expected to really hold your throw at this level, aiming for 15 darts.
Colin's just consistently hitting a treble every visit. You can see the pressure and the tension starting to come into the darts here from Wayne.
You can. And he
That's
knows
not a
how
good
crucial
visit.
this hold the throw is,
It's not a good visit.
because if the Scottish international goes ahead and steals this leg, he's then throwing for the game.
He should capitalise on that. It's built into every good dart thrower to capitalise on a bad score from their opponent.
You're absolutely right.
It's just a natural instinct to try and grab the game by the neck.
You're absolutely right. You have to go for the jugular, as they say. Select last dart there from Wayne.
Scotland requires 161.
Colin for a big outshot here.
He doesn't need to go for this, and to be quite honest with you, Michal, if that had went in, he was staying there for a second treble 20 and he had hit a 1 or a 9 to leave.
100.
Again,
That's a great finish.
leaves himself 61. Just steady, consistent darts. Didn't have to do anything special.
When your opponent's back in 268, you have the freedom there to obviously go whatever way you want. Many a player would go to try and pump themselves up, but personally I would have always suggested to just stay where you are, set it up, percentage shot, and take it out.
21.
See, that's exactly why. Look, if he had went there, he could have been looking 25 in that last visit. Made a hash of it. Now he's coming back 3 clear darts at 40 to go 3-1 up and then through for the game. That's the difference.
100.
It's a good visit from Wayne though.
Scotland requires
He definitely could have done with 2 trebles there. He got 1.
Really fancy Colin to hit this here. Oh, he's hit the double 1. He'd be looking at double 19.
21.
He's upset with himself there. Now, can Wayne steal?
Oh, he should.
16 or an 8.
For the double.
Now, it's a fine effort. It's a fine effort, but there was a lot of pressure on that dart. Now, let's see if Colin can put this one to bed.
And that's a dart.
With the final dart. Just something I've noticed there about Colin is his scoring's fantastic and he's so consistent. But as my team captain always said, it's doubles for dough, trebles for show.
You're 100% right.
I think Colin, if he could just tighten up his doubles, he'd get this one put away pretty quick.
The famous Mr. George came out with that one. Mr. Bobby George. Trust he's doing well.
Well, there's no doubt he's probably watching us on Facebook or Twitter.
With a bit of luck.
Maybe YouTube.
60.
Rich will be giving him the tablet at home. Tune in, Dad. So, Bobby, if you are watching us, hello from me and Nal.
84.
You owe me 20 quid, Bobby. Don't forget about that.
He'll pay up. That's a great last start there from Colin. It's a great last start. The one thing I've noticed about him is he consistently seems to be getting one treble per visit, and that's another good visit there from Wayne, the answer.
Anthony Dundas has joined us temporarily there in the commentary box.
59.
Anthony just puts us to shame, you know, we're darts enthusiasts rather than experts, whereas Anthony's a full-time expert.
Yeah.
And a full-time nice guy.
Fuck, he is. He's 100%.
60.
There'll be some pup when his tail grows.
Colin really needs to settle into this leg if he wants to put this one to bed.
He does.
Wayne's effectively stolen the darts here.
And that's
Again, that's
completely stolen the darts here now. The position where Wayne is now, what he'll look, he will look for one or two travels, and there's one. He will be happy with two. Maybe stay there.
Yeah, that's not a bad visit under the circumstances.
Just the way that second dart was landed.
Leaves himself a finish.
He may have went elsewhere there, but no.
This is better. This is better from Colin.
140. British requires 157.
157, a big ask for Wayne here, Michal. He just looked to set it up
Again,
here.
the setup, I think you're right, and I think the setup's more important than the big outshot, you know.
Yeah.
87.
And
Now,
he
maybe
has to just
Colin can prove me wrong. Maybe Colin can prove me wrong here. Maybe he can take this out.
You need a good second dart here now to leave double 18. And he's got it.
He's got
double
it.
18 for the match.
Oh, there it is.
That's it.
There it is.
Scotland.
I would say you must have listened to me after that last leg. Tighten up your doubles and you'll get this done, Colin.
The 157 there from Wayne was crucial, really, to either take or leave a very close set to put pressure on Colin there.
Absolutely.
Doing at this standard, these boys here, 116 out shots is nothing.
And that puts the Scots 4-3 up after a good fight back there from the Welsh guys. They had 1-2 on the bounce. Scots are back up 4-3. It's a tight game.
It is. It's a very tight game. To be quite honest with you, myself and Mark was looking at the draw there earlier on the, while I was joining them on the comms, and it's a very hard one to call. I'm scheduled to do. I've already done match 5 and 6, and I'm due to do 11 and 12, and I feel that they could be very crucial games in this tie between Scotland and Wales.
You're 100% right now. Every game's crucial, I suppose, at this level, but when it's tightening up like this in the middle phases of the game, really what you're doing is you're providing the opportunities for those at the end of the draw to make the difference, to be the winners.
You're right.
Every win's important, but those guys at the end of the draw are probably looking and saying to themselves, give me a chance, give me a chance. If you're coming in and it's getting to the nitty gritty, they're looking for a chance at the end to seal it.
That's it. And when you have players like Alan Suter coming on second from last there, I'm just looking at the
Big
draw.
Ian Jolly.
Yep. I mean, it's the quality of players.
Okay,
Even Mark Layton coming on next game.
Wales, Jim Williamson.
But here,
Williams.
this is one of the games that I've been sort of looking forward to in this draw.
And Scotland, Scott Robertson.
Jim Williams of Wales plays Scott Robertson of Scotland. Jim Williams, obviously, with his vast experience playing and the BDO majors there, he's been at the Lakeside a few times, Masters. This guy's the real deal.
He is indeed, yeah. And if Jim Williams get into the right rhythm, you'll find that his scoring, more than anything, wins him legs.
You're right. The scoring's impeccable.
You know, but again, it's a different stage and a different pressure. Playing for your country against another country, it's, you know, you're talking World Cup standard here. It's a different level. It's a different pressure than throwing for yourself now.
It's a complete different pressure. I know, boys, Jim Williams blowing me a kiss there.
He's probably seen how well you look today. That's
Well, you know, Jim stepping up for his 3 practice starts there. Just go back to the topic that I brought up about a good steady throw. If you look at Jim, everything there is just
consistent.
It is.
It's consistent. Here's Scott. Now there's something that I've noticed. Not a lot of throwers do it much now, but the pointing of the back leg, the pointing of the toes on the back leg. A lot of players now, you can see there that Jim, just a slight incline on the foot, but a lot of players now like to plant their back foot.
You're right, yep.
To try and keep some sort of consistency within the body weight that doesn't shrug or push a shoulder when it shouldn't.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Personally, now I find I plant all my weight on the foot, on the yoke, and I just literally quite point the toe just to keep the balance. All the weight balanced down a straight line, and try and just move your arm now through the unfortunate thing of dartitis. I haven't been able to just throw a straight dart for quite some time at the minute, but I'll get there.
Like all good throwers now, you throw through that.
You have to.
You throw through it.
There's no other way about it.
Interesting now, watching Jim throw. The grip of his dart is right at the front of the barrel, almost just on the point.
You're right, yeah. And in fact, I believe his middle finger does actually rest on that point.
Yeah.
100.
Again, there he is showing his scoring prowess, first 3 darts.
But we know Jim's more than capable of this. It's no shock to us. Now, the Welsh captain
60.
will be expecting this to somewhat be a banker game to bring this tie between Scotland and Wales to 4-all in sets.
He would be hoping of it. Scott Robertson won't be hoping that. Scott Robertson will be saying, I'm going to give you all I have, Jim, and Jim will know about it. He's going to know he's in a game. Scott's got pedigree.
He has. He's a very
Throws at all the international opens, Northern Ireland Open. Seen him here in Bellinis before, did. Scottish Open.
43.
Really, he'll just be hoping to settle in, knowing Jim's darts in the first leg, settle in and find his rhythm.
Yeah, find the range.
95.
That's one big treble of visit there from Jim. Like I said, that's tough.
It's consistency. Consistency's key in these stages of games. To open up well, let your opponent know.
45.
Yeah, that's unlucky there from Scott Robertson. You just have to let your opponent know that you're going to find these trebles, and they have to raise their game then.
Yep. You're 100% right, Mel.
100.
Again with the treble.
3 tons in this leg and a 95, leaving him on 106 after 12 darts thrown.
Is that point touching?
I think it is.
81.
There it
And it
was.
is, yep. Fair play to Jackie
Wales
there.
prize 106.
Jackie called it the action properly for the first time this weekend.
Jackie be late here, you say that. 101, but you can see there are no dramatics there from Jim. Just, as you say, set. No
44.
need to do anything special. No treble 17s. Just settle in, get the first leg under your belt.
You're 100% right. Especially your opponent sitting on 272. I mean, even a straight ton wasn't leaving a finish there.
100. Wales requires 62.
You look at the treble 10 here, Mihal. Oh, and that's 45. Leave him 17. He'll look for the single one and the double 8.
46.
Well, he'll be back for 16.
He will. Jim's
All
taking
Scott
the
can
double.
do here is just push for a heavy score, leave himself something. That's fine margins there now, fine margins. Great last start, great last start. Leaves a 92 check. Double 8 down.
That's a great marker. He just brushed off that barrel and
And so he did.
like so.
You could hear it click.
Second leg, Scotland has.
I can talk a good game of darts, just can't throw them. Micheál. That's the difference.
We're not too unlike each other now. That's a good opening visit there from Scott.
That's what Scott needs, that in his throw. He's throwing first in this leg. He just wants to steady tons. Maybe 140. It's hard
Again,
to
there we see with Jim's darts, you see the difference in the type of barrel that we can get. So Jim's throwing with a ringed and knurled dart.
Yeah.
So I suppose it's what's comfortable for each.
180 darts provide Jim's.
They seem to become more and more fashionable to have these dots within the darts to give some form of better grip for the thrower. I don't know how true that is, or whether it's just a design or a selling point, but
I believe it's a pixel grip.
a
To be
lot
quite
of
honest with
darts
you,
suppliers are going towards that range now, whether or not that's because it's giving better grip or because it's a thing more the professionals are looking into. A lot of the amateurs will follow that.
Jackie just correcting his earlier mistake there. Well spotted, Jackie.
58.
Jim just hasn't been as prolific in this leg now.
He hasn't, no, but again, I think it's the authority there. Scott was laying down. Tom opening visit. This is my throw. He's told Jim that's my throw.
97.
And again, his switch dart to treble 19s has been impeccable, hasn't it?
It has, yes. He's playing very, very good. Now Jim's into the treble here. He will be looking for a minimum 140.
100.
He hasn't got it. So again, Scott on 122 here, Micheál. Nothing spectacular. If he hits this, that should leave 50. And I'm hoping to see him
An
going for the
18.
10. Oh no,
Oh,
he
he
went
went.
for it.
You can hear the moans and groans from the crowd there now. I don't know if they were sure he should have went for that. Okay, it's one of those darts that can really leave you wondering, you know. You hit an 18, leaves a 32, hit a 10, leaves you tops. You're coming back with 3 clear darts now. You're wasting one going in at 25, having to hit the big single under pressure.
You're 100% right. And Jim Williams here trying to apply this pressure. And he has done. There, he's coming back for 74. Here's Jim.
There's the big
he's had to
single.
waste the dart here now. Now it's worked in his benefit.
That's clinical finishing.
It is clinical finishing. In this instance, that's worked out to Scott's benefit, but effectively, I wouldn't have liked to see that. I'd like to have seen going for the big number, come back for 3 straight darts.
Effectively, what Niall's saying is if you're only starting out in darts,
97.
when you're that far ahead in the leg, you don't have to push yourself to hit anything spectacular.
Do not do anything spectacular. You're absolutely right. If your opponent's on a finish, that's a whole different story.
Absolutely.
100.
There, Bristow versus Keith Dallar story will tell you that when Bristow left the hit the 18.
Never renege on a double.
That's it.
Never renege on a double.
You're 100% right. Bristow hit the big 18 to leave 32, and Mr. Keith Dallar
140.
went out as 138. Spectacular. Still see the 138 in his autograph.
Indeed.
Not that you get too many of them.
I think it's the same as Brenton Dolan. You still see the 9 on his,
You're right.
you know.
80.
And that's one thing that'll never.
These
it'll never
players
leave.
live by these outshots, you know. Their reputation can be built upon something as good as that.
Brendan, obviously the first one to do the double in, double out 9.
81.
Televised.
I can remember I had 9 at the double to get in the double in format.
I believe if you search the media, Coach Stompy actually done double in, double out 9 darter on a practice board, yeah.
Coach Stompy, another great thrower.
Not televised. Coach Stompy was a topic of conversation between myself and Mark there yesterday in the comms.
100.
Stompy's now trying to campaign for alcohol to be taken out of the game.
Co is?
Yes. Yeah. Basically, he said that it's equivalent to doping.
Well, I suppose if it lifts the inhibitions of a thrower and it makes them more confident to go for something, then it does impact their ability and their approach to a game. But whether or not it positively impacts their ability, I couldn't say.
47.
That's unlucky there from Jim. Scott really needs to push it here. But again, as you said, Niall, if he can keep on his own throw, if he can keep winning legs on his own throw, then it's really up to him.
That is. You're absolutely right. Expect him to get that out of that first dart. That first dart's a lovely guide, and that's a better guide. I expect this.
No score.
You can see the frustration there. Such 3 well thrown darts and not to fall in.
You heard Jim calling himself. He was very unlucky. Very unlucky. Scott, look at the treble 18 here to lead for tops.
Oh, he found it. Now, pressure on the 36 now for Jim.
Well, look at double 9 now. It's a dodgy one, Michal. But he's got it.
Man of his calibre doesn't feel that sort of dodgy nerves that we would feel now. However, that being said, it's a risky double. And remember, he missed 5 doubles to get it.
He did.
It's not something we're used to seeing.
100.
Steady on his own throw again.
Yeah, you're right now. Scott really seems to be stomping down his authority in his own throw.
I think you have a different mindset on your own throw as well.
60.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a natural confidence knowing that you're going ahead of somebody, or if it's just a matter of, as you say, this is mine and I own it.
Yep.
You'll have to take it from me rather than...
Absolutely, I believe that's a mentality you need to have.
100.
And again, it's shown in Scott's game now. There's back-to-back tons in the 4th leg.
Yeah. Game's actually being thrown at a very good pace.
It is, yeah. Jim isn't one to waste time up there. He likes to get in and get stuck in. And Scott seems to be just the same. Takes a little second there to get his grip, and
100.
Scott actually reminds me a wee bit of Christian Kist,
pulling the face.
former
there.
world champion. Seems to bite on his tongue as he releases the dart.
He does, yeah.
60.
Do you remember watching Christian Kist in the BDO World Final? I can remember thinking, why is this man blowing me a kiss every time he's thrown?
Scott's just dropped one there.
Just going to compose himself.
60.
3 well thrown darts there for a 60, isn't it?
It's harsh when you see fine margins like that. Brilliant thrown 60. You would have expected more there, Michal.
Jim's really struggling on Scott's throw. I think you're right. I think he's finding the approach that Scott has to it hard to take.
Jim's temperament against throws should just be to get in, hit a 140 in your first throw, and put the wind back up your opponent.
41.
Absolutely.
It's the exact way to be.
You need to answer at this level. You need to answer every throw. Please.
And that's a lovely dart there. I would expect a 140 minimum.
Maybe the 180.
Full house.
Oh, that's fantastic darts there from Jim Williams. Really putting the pressure down on that ton now for Scott.
See if we can feel the pressure now.
Will he go
He's
tops?
He'll not. He's moved over here to look for the treble. As you can see, I mean, it's a throw. He'll maybe hit tops. Yep,
He
I'll
hit
go
it with
there.
his last. I don't know now, but two in your hand. 2 in your hand. Your opponent sitting on 58. A man at Jim Williams' calibre.
Yeah.
I think you need to go for the checkout.
Scott was a man to know there. He knew, maybe he felt that he could have used the first dart as a bit of a stacker dart.
Yeah, Jim's missed an opportunity there. Jim's really missed an opportunity there. Capitalise.
Yeah,
Here's
he
Scott
really
to
did.
come in, close the leg out. There it is. Again, stamped with authority, that double.
Jim would have loved that style of throw there. He'd have been throwing for the match here, Michal. And I don't think it's phased him much there. He's just kicked in another maximum. And again, I believe this is all to do with the mentality of throwing with throw.
I think you're right, yeah, absolutely. I think you can almost see the change in both throwers' approach to the leg. There's almost a slight fear from Scott there that this isn't his leg and he needs to maybe do something more special than he did in the last leg.
And that puts pressure on the players to outperform their opponent who's throwing with the natural confidence of throwing first.
Looks a better dart there.
60.
Again, just on the wire, the treble.
Looked better. It most certainly did look better, Micheál. And Jim's back in that treble again. It's relentless here. Maybe look for a swap. Down to the 9 hands, yeah. Leave himself on 177 when he comes back. If he finishes that, I'll give him the cure.
59.
Give a shout out to the greatest finish I've ever seen. I've seen a 184 checked out one day.
Did you?
Shout out to Justin McCavitt. Took it out down the Clockmore Inn. Well, he took out the 154.
57.
I think the referee just gave him the extra 30 points there. Feeling sorry for him. And Jim's left Shanghai. Scott
95.
really needed 2 trebles that visit.
20.
He'll want this first dart high. Oh, see, that doesn't help. He may have room there. I think that's
Is that
the
a
treble
treble one maybe?
42.
Was
Yeah.
the treble one, Micheál?
Still,
If Scott can put a score in here now, that 78 is going to cause Jim.
this
and he
is
It's gonna
fantastic
cost
from
him ball,
Scott. That is fantastic darts from
140.
Scott.
First class 78.
right? Jim hoping for 2 at double 12, and he's going to get them. Double 6.
Ah,
He's
there it
got it.
is.
Game shot on the first leg.
It was an unexpected silence there from the crowd. They just weren't sure if it had gone in. Again, Scott on his own, starting off with the treble.
137.
2 big trebles at the start of this leg again. It just emphasises the point of having the confidence. But then if you look at Jim here now, he's just come in 2 trebles. Can he fill it up?
139.
This is Jim. Jim can see blood now. He's just at the finish line. He needs to get across, and I think his mentality is boosted after that last win.
45.
He's got, and
That's not a
here's
good
the
visit there from
opportunity
Scott.
that he's been waiting for. If you can come in here now with another 2 big trebles, even one, it's going to put Scott's
Well, there's
throw
one of them.
under pressure.
100.
It's a good visit from Jim.
Very good visit in context of the game here. He's 50-something points ahead. And that's, you can see the nerves coming into Scott's game here now. He knows.
58.
58 again.
The one thing I have to give this Rose though is the consistency of the action of the arm does not change no matter what the pressure. The tenseness in their grip of their dart and the power they throw at will slightly differ under different tensions, but the action of throwing remains consistent throughout. It's fantastic to watch.
You're right, it's the fundamental part of the game. If your throw's wrong, the dart's not going to go where they need to.
Absolutely.
Scott will be looking for another one here.
100.
Well, again,
That's not
leaves
just
himself
enough.
a finish.
Jim Williams is favourite to take this leg now, in my opinion. And I think that
Absolutely.
is in. And he'll stay there and he'll maybe look at a single 12. Oh no, it wasn't on. Sorry, 100 scored, leaving 64.
161.
This is a big ask from Scott.
It's a big
I
ask.
feel it needs to go. And it won't.
It's going downstairs. That's a good dart. That's a
leaving
good
him
dart.
64 there.
131.
Oh no, I've counted that wrong.
I don't know if that's a miscount or if it's leave myself a finished dart.
Oh, that's a great dart for double 8 for the match.
And there
And
it
he's
is.
got it.
Game shot. Wales.
That's a fabulous performance from Jim Williams there. And just as I said, when he went 3-2 up, he sensed an
kicked in.
opportunity to kick in.
He did. He really did. He kicked into another gear.
The pressure, see, the pressure was on Scott there. Whenever he was 3-2 down, the pressure, and it's on his throw.
See the Welsh team are now getting the spirit back. You can see them there celebrating with Jim Williams.
I can see that there. The Welsh Dragons certainly alive in this room here in Bellinis Newry.
Absolutely. There's our very own Anna Madigan, Newry's own. Great to see a Newry representative playing at international level now.
From Scotland, and your referee will be Tony Rimmer.
Next game up here, Michal, is going to be Mark Clayton and Robert Morrison. Mark Clayton, of course, the Welsh captain.
Yeah, well, this is really where we get into that stage of the match where, as your team, you're looking to your captain to lead from the front, aren't you? Really?
Absolutely. And
So-
this man can do so. This man's a fabulous dart player, as is Robert. But Mark Layton, rather, top class player, been on the scene for quite some years. You can hear the
as
crowd
you
there
can see,
giving him a G.
you can see that Mark's a very deliberate thrower, very deliberate action. Robert the same. Crowd are starting to get behind the throwers now.
They are.
It's been a good turnout here at Newry this weekend.
Great. The crowd's been fabulous this weekend so far, Michal.
Really getting involved in the games. It can make a great difference to you knowing your team are behind you.
That's it.
Pivotal game here at 4 each. Both these throwers know it now.
It is, Michal, yeah. This is where you'll certainly find the flaws in the week. The latter stages of the games.
60.
The nerves will show if there's any nerves there.
I remember a good friend of mine telling me that there's no such thing as nerves in darts, it's all adrenaline. It's just whatever way you handle that adrenaline. Your heart rate goes up and your blood's pumping with adrenaline. How do you focus that? How do you bring that into your game?
Just need to take a step back and relax. You can only do what you have. You have 3 darts in your hand. Nobody else can throw them for you. You take a step back, you take a breather.
That's
and
true.
You get in, you get it done. That's a very good 60 there from Mark Layton. Lucky not to come off better from that. And then here's Robert into the treble again.
100.
It's a good visit.
Good visit, but he would have wanted more after having that first dart in that treble. 20, perfect there. That's a great last dart from Mark.
Super last start. Yeah, the first one just seemed to have a wee bit slight early release.
Keeps him in it.
60.
Do you feel if Mark can step up here now with a 140, he'll be favourite for the leg?
He's thrown that low. Swap down to the 19s.
58.
58.
136.
Robert from here. Well, we're off and running. Down for a 16.
128.
It's a good setup shot.
I've got a shout out coming through on the Facebook here from Linda Marshall, ex-Scotland Ladies International. She is sitting at home cheering on her Scottish Borders
58.
roots, yeah. So she is wishing all the best to Team Scotland.
It's a great dart there from Robert to settle in.
Linzilla
Holds his throw.
nicknamed. Very good player is Linda.
So we've got another shout out there from a local darts thrower. Just won the league up in Dundalk. Hoping to replicate in Newry. Jared McCartney said I have a lovely voice. Thanks, Jared. So do you.
You can give him that tenner later for saying that.
I think he'll give me a tenner for going easy on him.
100.
It's a good steady visit. Again, just under the wire. 3 very well thrown darts, well grouped. It's a good last start. Robert's really putting pressure on here. And there's a 180. That's fantastic darts from Robert. Robert Morrison really stamping a bit of authority down there. Mark, cool, calm, hits back. Leaves himself a 9-3. 161's a big ask from here from Robert. He'll be looking to find a treble.
65. Fouls required 93.
It's a good leave. Leaves a 2 dart out. Now Mark. Left himself 85 here to hold 15 maybe. No, he's going treble 19. Oh, there we go. Obviously prefers that route. That's 1 each. Robert straight back. He's not taking time to think. It's a good visit. It's always best about it. Don't think too much. Straight in, throw your darts. It's another good visit from Mark. Robert switching down for the 19s. He's going to be frustrated there. Mark's starting to feel a bit of pressure in his throat. It's an awkward lie.
82.
It's a great last start. A good switch to the 19s. This is better.
140.
This is better. It's better from MacLeod. Robert trying to find a response to that 140. Oh, that's unlucky.
Fouls required 158.
Set up shot from here. 18s. Robert needs to find 1 or 2 trebles. There's one.
100. Fouls required 100.
Puts pressure on this 100 check. It's a good effort from Mark. 106. 91. Shots on. Oh, he's just dropped it. He's just dropped it. That leaves Mark with a shout. He need to take a second to compose himself.
No score. Score required 20.
It's pressure there. Robert straight in. Doesn't feel it. Holds his own throw. Good to see the lads having a bit of sport about it. It's a good opener there from Mark. Sublime darts are from Robert Sublime. Mark's not standing down though. He's hitting back.
99.
Again, that's a good visit. Robert needs to continue feinting trebles here.
100.
So he does. Great leg of darts this. The pressure swinging back and forward.
100.
Again, a good visit there from Mark. Oh, that's fantastic there from the big Scotsman, Robert Morrison. Leaves himself 81. Mark with a bit of work to do now. Again, it's a steady ton from Mark, but I don't know if it's enough.
Wales require 103.
103. It's a bit of an ask, but Mark's capable. 83. Went for the 51. Didn't get it. Now to clean up.
79. Scotland require 43.
It's a 9. 34 left. He split it. Oh, what a way to go.
To Scotland.
What a way to go.
With legs.
And that's the break. Robert now throwing for the game. This is a big incentive now to throw for the game to go in again, go 5-4 up.
45.
Mark's going to have to pull something out of somewhere here. It's a steady opening visit. Robert setting up goalposts there. Putting the last one in. His last start letting him down there. Robert's been very strong in the last start. That's more like it. Mark Layton. Again with the last start. Robert's been very, very consistent. He's always seemed to have answered Mark's scoring here. He's got the darts, but only just. Mark's really starting to come on strong with his scoring. He's putting pressure on. It's a good visit, leaves 99. Robert needs to at least find one treble here. And does.
81. Wales require 99.
Now, 99 for Mark Layton. Bring himself back. There's the 9. Experience showing, bit of composure. good last start.
75. Scotland require 115.
115 then for Robert. 97. Not be happy with that.
54. Wales require 24.
24 then for Mark Layton to break straight back. Oh, suffering.
Scotland's last score was 55.
Oh, bounce out.
20.
I don't have the replay of that one, but it looked very close to bouncing straight out of the double. Double 3 for Mark. Shot dart. There it is. The break's not a break unless you hold. And that's a break straight back. And now with the darts, it's Mark Layton. Good to see a good friend, Jared McCartney, watching the darts up at home. Making the dinner.
$42. 43.
It's a good visit there from Robert Morrison. Mark needs to settle in here. So he does. Fill it up then.
177.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good dodge, Jared. Well done, Mark Layton. 177.
125.
And that's a fine answer there from Robert. This leg's really starting to
30.
get down to the nitty gritty here.
$123.
It's a good visit there from Robert. Mark Layton won't panic, he's been here before.
98.
It's a good last start.
153. $123.
It's fantastic darts.
153.
Aye. Mark Layton. It's just under the treble there.
97.
That's a great last start.
30.
Leaving himself 56. Robert for 30. It's a good marker. There it is. Robert Morrison putting Scotland in front. It's a little bit of an upset. Mark Layton just didn't really struggle to get into the game. Robert was clinical. It's going to be a really, really intense game now. With Ross and Mitch coming up next. The crowd are starting to get heavily involved in the games. You can hear them. A couple of shout outs then.
Ladies and gentlemen, set 10.
Game back on from
Welcome to the stage representing Wales, Mitch Butler.
Jared McCartney.
And from Scotland,
Must have nothing better to do than to listen to me all day. Thanks, Jared. Now the Scottish men in front. This is a big game for Wales. It's good etiquette there. Pouring water for both throwers. Like to see that. Phil Taylor likes to see that. Being joined again by now.
Who have we got here, Michal?
We're up to Mitch Butler and Ross McDonald here. Now, the game's kind of gone on an ivy with Scotland edging in front there now. I have to say, now again, Mark Layton was unlucky, but was, to be fair, should probably expected to win. You know, he went up there with the confidence of his team riding high. Jim Williams put them in a great position. He'll be disappointed. He never really got going in it.
You're absolutely right there, but I mean, Ross McDougall is absolutely no mean feat here. Excuse me. Ross is a very good dart player in his own.
I think we've got another varying style of
84.
barrel here from Mitch. What do you think?
Yeah.
The bomber style, as they would have been known.
The bomber style is right, whereas Mitch appears to be throwing with
81.
the new Raymond van Barneveld dart.
Indeed, yeah. RB95s.
You're right.
Again, two different grips, so a pixel at the front with a ringed grip at the top of the dart, so can suit
34.
either style of thrower if you hold the dart at the front or at the back.
You're right.
It's not a bad visit there.
Three scoreboards flying all over the show at the minute.
As long as we can see the score, I don't mind.
Our man Mark will get that sorted.
57. $66. Sorry, 46.
Good check there by Tony. Need to wipe his glasses, I think.
Oh, this is good darts from Mitch.
Mitch is straight back in.
Yeah.
That's
140 puts him what you would feel in prone position.
it's excellent darts.
140.
Ross not hanging about, answering straight back. It's a good last dart.
52.
Yes.
It's a good last dart.
Number 153.
153 for Ross. 93. Oh, that's fine effort. It's a fine effort.
That's a look here.
Ross is a
Ball route.
92.
You look at maybe the
72.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, leaves him 60, but Ross to come in for 36 here. Claim the first leg.
Oh, that looked awkward there, so it did me all.
It's upset him.
It's that double nine I was telling you about. Just
It's one of those awkward ones that throwers don't know whether to. Obviously, when you've only one dart, you have to go, but split our gift. Now Mitch to steal.
and it's just
He's
low
dropped
there.
it.
Yeah.
9.
What Ross needs to concentrate here is the big number.
Exactly.
And
You can see it.
commentator's curse, if you like.
You
but
can see it. You can see it. I think one of the biggest things is the pace that Ross throws at. It doesn't give him a lot of time to settle in and focus on that big number.
no, you're absolutely right.
And again, he didn't take that.
Into the
Super dart from Mitch Butler there. Ross didn't take a lot of time over that double nine. It left himself in that position, you know.
You're right.
he doesn't. No, maybe it's a good thing. He doesn't think about what he has to do. He just goes in and does it. As you can see from his score, and it's very consistent. Different views from different people, I suppose.
Look where you're throwing and throw where you're looking. And that's a 180.
That's a full house. Again, the bomber style darts, the John Lowe style darts, actually, if you like now.
Yep, John Lowe darts has,
I think
advanced
it's never the dart, it's the man throwing them. That's what I always say.
You're 100% right.
The 9 darters on here.
It is.
Commentators curse again.
Yeah.
99.
I don't think Mitch will be thinking about a 9 darter in this. He'll be looking for the steal to throw and to go 2-0 up in the race to 4 here to draw even with Scotland.
Mitch's scoring has been very consistent, hasn't it? Both throwers' scoring has been very consistent, actually.
Been recently informed here by young James Ward there of Scotland that there hasn't been a leg of darts under 20, or sorry, over 21 darts, which is a great standard. But it's, like I say, Michal, it's a standard that we expect at this level.
That's a fantastic effort from Mitch.
Brilliant finish there from Mitch.
Your treble 17, all important there. But you're 100% right now. I think the level of darts that's being thrown here, the caliber of thrower that we have, it's really shining through.
137.
And relentless again, that the score, and he's piling on the pressure here onto Ross. And to be quite honest with you, Ross will be feeling it at this stage. He's 2-0 down.
59.
You can tell the first 2 legs, those 3 darts, there was at least 1 treble in them.
Yep, you're absolutely right. The Facebook's going again here, Michal. We've got Chris Quigley there from Killilea. And he's
36.
looking to shout out to Julianne Gracie and himself and apologising for not being able to make it this weekend. Well, Chris, that's not good enough. You should have been here cheering on the home nation, Northern Ireland, who is up in action here later this afternoon. But we wish you all the best back in Killilea.
23.
There's 23 from a man who just threw 5 perfect darts of a 9. It can happen us all.
It's a funny game.
Here's Ross in to punish.
177.
And that is punishing right there. You feel though that Ross really needs to take this leg.
100.
Needs to play himself back in. This would help a leg against the darts.
60. 60. Scotland require 124.
Ross coming in with a 1-2-4. He'll not be happy with that.
He's just sitting having a think here, Michal. He doesn't want to be rushing anything. He knows how crucial to getting a chalk on the board is here.
72. Wales require 145.
He went for the 3-10s on 62. It's the right option. Although, here we go again. Here we go again.
125.
Mitch will be looking at a new nickname after this weekend. Big finish.
Yeah,
Big finish.
Mitch.
Big finish, Mitch.
He's looking for double 8.
No score.
He's busted.
He's busted it.
Wales 20.
You can hear the groans. It's something about darts too that you're always advised. Mitch punishes 3-0. Ross is really feeling the pressure now.
Yes.
But Mitch obviously understanding, and I think you can tell by the reaction of your opponent when they're frustrated, and it gives you a slight edge and confidence. What do you think now?
No, I think you're right. Mitch is absolutely flying here at the minute.
He really is. Yeah, he's scoring so heavily.
And not only that, not only does Mitch, does Ross have to win the next 4 on the bounce to win, but I mean he'd just be thinking,
60.
What's happened?
what has happened here? Yeah,
Particularly after the first 2 legs, he was phenomenally good.
Yeah.
Missed doubles. Again, going back to that double 9, how quickly he threw that dart.
He needs a perfect run here. He needs 4 straight legs, and it's a big ask. He's more than capable. This man is more than capable of 4 on a bounce, but
Absolutely.
doing
I
it
think
under this pressure.
he almost needs to focus on just getting 1. Get 1, then you can get 2. If you're looking at it as a bigger picture, as you say now, and you're looking at, I have to win 4, you're putting yourself under too much pressure. Just
100.
each leg is its own. But Mitch is relentless on the trebles. He's
It's
really-
a fabulous display from the Welshman here, Michal.
45.
And again, it comes down to what you had said earlier. This game's getting into the deep trenches now.
Yeah, the nitty-gritty stages of the game.
Big finish. Mitch sitting on 117. Wonder will he have a go at that?
45. Brothers require 117.
117, absolutely. I mean, it's just a
He's
17
hit the
and
first.
tops now, yeah,
He's hit the first every time for those big finishes.
and he'll ping it.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's a great
No
effort,
pressure
Mitch.
on that shot there, and realistically,
That's it.
He had nothing to worry about. If it was a bull finish, I sense that Mitch would have had a look and left the double, because at this latter stage of the game, he's sitting 3-0 up. He just wanted to clean up the game as quick as he could.
There it is. So, Mitch Butler evens it up again.
And I'm going to have to love yous and leave yous. I believe that I am due on stage to call the final 2 games of this tie between Wales and Scotland. So I'll pass you over to Michal.
Thanks, Niall. So, Alan Suter up next. So, with him alone in the game, it should prove to be a good one. Five each.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to set 11. Would you please welcome from Wales, Jesse Hill, and from Scotland, Alan Suter. And the referee for this match will be Nailini.
So, Jesse Hill on the stage. Alan swiftly behind. And the impeccably dressed Niall Heaney there to call. See Alan's action there. Again, very little body movement. Expect this game to be fast-paced.
Set. First leg, it's
Scotland to throw first. Game on.
So, Alan Suter to kick off the game. It's a steady opening 3 darts. Jesse to come in behind.
$46.
Picture concentration here.
58.
Both throwers knowing what this means to their country. It's a steady visit by Jesse. Alan again, all focus.
60.
He's disappointed with that. It's a good last start there after 2 loose ones from Jesse. It's better from Alan Suter. Jesse needs to score here to pull himself back into this leg.
59.
Just hasn't fully settled. He's left a 1-2-4. Argentina 140.
134.
Or a 1-3-4 will do. Leaves a good finish.
56. Wales require 132.
3-2 then. Ton left there for Jesse. I'll start in hand. Oh, he's took an unfortunate knock off the flight there.
68.
68 going in then for Alan Suter. Double 16.
52. Wales require 95.
95 going in then for Jesse. It's 45 left. It's the 13. And that's clinical. That's clinical. It's gone against Alan, the first one. I'm not sure how happy he'll be at that. Again, that's a loose start. That 5 from Jesse. You'd expect he'd want a steadier start than that.
46.
You can tell the pressure the game's getting to both players.
85.
Such a good first start. Next 2 let him down there, Jesse. And again. And again. That's more like Alan Suter. An experienced campaigner. Jesse trying to hit back straight away.
87.
These guys have worked hard to get onto the international stage. Don't want to let themselves down.
$100. 134.
That's another good visit from Jesse. Alan's in again.
95. Wales require 150.
50 in for Jesse.
32. Scotland require 80.
Pressure on the 80 here for Alan. It's unlucky. No, double 19. Shot. That's 2-0. Jesse Heal has been absolutely clinical here. throughout. His scoring has been good. It hasn't been great, but his finishing has been clinical.
96. $100.
It's better from Jesse.
$60.
Big thanks to everybody for watching on McAvoy Darts, streaming live from YouTube and on Facebook.
100.
Appreciate anybody who's shared the links. Big thanks to Mark McAvoy for streaming the coverage and the footage for everybody. Doing a great job.
45.
This is what I mean by Jesse. It's slightly inconsistent on the scoring. But Alan needs to be punishing him more.
46.
The pressure of these games when you get to this stage. Later on in the match. 5 each.
125.
Jesse pulls out a big one. Alan's composing himself. It's not a bad thing to do. Take a second. Regroup.
58.
You can see in his reaction he's not happy with that.
$57.
Again.
160.
There's a finish on, but it's a big ask. That's the first one. It's the second one.
140.
And that's a superb effort, but just falling short. Now, Jesse's been clinical. And again. Well, it's tough for Alan Suter to compete with that. Simply put, that is outstanding finishing. When you're getting to a double, you're taking it.
40.
Again, there you can just see that 3-0 up, but there's still the inconsistency there within Jesse's scoring and finishing. I mean, his finishing's absolutely clinical, but he just seems to go through 6 or 9 darts and that can be patchy. You follow it up though with a 140 or a 135, 137.
95.
Whereas Alan's slightly more consistent, but he just doesn't appear to be hitting the big numbers to leave the good out shots.
45. $60. 85.
Again, that loose last start. Go on then. There we go.
180.
Super darts from Alan. Jesse not taking time to think about it.
100.
Responding with a ton.
66.
Now, 6 darts at 66 for Alan to get a leg on the board. He'll follow that. 36.
48.
He's left himself 18. As we've seen in the last game, didn't do Ross any favours.
59. Scotland Fire 18.
Big single required. 2 4s.
14.
He's struggled on those doubles.
126.
Just a win outright. That's the first one. That's unlucky.
96.
I don't think he was.
94.
I don't think he was expecting that treble 7.
Scotland require 4.
Now, there's pressure on this dart. That man does not feel pressure.
Scotland.
Straight in from Alan Suter.
15 Scotland.
Puts himself on the board.
Game on.
He knows he may have got away with one there. The Scottish team are doing all they can to cheer him on.
$100. $85.
Good opener there from Alan. Jesse's responded.
$140.
Alan seems to be settled in now.
125.
It's a good response from Jesse. Jesse really knows he's in a game now.
60.
It's one of the best 60s you'll ever see. Again, Jesse back into the treble, starting to find more consistency in the scoring. There's a 137. It's fantastic scoring, leaves himself on 5-4. Again, good scoring from Alan. So 56 left for the Watchman. Alan knows this is important. 81. He really felt he needed that treble 19. Now, Jesse for the win.
36.
And his clinical finishing's let him down there.
52.
Now to go 3-2 within a leg. Can feel the tension in the crowd.
36.
And Alan's really upset at that one. Jesse's just busted. That's the game. The crowd are really getting involved in this one now. You can tell it means a lot to them. Jesse now really needs to step up on this one.
60.
If he wants to close out, he has to do it on his own throw. Doesn't want to leave himself the job of having to go to a deciding leg.
$100. $121.
It's good darts.
$137.
Alan Suter's just got his mojo back. Just seems to be finding them.
30.
Again, Jesse's feeling the pressure. That's a fantastic last dart.
$60. $96.
It's good darts again. Alan Suter's left himself a finish.
100.
Again, he felt that Jesse needed 2 trebles. Alan from 72.
40.
Will not be happy at that. Didn't get a shot. Still on. 58. You felt Jesse needed more. And there's the shot. And now, from 3-0 down, Alan Suter's put himself in a position to win this. Now you feel this is a big, big leg in the run of this whole tournament. From 3-0 down, Alan Suter's now thrown to win his game. He'll not be happy with opening like that though. That's a good opening from Jesse. The crowd are really getting behind their teams here. It's not a bad visit. The tension is palpable, you can taste it.
45.
Alan Suter really putting pressure on Jesse here. Jesse's not happy with that. As I had said, it was the consistency of his scoring. His doubles were there.
137.
Again, Alan Suter on 92. Tremendous starts here.
55.
Jesse's just not feeling it. 32. That is fantastic from Alan Suter. From 3-0 down, out of nowhere, turn the mojo on. Jesse, he'll be kicking himself. He just felt there was a chance there to win it. He'll be kicking himself at that one. You can see there, it meant a lot.
Can I call David Morris of Wales and Ian Jolly from Scotland?
David Morris here with a job in his hands. Ian Jolly looking to close out a very good Scottish performance. There's been very little in it. All these games have been very tight. You see another great turnout for darts in Bellinis Newry, streamed by McAvoy Darts. These two men know what this is all about. Important game.
Well set, first name is Wheels the Zoomers. Game on.
It's a solid start there from David Morris. Good opening. Thrown with a long barrel. Nerd dart again. Ian Jolly, an experienced campaigner. Great opening 3 darts. Excuse me, not an earl dart, ringed dart. Versus what could be possibly a smooth barrel.
60.
Good friend of ours, John Morgan. Also used to throw him with a long, smooth barrel.
134.
It's consistent scoring from the big Welshman. As Niall said earlier.
60. Check. 45.
Good man, Niall. Good check. As Niall mentioned earlier, Ted Hankey style, bull nose, long, smooth barrel for Ian Jolly. That treble 18 is fantastic switching for David Moore. Absolutely fantastic switching. And a great last start there from Ian Jolly. Down for the 20.
20.
Just on the wire. Just on the wire. But no finish here for Ian. Setup's all important though.
Wheels required 20.
Now David for the first leg. Double 5. Just low, he's just dropped it low.
111.
Ian Jolly, 111 here. You can see the disappointment from that dart. When you have that opportunity,
Wheels required 5.
you have that opportunity, you expect to take it this level. Some nervy darts here. Very, very important game. See him talking to himself there, Big David. Trying to talk himself into it.
41.
41 for Ian Jolly. 32. He's just gone outside.
9 scores.
He's gone outside again.
Wheels required 4.
Yes, that's the leg.
Second leg, it's Scotland through first.
Took a while to get there. Never count people out though. Seen with the last game. Alan Suter 3-0 down the last one. Comes back to win 4-3. Jesse Hill missed match starts. Both three throwers potentially throwing with under a little bit of pressure.
100.
Feeling a bit of tension in their arms. It's understandable. Represent your country.
58.
There hasn't been that impeccably high scoring that we've seen in the previous legs, previous games. It's a great last start there for me and Jolly. Just feel that the concentration levels are that high required for this. It's that what pulls you through. Whoever can focus long enough and hard enough.
95.
Any dips in concentration at all can really cost you at this level.
60. Scotland require 112.
Now David needs a big one here to put any sort of pressure on that. And out of nowhere he's found a 140.
56.
How does Ian deal with that? Pressure on this.
36. Wales require 101.
Now David, you have a chance. He's letting the Scotsman back.
57. Scotland require 20.
Ian, 2 10s. Just inside. Oh, he's dropped that low. You can see.
16.
You can see what it means to the team behind him.
44.
This will be for a steal. To go 2-0 up. 35. Big single hit. 32. Now, with 4 left, Ian Jolly really needs this. Level up the legs. There it is. That'll mean a lot to settle him in now. You can see there from David talking to himself. Come on, he said. And he's found a good score to open up with. It's a good answer from Ian. Both these men, methodical throwers. Think,
58.
set and throw. Nothing rushed. It's a great action. As you can see, when your stance is right, your body's set, you tell the arm what to do, it can do it. As you've seen there from Ian Jolly. See David, very little movement there as well.
140.
And answers just as strongly. This game's starting to take light. Someone's lit the touch paper, as they say.
30.
There's a commentator's curse for you. Again, when it's getting down to the latter stages of each leg, both players feeling the heat.
Wales require 144.
It's a good ton. It's a big ask here for Ian. 161. He's capable, but it's a big ask. Stand up.
Wales require 44.
It's 12 or 32.
And
that's clinical. Wheels 2 up. It's going with throw. Ian will know coming into this what he has to do.
100.
Wants to hold his throw.
59.
Ian, both throwers having to dig deep here. Feeling the enormity of the task at hand. Ian just taking a second. I'm working for him. I'm working for him. It's a good ton. He's making David Morris score here. He's making him. He's putting extra pressure on his throw. And you can see it. He's left to finish off the big one required here from David Morris. It's a good start. As he just clipped a flight there, I think.
81.
Still not, it's not what he wanted. Solid visit, but not what he wanted. You can see what that means, Dean. He's walking away with purpose there. Another treble might help.
100.
It's a good visit, but I'm just not sure it's going to be enough in this leg from David. Ian Jolly. Clinical to go 2 each. Now we've got a sprint. Pivotal leg.
96.
Ian Jolly just seems to have a little more consistency here. He seems to have found a rhythm that's suiting him.
134.
David's answering well. The quality of darts thrown today has been fantastic.
60.
It's a well thrown 60. It's a fantastic last start of game again, Jolly. Answer required from David. He's just gone under the treble with the first start. It's made it awkward.
60.
Yeah, I thought there was a blocker in there. It's made it awkward for him. It's 81 and leaves the finish. Now David. Set up. Back to the 20s. Let's have 94. 160 out then. Oh, he'll not want that. 102.
78. Wheels required 94.
So, all important now from David. .32 then.
78.
He's just gone inside the wire.
82.
Now this gives Ian a shot against the darts. 17 for tops. Oh. You can see the reaction of the crowd there. He's just taking a second to compose himself. It's an unfortunate dart. We've all done it.
62. Wheels require 16.
Now, David. Bit of a blocker in there. Oh, he used it. He used it as a guide. He's held his throw. Now, Ian Jolly has to get over that quickly. He was in prime position. Slight bit of bad luck. He's lost that leg.
60.
So he's got over it quite well. Steady 60. Settled himself back into the leg. David Morris, though. The blood will be pumping. Adrenaline will be kicking in here.
60.
You can see the finish line. Ian Jolly again with a 180. He's knocking on the door. I haven't gone away, David. Haven't gone away. Alright, David to respond. That's a steady response from the Welshman. Ian, a picture of focus at the moment. He's lost a flight there. Again, it's a well thrown 60. Ian Jolly with a 60 of his own. Really needed a 140 here on this visit, David.
60.
It's unfortunate. First start blocker. Ian for 141. It's a good dart. Now a big score required here to put some form of pressure on that. David's just slightly high. It's a great last start, but I'm not sure if it's enough. 46 then. That's clinical. Again. Now, huge pressure on this one for David. Ian Jolly composing himself. This is why they come to these events. This is the level of darts they're at to play in these big games. It's a steady 60 again. They're following each other regularly. .58 on his own throw. David will wanted more there. Ian Jolly again, the concentration. Geeing himself up, talking to himself. Shout out to Keith Riddle, Martin McGill watching us live on Facebook. It's more like it. David will be happier with that. Ian's going to be answering though. He's answered. There's still no breathing room here for the Welshman.
You can really feel the tension in those darts now. Again, they're just following each other. They know each other too well, these two players. They've put on a fantastic display in this last game. David Feint travels just at the right time. Oh, that's fantastic. To find a 180 under this pressure, this leg. Ian Jolly's following again. He's got a ton in. No, 58. First in. It's low. And the shot. And an excellent result overall. It's unlucky for Ian Jolly. Threw extremely well there. David Morris deserves all the credit there. He's under intense pressure to represent his team there and get the draw out of that. Going in. Game down. Again, just like to thank Mark McAvoy from McAvoy Streaming for having this live on Facebook and YouTube for you all to enjoy. Give Mark a shout on Facebook or YouTube. Back over to Anthony Dundas.
We're going to take about a half-hour break. It's 1:45 just now, so we'll be back for our next match at 1:15, and it will be the final ladies match as the ladies of Wales take on the ladies of Northern Ireland.
Thanks, Anthony. Apologies to any of the guys watching on Facebook that after 4 hours they do cut the stream, so we had to reboot it. But we'll be back now again. About a half-hour break now. So in the meantime, stay tuned. Keep looking out for the links. Subscribe to McAvoy Darts on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. We'll keep you up to date. The latest from the Celtic Challenge. Here we are, folks. Welcome back. Micheál McAvoy, commentator, and I'm joined by
Lloyd
Welsh
Browning.
international thrower Lloyd Browning. Hi, Lloyd.
How are you, Micheál?
Looking forward to this one. Should be good. Your
be
ladies
good.
against ours.
Yeah. First up, our captain, Rian Edwards. Drafted in. First weekend away with Wales.
Looking forward to this one now.
Feel absolutely brilliant. Had a few to drink, Micheál, as you all have.
Good.
So our captain, Rian.
Oh,
I
here
think
to
she's
be
going to do the
enjoyed.
business. What do you reckon?
Oh, I think it's going to be a tight game. The Northern Ireland ladies have played well.
Yeah.
They've got Newry's very own Anna Madigan playing for them for the first time. It's a big shout out for her getting on the international stage. Anna plays local league darts in Newry with ourselves. Very good thrower. Just 3 weeks ago, we were throwing in the Grand Slam of darts in Newry here, and she took out a 170 against yours truly. So Anna's very capable.
Fantastic darts. I think we're in for a good game. Here we go. There's some stats.
On the first step, please welcome to the stage, representing Northern Ireland, Margaret Coulter.
Mags Coulter. Been on the international scene now for a couple of years.
Representing Wales, Rian
Class player.
O'Sullivan.
Here she goes. Also known as, people logging on might know it as Rian Edwards. But, you know, she is married now. It's Rian O'Sullivan. Glamorgan captain, Wales captain. Fantastic dance player. Here we go.
There's Mags yesterday. A lovely check out on the bull, the winner game.
Class dance. Class out. Wales ladies looking here now.
Rian making her weight. That's the main game started already,
Yeah.
Lloyd.
You know, Wales ladies looking to make the most of it. I think the results went their way yesterday. I thought they were fantastic yesterday. Wales ladies,
It was a great
everybody,
day of
all the Welsh ladies yesterday, especially The only one I lost was Nikki Goldsmith, making a debut. She played absolutely fantastic. The warm-up tournament on the Friday night, the Welsh ladies really run rampant in that, really. And here we go. Just have a little look at Rian and
Mags again, a consistent throw.
And Mags.
Every time, as you'll see, she doesn't move. The body doesn't move, the head doesn't move. The arm action's repetitive. Getting into that rhythm.
Class. I think we got a 10-pound bet going on here, I think.
Wouldn't need to be pulling any 10-pound bets on me. It's not payday to Wednesday, like.
I've had a pair. It is lovely. Oh, great support over here from the Welsh team. The men didn't do too well. A couple of new players. There's Jim Williams coming in the back there, captain, or should be captain.
Jim's a fantastic thrower.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first leg, wheels with darts. Game on.
Round leading off.
$140.
Fantastic from the Welsh captain, Rian. 140. As she does.
100.
Answer and back. Solid ton. Good answer.
Can be a cracker.
28.
Loose last one there from Rian. Just taking time to settle in.
She's settling in, I think. She's settling in.
$30.
So enough. Here she goes over again.
81.
Not bad.
$100.
Very good darts. Good darts.
Rian straight back into the treble. And another.
Here we go.
Another 140.
140.
140, 81, 140. She's class.
The scoring's
Don't
just
tell me she's not
fantastic.
She's a heavy scorer.
That's unlucky.
40. Wales requires 112.
More than capable. 21.
40.
Solid. Mags needs a big one here.
$11. Wales requires 72.
Just Rian's type of shot. 20 for tops. Here we go. Ooh.
33.
Yeah, Mags still needs a big one here.
$36.
You
Wales
go, Rian.
requires 39.
39. Should go 732. And
Yes. First leg.
Yeah.
it's a strong
Fantastic.
first leg there from Rian.
Very strong. Rian. She don't mess about. She's up and at them.
What would have been the team talk there, Lloyd, from Rian for the rest of the girls before they come up here?
You know.
25.
It's like the Morgan. I couldn't understand them. They don't like a drink and that. No, class dance. Rian, you know.
100.
Solid
You know, she class act. You know, we don't lose in 2 lakeside finals for nothing. This is why Rian is where she is now. Glamorgan captain, Welsh captain.
40.
Proud of starts all the time.
You can tell she's a quality player.
Here she goes again.
100.
She's finding the treble every visit.
Solid. Even when she's struggling, she catches it. You know.
Mags still fighting trebles herself.
Hey,
100.
The game's in her. It's just whether or not I suppose she can find the consistency.
here we go. Look at this from Rian. I think we're gonna end up arguing, aren't we?
100.
Great
You
darts
can
from
appreciate
Rian
good darts
again.
anyway.
Yeah, hey, whoever's thrown them, men, women, class. Here we go. Look at this. Go on, get in there. Yeah.
155.
Good darts from Mags Coulter.
Yes. Look at this
Down
from
straight
Rian.
in
Look at this
after.
from Rian. Look at this. Don't mess about.
100.
Great dance from Rian.
Game's being played at a mighty pace, isn't it?
Aye, it's going a bit quick in there, huh? Yeah. God alive. Somebody's going back and forth that bar.
44.
Switch downstairs didn't
This
work.
requires 101.
Great dance.
She leaves the finish Thursday.
She's not going in there.
This is phenomenal.
Yay!
Phenomenal stuff.
Go on, Rian!
This is phenomenal stuff from Rian.
Absolutely superb.
Belmeg, Wales with that.
Welsh captain. Yeah,
Nailed
baby.
down.
Yeah, baby.
Mags needs a bit of it to go her way.
Yeah. I wanted to win quick because it's her round.
81.
That's great dance from Rian.
Never a truer word spoke.
Mag's not playing the bad dance here, is she? You know, let's be honest. Like,
She's doing nothing wrong. She's doing nothing wrong. But the level of scoring, I mean,
26.
you can't see her average up here at the minute, but Rihan's average is very, very high at the minute.
she does it all the time. It's a bit sly like that.
Fine, that's right.
100.
Yes. Great dance, Rian.
You can tell that Mags is starting to feel the heat here. She's still fighting back. Every dart she's
Great
fighting back.
dance. Great dance.
81.
Solid score. Solid score. Rihanna, what type of dart?
Oh,
43.
all right. She's swapping and changing in the last couple of months, apparently. So we told in Glamorgan.
See Mags there with a
85.
her preferred style.
Yeah. Rian just gets on with it. She gets on with it. Here she goes.
100.
Rihanna looks to be throwing similar John Lowe style darts. Maybe 24 grams.
Big thick dart. She have changed them lately, but
45.
I don't know about Mags. I don't know Mags too much, but Rian have changed them. She's changed her throw a little bit.
It's working
But
for her.
working for her.
Certainly working.
God damn it.
157.
The lead tops, what a visit.
Superb. Absolutely superb.
Mags Coulter, who's done very little wrong in this, is looking down the barrel, being 3-0 down here.
81.
3-0 is a win for
This
Wales.
requires 40.
Fantastic dance again.
20.
20 for Rian. Magni, she needs a big one.
$45.
Here we go, Captain of Wales, Rian Edwards.
No score.
A little bit of pressure on Mags.
Ireland requires 138.
It's a big ask here for Mags, but there's the potential there. She's capable.
Two good darts, really.
100.
Again, it's a good lead. Puts a little bit of pressure on Rian,
Captain of Wales from the off.
but she's
From the
dealt
off.
with it. And
Game.
there it
Game
is.
shot in the first set. Wales.
Rian leading from the front there.
Great game, great game.
Mags Coulter can walk away with her head held high. Did very little wrong there.
Not a lot wrong with that. Rian, Captain of Wales, you know, Captain of Glamorgan. She don't mess about. Fair play to her. She don't mess about. Out of the text her now. I think she's around.
Should be looking for the real ill for you.
Hey, class player, absolutely class. When she's back on the circuit, she just had, last couple of months.
It's been
Little
interesting.
baby, it's been interesting.
It's been interesting to see the level that the ladies are throwing out here. They're actually just showing that the level in ladies darts at the minute across the BDO is second to none, really, isn't it? It's
Phenomenal dance. Rian, she had a couple of, few months off, Rian, because of family issues, child or whatever. But come back to Morgan, Welsh captain. Rian be back. She's absolutely phenomenal.
yeah, you can clearly see that she's got
Okay,
the
second set.
more than that.
MacLeod from Northern Ireland, and Ryan Griffiths
Yep.
from Wales. Rian.
Should be good.
Rian Griffiths is coming up. Newry's own Adam Madigan. So this is a big outing for Anna.
good. Bit.
Sound engineer Mark there, just helping us out.
Helping us out. Not talking loud enough, not like me. On a Friday night, I believe, John.
Ian now. Hannah Madigan, a methodical thrower.
Yes.
Straight arm, aim, back and pull. You know, I mean, you can see there just in the stance, nothing moves. The arm is the only thing that's moving. And let me tell you, when I'm seeing a 170 taken out against me 2 weeks ago, I know this woman's got class.
Friday night, I was watching on Friday night. She played well. Open tournament Friday night. All the international players. And, open to everybody who wanted to come.
Second set.
Solid. What do you got?
Great venue for darts too.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Darts open.
Fantastic.
One of the biggest in the country.
Fantastic. We've all been made to feel more than welcome. Here we go.
Folk will look after you.
Oh, yeah.
Very folk will look after you.
Hey, I've had a couple of pints.
It's a steady opening there from Anna.
Here we go. Rhian Griffiths. I would say the best Welsh lady at the moment. So solid. Absolutely fantastic.
Fortunate. Bounce out there.
She is mixing it with the big girls at the moment.
The Anastasias, Data Hedmans.
Oh my good God, yeah, they're all class in it, you know.
55.
Again.
You got Rhian, we got our Rhian. Like you said, Anastasia, Dieter Edmund, Lisa Ashton. Phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
70.
It's certainly giving the men a run for their money.
Yeah,
They
100%.
know they're in a game.
Oh,
They're in an
100%.
open tournament. You see any of those ladies coming up against you, you know that you're in for a game.
Oh, God.
36.
Yeah, maybe just a few nerves there with Anna on the home venue and home crowd watching. Just maybe first time on the international stage for her.
She's settling.
It's another bounce out, that's unfortunate.
150.
That's
Superb recovery,
fabulous
boys,
stars
isn't
from Rhian there. Fabulous. That's music. 120 with a bouncer. How's that?
120 floor.
1-2 floor, yeah. It's cracking darts, isn't it, you know. You can't take them lightly. You cannot take the ladies lightly anymore.
Absolutely not. No. They're putting in the same effort and the same time as any of the male contenders that we have.
Oh,
that's
good.
They're
Good,
throwing
like.
as many darts. They're going to as many tournaments.
60.
Split darts from Rhian again. You look at Rhian's throw. She's on the hockey, looking at it, solid. There's no movement, like you said. Cracking darts, absolutely cracking darts.
See there from Anna, exact same.
Same. It's great to see.
Just settling back in there. I like that. Just
Getting into it.
focus, put a steady score on the board, get yourself back into the leg. You can see there from Rhian, though, there's actually the stance is actually quite aggressive, isn't it? It's quite aggressive towards the board. She's forced on where she wants to put the darts.
Cracking.
Anna's a bit more
That side on
methodical
throw,
about it.
that side on angle when Rhian's throwing is phenomenal. That's great.
Again,
If we can get that angle up again when Rhian's throwing, what a throw! Everything's steady. Here we go. Follow through. Look at that.
The bend of the elbow there.
Any youngsters watching, follow Rhian.
Absolutely, yeah.
41.
Again, Anna just methodical about her approach. Nothing really changes in her throw. Nothing changes in how she approaches each throw. Good score, bad score, doesn't really matter. She's got the right attitude for darts. She looks to the double. She looks to the end game. She doesn't think about in between. Rhian here again, aggressive. Even just looking into her eyes, as she's throwing, you can see how focused she is.
153.
how focused she is on every dart. You know, the concentration levels at this level are just immense. You know, I think for me to get that sort of concentration levels, I need 10 energy drinks in me or something. But
Yeah, we've had a few Red Bulls. There we go. Rian, it's just, you know, this is just, here we go. Look at this, double 19.
straightforward.
That's great. 3 for double 8. Straightforward. Fantastic darts. Fantastic darts again.
108 with no Anna's more than capable.
What's your favourite? I'd go 19s. What's she going to go for? I think she's up the top.
20s, you're throwing it.
Oh,
she's going 18.
Treble 18. Is that there? It's there, isn't it?
I think she's got 72 left. I think it's 36 head. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Straight darts. But Rian out. She'll go out. She's good as gold.
Just inside the wire. Double 4.
Double 2's her favourite. Oh! There we go. 2 up for Rian.
Second leg, wheels with darts.
Fantastic dance from Rian. There we go. Again.
30.
Been a fantastic weekend of darts, though.
It really has, yeah, absolutely.
Really, yeah.
We were just watching in the last men's game there, yourselves against Scotland, and to be fair, I think there might have been 3 legs in the entire game over 21 darts. I mean, that's phenomenal stuff.
It's good going. It's good going. It's good going.
It is truly international standard. You know,
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not something to be laughed at. I mean, anybody who's up there on that stage playing and throwing at that level is really earned it.
100.
It's tough stuff. It's tough stuff.
To get on these international teams and to be performing at that level, it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of talents. You know, and that's unfortunate. That's clipped straight off the wire.
Good dance. Good dance. She's solid there. Rian, I think Rian's going to take control here now. Solid dance. Here we go. This is where she thrives. Rian, she'll probably put one in. Yep. 85. Yeah. Top class.
It's a punishing move.
Yeah, that's
Rian.
Rian.
The treble after a bounce out for your opponent.
She'll pounce on it. She'll pounce on it.
That's it. It's a
That's
punishing
Rian.
move. Any thrower worth their salt, it's built into them. I said that myself and Mel were having a chat earlier.
Like you said, Anna, I've done nothing wrong here, really. It's great darts.
Great darts, Anna.
Rian showing a class, I think, to be honest with you.
I think experience is really telling here.
93.
No, big stage experience is showing you, yeah.
Game experience.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and to be honest, it is a big stage to be thrown for your country in your home venue. You know. There's an added pressure.
60.
And I think
Pressure's on you, isn't it?
so far in this, Anna has really equipped herself well, hasn't she?
Well, she's done nothing wrong, really. If she, Rian is just, like I said, showing a class. Welsh International for the last couple of years. Lakeside, she's regular on a TV stage.
That's it.
So she's doing the business. But
I'm now a regular on McAvoy Darts streaming.
And McAvoy Darts streaming. So we got the ad in there, yeah.
That's it.
But Anna have done nothing wrong, and she, she's good as gold.
81.
Unfortunate clip the flight there into the one.
133.
133. What way are you going for it, Lloyd?
Oh, well, I wouldn't have gone
You
small
wouldn't have
7.
You wouldn't have started 7. I wouldn't have started 7 myself.
No, but hey, look at that. 77, yeah. Look at that.
Great recovery.
Leave 56, I go, well, That's good going, isn't it? 213. She's in the shout. I think she's, she got it at 20 now at least. Yeah, great darts. That's great darts. That's great darts. Good pressure. But I think Rian will go out. 48. Favourite out. Here we go. Double top. Ooh.
16.
She needs to move back to those double 2s.
Yeah. She needs to scoop it over.
Anna's in with a shout here.
Here we go.
Pressure on it though.
Oh, great. And it's great to see.
It's just on the wire. Still on. That's
Oh,
in.
here we go. Bull.
And the bull out.
For the second leg. Oh.
It's a good leave, Anna.
90.
You have left tops.
So they both on tops.
Much pressure on Rian.
Rian first. I think she'll go out.
It's a great marker, isn't it? She's dropped that one. Just on the wire.
That's
now.
on the wire.
This is a chance for Anna.
Requires 40.
This is a chance for Anna. You can see she's really settled in this leg.
Yeah, she's starting to settle in, and Rian is starting to miss. I think Rian's starting to make a meal of it.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh my God, that's really on the wire.
Oh.
Yes.
Not there from Anna.
Requires 20.
Come on then, Rian. Get it done, girl. For Wales. As you do.
It's a good
It's
marker.
a good dart, isn't it? Oh my God.
Two of them. Now, sticker twist. Straight for your double 19.
Wow, but you gotta go for it, I think, to be honest.
There it is. And that's Anna's
Fair play.
quality showing.
Fair play. It's good out. Oh, that was a break of throw, was it? That was a break of throw?
That was against the darts.
Oh, I thought they were 1-for-1.
Against the darts.
Oh, fair play. Home crowd, home venue. Spooner on.
And
Come
now
on there,
settling
Rian.
in well. Settling in well, Anna.
Good dance, good start.
Still can just see there's that experience level in
Yeah,
Rian.
I
that,
think so. I think so.
you
I
know,
think.
I don't believe that losing that leg's going to knock the wind out of her seals. You know. Oh,
That's good dance.
she just didn't get up quick enough for that 5.
No, I think.
You can feel the tension though. Both teams are.
It's a
feeling-
bit nervy. It's a bit nervy. I think.
both teams are sort of looking at it and thinking, you know,
41.
these games, they kind of hang on a knife edge. You know what I mean? And,
I think the home crowd are probably giving them a little bit of edge and a little bit more, 10% more.
it'll really be up to
85.
it'll really be up to Rian here to stamp her authority on this one. I think.
She's good enough. I think Anna Bayer, if she slows it down and keeps going for it, catches that treble every now and again, and
26.
makes it
loose
into a
visit.
scrap. Makes it into a scrap. She's given the chance. She's given the chance.
She wants
If
to-
she goes toe to toe, Rian's going to beat her. Let's be honest. She is going to beat her.
Well, I think it's simply a matter of Rian
100.
having to take that approach that she
Yeah,
she
yeah.
feels that she has the
Oh,
big
yeah.
game
And
experience
she will. She might even go 2-1 down Rian, but then she'll kick in. She knows the score.
that sounds more hopeful than knowledgeable there, Lloyd.
41.
I'm writing scores down and praying. I think. There we are.
For anybody that can't see it, Lloyd's giving me a page full of stats here.
And I'm on the pale ale.
Rian again
85.
finding the treble. It's just that consistency Rian has, I think, is pulling her through these legs. Anna's done very little wrong, but she's had 1 or 2 visits that have just gone a little awry, and it's been
Consistency
polished,
is that little bit of class when you're on that stage,
41.
when you're on the big stage,
Requires 151.
and Rian is on that big stage on a regular basis.
88. She's taking a second to compose herself. Think about what way she wants to go. She'll leave 28 or will she travel 16?
Yeah, fantastic,
Great dart.
fantastic,
11.
fantastic dance. That's what I mean. Big stage. She knows what to do.
That's it.
Fantastic. Anna's done nothing wrong. Great dance.
45.
Come on, then, Rian.
Requires 40.
Just that one loose start at the end.
I think she'll go out, Rian. Put it in. Yes.
Wales with dance.
Now this is where
Game on.
you think that Rian will really come into her own here, yeah?
Oh,
Stamp her authority in this last leg.
Rian is starting authority.
She's starting well.
Class act. Big stage.
70.
Again,
She's on the big stage on a regular basis.
I've been watching.
Anna doesn't do anything wrong. Class player.
Yeah.
Solid, but Rian knows the score. She's going to just turn it in. I think she'll
management.
turn it in. Game. There we are. Fantastic. Game management. Put the Welsh ladies 2-0 up.
45.
And I honestly think the Welsh ladies at the moment are the best in the world.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
team level.
Oh, team level, fantastic. Look at him. Rian. See Rian just behind her shoulder there, having a sip.
85.
Shows too, look at Rian, team captain, sitting as close as she can to the stage. Keeping the guys right, keeping the girls right.
She's in charge. Let me tell you.
That's it, yeah.
I play Glamorgan darts with Rian and she's in charge. Let me tell you, she's in charge.
41.
Ian.
If Rian says jump, you ask her where to land. No, she does owe me a pint actually.
At this rate, you're going to have a lot of pints.
Wayne Davis, there's a few of them this weekend owe me a pint, let me tell you that. But I've been on the water all afternoon, so you know.
You have stayed locally, found the delightful cuisine of Newry.
Yeah. Italian and Indian.
We've got them all.
Here we go then. Rian, she'll kick him there. She'll kick him. There we go. This might be a 180. This might be a 180. I called it. Hey. I don't have to know my darts, lads.
Call you Mystic Meg. There's Anna kicking back.
There we go. Look at this. It's great, isn't it? Great. Women.
This
Go
might be
on.
a 182.
Chuck one in then.
Oh, that's unlucky, Anna.
25.
I think Rian got them.
Wales require
It's a
81.
good answer.
Come on, Henry. Oh, set it up. Yes. Set it up. Oh, double. Oh,
49.
49.
32 left. On our way back.
And I've done nothing wrong. That's how good this.
Welsh ladies team are. They're really
Fantastic. Fantastic.
stepping on the gas.
Oh, my
Like
good
some would
God.
say.
Hey.
60.
Here we go, Ant.
Wales requires 32.
In one. Pretty special prize.
Just inside. Good marker. Oh, she's hit the right head. I don't know if she'll mind that though.
Bit of it.
Brings her back to
Yeah.
a more preferred 32.
The adrenaline got to her there, I think.
So if Anna can put in another visit like the last 125 or even a
She needs it.
solid
She needs
140.
it. She needs it. She needs a treble. Oh, that's unlucky.
26.
It's unfortunate.
I think Rian go out.
Requires 32.
Again, it's
Two up
game
them for the Welsh
management.
ladies. 16.
You're not getting closer without
Double
hitting
eight.
it there. There it is.
Hey.
Team shot in the second set. Wales.
Well done, Rian.
That's very good game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very good game.
I think Anna
Both players
enjoyed
played
that. She's
very,
done Newry
very
proud,
well.
and she's done Northern Ireland proud there.
Yeah. Rian just looking back, I think at her averages, a bit disappointed. But there, as you can see. We don't get averages. Wins a win. Wins a
And
win.
That's the best way to look at it, isn't it?
Wins a win. But these players are on a lakeside stage on a regular basis. They're bound to look at averages. You know, they class yes.
A lot of these players can be happy with a win but disappointed in the performance, all in the same.
Oh well,
You know,
that's every sport, isn't it? You know,
that's it.
you know.
Okay, third set. From Ireland, we have Sheila Hamill. And from Wales, Chris Sullery. And the referee is Cody Rimmer.
Sonic. On to the third set.
Swap of referees. Sheila Hamill now.
Sheila Hammond against the
Again, Sheila, she's got pedigree. Many times shown playing for
Yeah,
Northern
it's
Ireland
great.
now at this stage.
yeah. Here we go. Here comes the Welsh Chris Savoury. Won the Open tournament Friday night for the Welsh girls. The Welsh girls really dominated that. 5 out of the last 8. And then obviously 4 in the last 4. And young lovely Chris Savoury won it, beating the other Welsh girls in the semi-final and final. And I got to be honest with you, I think Chris Savoury, the last I would say 18 months, has probably been the best Welsh Welsh lady on the circuit, very solid, and just goes on with it, chucks it in.
You can see there just within the approach that Chris has just arrived at the stage with Sheila. Both ladies straight away, they've got focus.
Yeah.
There's something there I noticed about Sheila is the posture when throwing. A lot of people tend to have a step in different in the shoulder width apart. She brings her legs very close together. She solidifies her body movement before she throws.
Yeah, and Christopher Wales, my teammate Chris, she just seems to just get on with it.
Absolutely, yeah.
39.
It's almost an element of going into these games and just not thinking about them. You can't think about the games. You have to just go in and throw.
45.
Yeah, best way to be, I think. Have a few drinks, get on with it.
60.
Of clear spring water.
yes, that spring water, yeah. Here we go.
I know locally that spring water does a lot for some of our better throwers around here.
Yeah.
Shout out to
You've done no
Raymond
good for
Carroll and
it's done
Martin
no good
Carville.
for my bank balance this weekend, let me tell you that. Here we go, look at Chris. That's it, Joe.
68.
If that first one's in that treble with Chris, she's just following up. That's the thing with Chris. She likes to get on with it. She just likes to put her foot on the hockey and get on with it.
45.
And when she gets in a rhythm, you can look out then. But Sheila, she does the business.
it's finding the rhythm, isn't it? For
Yeah.
both.
Yeah,
Whoever
yeah.
can settle in quicker, find the rhythm, know what they both know what they're capable of. They both know that they can do it.
Of course.
It's really just who can settle quicker.
41.
A solid dance, a solid dance.
You can see there that Sheila's disappointed with that last start at being slightly loose. But again, first leg and pivotal game here, 2-0 down.
58.
Sheila just recomposing there.
There you go.
Chris looking down towards her teammates.
Yes, hey.
She's got a confident aura about her.
Aye. She's class act, man. She's class act. Here we go. I think she'll put one. Yes, good dance.
95.
95.
She's left herself 140.
Yeah, like I said, when she gets onto one, she's in there.
Good darts from
That's
Sheila.
good dash from Sheila
Puts a lot of
there.
pressure on Chris again.
140. What do you go for then? Go on. Yes, go on. Lovely.
85.
85.
Slight rush on the last start.
144.
Well,
Slipped up there, I think.
144 is doable.
Oh, that's
unlucky.
unlucky. That's unlucky. Yeah.
54. Wales require 55.
Again, Sheila leaving a 2-dart check just in case.
Tops. Tops
On
on
the
first
wire.
leg.
15.
15.
Four lines require 90.
Bull or treble 18, what do you think?
She went treble 18. She left herself set.
I go double 19, double top. I would chuck it anywhere. No?
And most likely then you'd lose the leg, right? That's how that one works.
Yeah,
You've done
double
it
14 bull, double 14 bull.
38.
That's good darts. Come on, Chris. Chris, just settle the nerves and just get involved. And,
Pull that down. She's just taking a second there to compose herself. She
yeah.
knows
She
that
needs to do that. She knows the score.
it's vital to get off a good start here. Take the leg.
Come on, Chris. Come on.
There it
Yes! Chris Avery.
See the
Chris Avery.
two Rians behind her there on the
She's been
floor.
out.
Delighted by that.
Fantastic. I think probably good game by now. Play of the weekend in the ladies championship. I think Chris been absolutely phenomenal.
She's starting to find
That's good going in
quite
it.
a quick thrower,
Yeah.
Lloyd, isn't she?
When, like I said, when she finds a range and finds a rhythm, people can look out. You know what I mean? I don't like playing in an open tournament down in South Wales. I'm going to be honest with you.
58.
It's not nice, you know.
I'm not surprised. She's
So I've had a bad wrist and a bad arm, and I don't want to play.
yeah.
I step out of that one.
I've had a few of those myself.
She's good as gold, Chris. And
starting to find her rhythm here
her
too.
husband, hey, Great darts. Great darts from Sheila again. Chris's husband Mick, phenomenal darter himself.
43.
You know what I mean?
It's a darting family.
It's a darting family. It's a darting area. You know, Gwent, Glamorgan at the moment is thriving at the moment. You know what we got down there.
100.
It's great. That's great darts from Sheila. Man.
And Sheila coming in.
81.
It's good darts. It's good darts.
Sheila
It's a
coming
good
in.
game.
She's starting to find her rhythm a bit. She's a bit more composed. She's definitely scoring better. More
good on the watch.
consistently.
It's a good one to watch.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. We'll agree on that then.
Not much else.
You were around, didn't it? Smithwicks.
So, I find that Chris has left herself on a finish.
45. Wales require 157.
She won't be far off. Chris won't be far off this.
This has Sheila.
There she goes.
She's probably taking the right approach. Settling.
Great dart. That's great darts today, you know.
156.
I don't think she'll be far off.
Ian taking the right approach. Set up shots are all important.
Oh, that's great darts.
Superb last start there from
Yeah.
Sheila.
Bit of pressure. But come on, Chris. For the girls. 58, yeah. Come on. Treble 10. Yeah, 656. 16 for tops. Oh, she hit 848. So 8 out of 16.
She'll be disappointed.
No, very disappointed. I gotta be honest. She missed a big 16 then. So 32 left. Chris to go 2 left. I don't think Chris will miss. She's playing now well. She's just concentrated. She loves double 15. Oh, commentators, Chris.
No score. 195, 32.
Oh, 7, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
14.
18.
40.
Not a good leave either. So, come on in, Chris. Sort yourself out. Here we go.
Every double's a double.
Double top.
For Cider. That's a good marker.
Yes! Oh, my girl.
Third leg, Wales to throw first. Game on.
She's you can't let Chris get in front of you. You just can't let her get in front of you.
She's a front runner.
Oh, why? Fantastic! Look at that! Fantastic! Oh, she'll beat you upstairs in the lift.
41.
Ian, maybe Sheila that missing that.
She's not doing nothing wrong,
that
but
big
Chris is
16
just
takes
taking
the play in her
charge.
mind. You can't let these things play in your mind. If the play's for 6 starts, you're behind the next leg, and that's it.
Oh, you're right.
She needs to recover quickly.
And Chris is a bit of a bully on the dartboard.
26.
Lovely lady, but
absolute lady in real
oh,
life.
hey, fantastic! What a lovely, lovely lady. Her husband's a fantastic dart player, Mick.
60.
But it's great to see. That's what we want. That's what Welsh darts want. We want her to be a bully on the dartboard, and we want her to bully everybody. She's playing fantastic darts.
This is better darts here now.
This
from
is
Sheila.
great. This is great.
Super dart, Sheila.
100.
Yeah, great darts from Sheila there. Come on in, Chris. Chuck one in.
She's swapped down to 19.
43.
I think Chris just you just throw very, very quickly, and you don't think about it, and then you're catching it. You're catching it.
60.
Yep, very true.
Good game to watch. This.
81.
Hey, Alexei.
Certainly both these ladies are giving as good as they're getting in terms of scoring and the patches. I think there's been a little more consistency for Chris
60.
in certain stages. But Sheila's given a great account of herself so far.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She not done a lot wrong. But Chris, look at that.
60.
60. Like you said, consistency kicked in again then. Oh, that's good darts. Come on, Chris. 3-0 up. 2 for the ladies of Wales. 71. 38. Sheila needs a big one. Oh, hey, here we go. She needs a big. This is good stuff.
Yeah, super darts.
Good darts. Pressure darts, but can Chris handle pressure? I think she can.
The big single's the most important. Oh, that's a loose one.
That's a loose one.
That's a loose one. That's a chance now for Sheila. She has
Pressure,
to
was that
capitalise here.
pressure?
Has to capitalise here. 46 left. 36. It's unlucky.
I
I think that was Sheila's chance. I don't think Chris is going to mess about now.
Well, she has.
Commentators curse. Commentators curse.
Didn't expect that, Lloyd. Did not
Not me.
expect that. No,
Not
three
me.
clean
She
darts
must have
at
been throwing my
36.
darts there.
Good shot. And Sheila's just announced herself. Now from here with the darts.
Yep, against the throw, that one. Fair play.
You know what they say, a break's only a break if you hold it.
Yeah, breaks only
Oh,
break.
that's unfortunate.
Chris will be a bit disappointed with that. I think she'll kick off with a good one. She's good as gold. Here we go.
Yeah, it's a great opening visit, that, isn't it? Under a bit of pressure after the last leg. Come in, solidify what you're doing.
Yeah, just take charge.
That's it. That's it, yeah.
Take charge.
Again, 22.
She'll probably do it again, Chris. This is what she's like. Old campaigner. Here we go. Here we go.
Same again.
Phenomenal.
40.
You know, that's as good as anyone, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's hard to cope with no matter what level you're playing at.
She's not giving up.
Sheila's easy to give up the way she's playing. She's acquitted herself phenomenally well here.
Great game to watch. Great
Could
game to commentate on.
2-1 up rather
Look
than
at this.
2-1 down.
140. Oh no. Yeah, Chris Savory.
161 then.
Like I
Now
said,
Sheila needs to find a treble.
like I said,
That's
Nah,
not the
son.
treble she was looking for.
like I said, I really do think that Chris Savory has been the woman of the weekend. By far. She just goes on with it. If we'd seen the slice of cake she had last night, mind.
Well, if she's played that well, she deserves a treat, like.
Hey,
That's as simple as that.
oh, yeah, again, huh?
Aye, 61 for Chris Savory. Ooh,
Oh,
too accurate.
double four
Here we go.
for the match.
Just outside the wire. Now, will that play on our mind?
Here we go. Sheila on 300. Haven't done anything wrong. And Chris is on 8. What a game of darts. What a game of darts.
Chris Savory's scoring power in this leg's just...
Here we go. I think Chris Savory is going to go out in one. Game!
There she does.
What a game. What a game of darts.
Fantastic. Yeah, what a performance.
Have we agreed on that?
What a performance.
Yeah.
Chris Savory, in my opinion, so far, the performance of the match.
One the singles. One today.
Fantastic performance.
So, does that put Wills 3 up?
That's Wales 3-0 up, yeah. And I tell you the truth, Lloyd, that particular one, Chris Savory went in there and she really did damage for the Wales team, you know. I just thought Sheila had a chance to go 2-1. Now Grace Crane. Grace Crane's Northern Ireland's captain. And Grace Crane is, I can only put it as the most experienced performer that the Northern Ireland ladies team have. She is a class act, an absolute class act. She has been a multiple quarter-finalist, semi-finalist at the Newry City Open, Northern Ireland Open, always performs well. You know, she's got experience in abundance. So, but again,
well,
it takes it at this level.
Her name rings a bell. She's not the Northern Ireland captain for nothing.
Absolutely not.
For no reason at all. But we got Amelie Potts playing for Wales. Plays her darts actually. She doesn't play darts in Wales. She plays her darts in Northumberland. you couldn't get any further away from Wales, I don't think. But
she's happy to play for them.
She's happy to play for Wales. She's Welsh. She does the business, and we're happy for Anne-Marie to come down and join us. So we'll have a look at this one.
What sort of game is Anne-Marie going to bring here? Is she a power scorer? Is she a clinical finisher? Is she both, or is she more a consistent, slow and steady wins the race type of
She's
performer?
Anne-Marie, from what I've seen, she's just gets on with it. I'm going to put the 10 in every time sort of girl. Solid every throw. You've got to play well to beat Anne-Marie. You really have got to play well to beat Anne-Marie. But I think this is going to be a good game. I think this is going to be a good game.
Again, Grace, no stranger to the big stage. Settles in, takes her time,
81.
finds a treble.
Good start, solid start. I think it's going to be like Anne-Marie is the same.
Two very deliberate throwing actions.
60.
Both have their own unique style. You can see there from Grace, again, she's got a very high point of release.
Lovely solid throw.
Helps her action, I believe. You know, keeps it more consistent. As you can see, that high point of release is just.
100.
You know, it gives her almost a better angle to see where her dart can land. You know, Anne-Marie again, smooth release every time.
60.
Very close. Could have been a 140 there. Very handy. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, make sure you just give a shout out.
100.
Very good darts.
And so big thanks to the
Solid.
sponsors, Winmow and Clear Pharmacy, Northern Ireland jersey sponsors.
140.
That's great darts. That's super darts from Anne-Marie Potts, Lloyd.
That's what she does. She just, sometimes she seems to be a little bit behind, but she chucks a big one in. That's Anne-Marie's game. She just, she doesn't fear anybody.
Grace Kane's done nothing wrong here.
No.
I mean, she started this 80 ton 60. I mean, that's competing with anyone. Straight up the middle.
This is Anne-Marie's game. She loves it.
Anne-Marie 60, 140, and another treble now. And another 140.
160.
Now, Grace more than capable. She'll not be happy with that first dart. She'll not be happy with it.
Puts pressure on her, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, and a bounce out. That's unlucky. That's unlucky.
Wales require 100.
Grace is a thrower that demands excellence from herself.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she puts herself in the positions in these semi-finals, finals, winning tournaments because of the amount of pressure she puts upon herself, because she demands excellence. What a last start.
Yeah, what a last start. What a last start.
Wales require 139.
This puts her under pressure. I think, myself.
No finish available now. It'll just be the setup.
There's a big one here. And Anne-Marie.
59.
It's a solid visit.
Wales require 70.
Anne-Marie will just mop up here. I think Anne-Marie will mop up here. Should I go for a 1 or 5? What do I know, eh? Double 8.
Double 4. And
Double
there
4,
it
I
is.
meant. Yes!
Second, Wales is first.
That's Anne-Marie's game. Just solid darts. Wouldn't surprise me if she starts with a 140.
Such a great release of her dart. Do you know what I mean? The grouping of them is so good because she releases them just at the same point every throw, you know.
I think, if I can look at it, it's a Phil Taylor dart.
60.
Steady visit
If you
again.
look at Anne-Marie's darts, they're Phil Taylor, that, grip on them. Yep, they are.
60.
Solid visit again. Grace again throwing, I think, with a more thicker barrel dart. It's more of the standard John Lowe style. You can see in the design of that dart, the groove, the grip that she's getting from it, from the design, from the rings that are in it. You know, a lot of people have changed to. We were speaking about this earlier on. A lot of people have changed to the pixel dart. But the two quality throwers throw with a ring dart, showing that there's no need to change darts if you're happy with what you have.
Yeah, depends how good you are, doesn't it? You know, look at Peter Wright. Huh?
Well, that's it, yeah. Although he seems to be sticking with his Mambas now.
Yeah. For the last week,
as he's named them, the Mamba.
Has he stuck with them for 1 week? Have he?
Oh, I think he's been.
Or 2 weeks. He's done a fortnight with them.
I think he's had 2 weeks solid with them now, which is almost a record for someone like that.
He only earned 100 grand in the last year, so he's stuck with them for a week. Fair play to him. Good boy.
41.
I think.
Sometimes, what I just say, or what I've been told up at this in local league darts, a change is as good as a break.
Well, that's true. That's true. You can see a lot of professionals change their darts, or tweak them. You know, they've got great sponsorship now. They go through to a lot of the different darts makers and you know, some of the real big name ones, such as Winmouther, who, you know, they work with the players now to get a better performance out of the dart for them, so it feels better in the hand. You know, it balances better in the hand. So big players will put that amount of effort into it. You know, and these guys here, you know, Grace finding a treble again. Grace Crane, she will not settle until she's comfortable with her dart. You know. But you may find that's a super visit. You may find that Grace could be throwing with those darts for 10 years. Others might only throw for 6 months with a dart. It's all about what you're comfortable with.
81.
Yeah, that's cracking. That's it.
61.
I'm about Peter Wright. You know, if he's not comfortable with the dart, he changes it. His top dart is up with this. You've got Richie Burnett, Wayne Warren. Wayne Warren changes dart lately. You change your dart. If your sponsor wants you to change your dart, you change your dart.
Well,
you have a little luck and you have a thing. If it gives you 5%, if it gives you 5%, if you think it gives you 5%,
take it.
You do it.
You do it. Of course
you change
you
your
do.
dart, you know what I mean.
You know, I'm taking it from a good friend of mine, a local darts hero.
95.
Who's always said a good dart thrower can throw with any dart. You know, a good dart thrower can throw with any dart. Whether or not they'll get the best performance that they've ever put in out of the dart, that's a different story. But a good dart thrower can throw with any dart.
Of course. We've all got it, haven't we?
And tops for Grace.
96.
That was a super effort. 68 now.
Anne-Marie,
coming in for Anne-Marie.
This is just Anne-Marie's type of shot out. She'll probably go bang bang. This is Anne-Marie.
She didn't want that.
No. 13 for Bull.
Composes herself. Takes a second. I like to see that.
She takes her time.
There it is. That's
rush,
right in the middle of the 13.
Oh,
33.
Just the power seemed to leave the arm at the end there.
20.
You won't rush Anne-Marie.
Little bit of tension. Here's Grace now. Double 10. Just inside the wire, 10 left.
The second leg.
Oh, she's just on the wire again, Lloyd.
35.
Anne-Marie's no one to miss. Come on. Good top.
Oh, super, 35.
45 we had out.
35 left.
Left, Anne-Marie from
Well, she has it.
Northumberland.
Northumberland.
I think she's
Nemesis of Grace at the minute.
she wants to get the game on, yeah. I think the flight's going now. honestly. It's up in Newcastle.
Again,
60.
the consistency that Grace Green's shown here, like, it's hard to believe she's 2-0 down. It really is. But again, Anne-Marie, clinical and finishing, doing what she can do. Again, finding a treble. The grouping of her darts, and again, it rates itself. You know, she's doing the commentary for me with those sorts of darts. But
yeah, that's what I was just going to say. We haven't got a comment on this. It's just
no,
so good. It's so good.
Fantastic.
So good. Look at Anne-Marie behind now. She's just concentrating.
That's it. She's just calming herself
Grace
down.
is not doing anything wrong. Anne-Marie is just going to come up there now behind the
60.
chuck a ton in. Chuck a ton in. Come on in, Anne-Marie.
It's just. I was going to say it's just an interesting thing to see when people have that consistency in the rhythm and the doubles go. Then their game just seems to, from then, improves every time. Like if you look at the greats of darts, it's a snowball effect. You know, you get that consistency in your first or second leg. You start hitting a double with it.
40.
That's unfortunate. There another bounce out there for Grace. That's unfortunate. But the consistency really shows when you get on that roll and the ball starts rolling. It's snowball effects. You're full of confidence. Even if you do score 26, even if you score 45, it doesn't seem to affect you.
No.
You know, it doesn't affect your confidence that you're still going to win this leg, this game.
Absolutely spot on. But when you're on a roll, you're on a roll. If you hit them things, you hit them things. You don't think, you just go up and do it. You go up and do it. You come off, shake everybody's hand. Everybody says you're doing well. That's that.
Confidence is key, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Darts is 90% confidence, I think. It's in your head.
I think, yeah, it's 10% ability and
90% mentality, isn't it?
90% mentality. 100%.
That's good maths there, lad. There's no wonder to me that you throw darts or count like that.
Yeah. Good mate of mine, Kerry Morgan. He's not very well, but, 99.9% booze, he told me. Oh, Kerry. So
give him a shout out. I'm sure he's watching today.
Aye,
probably trying to find you on the big screen.
A bit of luck, but
watching on the smart TV on the YouTube channel. Yeah. McAvoy dart streaming.
They're looking after him. They're looking after McAvoy. They're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, McAvoy dart streaming.
Certainly
absolutely fantastic.
With a few shout outs from Scotland yesterday, a few from Wales.
Yeah.
A couple of granddads playing for the Scottish team today. Yeah. I've seen a shout out for Grandad on his debut for the Scottish team.
Look at the age of him.
This is darts though, isn't it? It's 8 to 80. It's 8 to 80.
8 to 80, yeah.
Again, Anne-Marie's just got herself into a winning position here.
This is Anne-Marie. Shabana, to beat Anne-Marie Potts, you got to play very well, and
I think the
definitive
here is how clinical the Welsh ladies have been on their finishing, isn't it?
Fantastic.
There hasn't been too much between, maybe 2 or 3 darts between them, but it's the clinical nature of the finishing. It's put them in a prime position here.
When it comes to the nitty gritty, they're doing the business, right?
Very much so. Very much so.
That's what it comes down to. The nitty gritty, and they're doing the business. And this is why I think they are the best in the world at the moment, the Welsh ladies. Look what's sitting down behind Anne-Marie's shoulder there. All class players. Here we go.
56 leaves the setup.
55.
Again, Grace has the opportunity here, but it's a big ask.
Capable. She's treble 19. Ooh, that's unlucky.
Isn't it?
That's really unlucky.
I shall move back up.
58.
It's a good visit, but I don't know if it's enough to put pressure on Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, I don't think Anne-Marie's going to miss this to go 4-0 up for Wales in sets, and I think this will be the championship.
That's it. It's a phenomenal performance there from the Welsh ladies, isn't it?
Class.
You have to feel for the Northern Ireland team there because they did very little wrong throughout. Again, the clinicalness of their doubles. That's about the height of it.
Yep.
So they'll be celebrating that.
Oh yeah.
Welsh
John
ladies.
Williams happy down there at the front of the game, tapping his scores into the computer.
That's it.
Welsh team manager John Williams with his red blazer on at the front.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, going to set 5. Would you please welcome on stage from Northern Ireland, Kaylee O'Neill, and from Wales, Vicky Goldsmith.
Now, Keely
And the
O'Neill,
referee for this set
absolute
is
class act.
Niall Ely.
Keely's been around the Northern Ireland team now for a couple of years. She's been performing at international standard for more than that. Absolutely phenomenal darts thrower.
Yeah.
So good. So good. Such a bright future ahead of her. Young, hungry for winning, loves darts. You can almost, without trying to predict too much, you can almost guarantee yourself a good game here. A really good game.
Cracking, yep. Like you said, been around a bit, wants to give it her all. Nikki Goldsmith here from Norfolk, believe it or not. So she doesn't play her darts in Wales.
Does anybody play their darts in Wales?
Don't be like that now. No, Nikki Bear plays her darts in Norfolk. Absolutely fantastic game yesterday. She managed to lose. I don't know how, but she did lose. But Nikki, she settled into the team brilliantly, and I think she's going to give a good account of herself.
There's great camaraderie with the teams here this weekend, right, isn't there? You can see it. They're
Hey.
all really enjoying each
First
other's
set,
company.
first name, it's Wales to go first. Game on.
A couple of newbies, myself included, so
Here we go.
she's a very solid player. Very solid player.
83.
Good opening visit. Keely again. Solid
100.
solid throw, great release.
Steady, isn't it?
That's unfortunate. She's just clipped the wire there.
40.
Again, as you can see with Keely's throw, no
Solid.
movement there.
Solid. Lovely throw. That's great darts.
95.
Nikki, you won't give in.
Ton 95.
Good
Nikki's
score.
she's a picture of concentration there, Nikki.
41.
Well, she's done a lot of mileage coming down to Newry,
41.
down to Birmingham Airport, and then over to Newry. It's a waste if you don't win a game. So she, chucked some mileage in. So she's determined here,
I'm
Nikki.
sure she will be, yeah. Absolutely, you can see it.
Nikki's dad was apparently a very, very good rugby player. So I'm told.
41.
Played for a couple of good teams in the
Didn't play yesterday.
Super League. No.
Didn't play yesterday.
Who are we talking about?
23.
Let's stick to darts for now.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
41.
Again, Keely just steady, consistent throwing. As you can see there, with Nikki, there's not too much movement there either.
100.
In fact, the side that side on throw is cracking. She does move. What a
Doesn't
throw!
move.
What a throw! Look at that, ladies and gents. Look at that throw.
29. Wales require 154.
Keely, from a strong start here, she's sort of
Sort of struggling.
she's waned a bit, although
30. Northern Ireland require
I think Nicky's let her in there.
154. 54. Wales require 124.
1-2-4 for the first leg. Treble 18. I'd stay there, would you?
I'd stay.
Yeah, I'd stay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good marker dart. That's
50.
unfortunate.
It's unlucky.
Northern Ireland require 100.
2 dart out for Keely. Tops twice, maybe.
Yeah.
No, she's went to the treble.
60.
It's something that I just can't get my head around. Why, you know?
154.
somebody in Nicky's standard sitting there in 74 and you two in your hand with 80 to go. Why not? Why not? Top slice. It's a bigger target than a treble.
40.
Well, it's twice as big as a treble, isn't it?
That's it. There it is.
Northern Ireland.
Kelly O'Neill off and running.
It's Northern Ireland's go first.
She doesn't hang about, Lloyd.
Chuck that in, she.
60.
Again, Nicky did very little wrong in that first leg.
Solid.
60.
Solid, that's it's lovely to watch.
You can see.
Oh, look at that for a throw. Look at that side on. That's what we want. Look at that.
Super last start.
Cracking. Cracking, that.
Again, Nicky following.
81.
There's very little between the two throwers here, Lloyd.
It's a solid game. Solid game. Both scoring well.
26.
I think. Come on in, Nick. Jump on that. Yeah.
55.
It's all around there. It's all around there.
Again, Kelly coming in. First start's dynamite, isn't it? Look at that first start.
She puts it on the top of that treble. It's great.
99.
It's a good visit. Solid visit. Keep the pressure on.
That's that. Chucking pressure on Nicky, that isn't it?
Yeah, well.
Oh, a good follow up from Nicky there.
It's a good answer.
follow up. Yeah, good answer. Yeah.
Neither thrower's really given an inch here, are they? That's.
45.
Kelly be disappointed there. She would have wanted to leave a finish.
Some more not really. Come on in, Nick. Oh, that's good dance. That's good dance. It's all around there. Here we go. This is a big score, isn't it? Big visit. This.
60.
It's a solid visit.
Solid.
And leaves a good
I think if Nicky can catch a treble, but yeah.
78.
Yeah, that's a good
Northern Ireland
dance.
require 130.
It's a good out. Two in the
It's unfortunate there. She stayed up. Now gone down.
Yay. Wheels require 100.
So she go for treble 20.
Now, here's again not going for tops twice. It seems to be a trend throughout the weekend. A lot of these games have gone like that, and people have avoided tops twice.
I think tops is the way to go.
Clinical. That's clinical finishing from Kelly. Again, she's a real prospect for Northern Ireland darts.
140.
Oh, fantastic throw there from Nicky Goldsmith.
Kelly just not following up there. A couple of loose ones. Needs to regain composure quickly.
Solid game.
Yeah.
Nicky looking for a first win for Wales.
Nicky's starting to find a bit of rhythm.
She's looking good. She's looking solid.
Kelly's got a huge future at darts.
Oh.
So she does.
100.
Oh, okay.
She's been about the international scene for a while. She knows the players, but you know she's starting her career. She's not
55.
not anywhere near the twilight as some of our international colleagues may be, Lloyd.
Only 30. Calm down.
In your debut year, is that right?
Debut this weekend.
How do you feel it went for you?
Right, like, innit?
45.
Do as you're told. John Williams is in charge. I do as I told.
That's it.
45.
It's a really solid game, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's one of those games actually. It's hard to know who's really going to come out on top here. I know Kelly's 2-0 up, but
26.
you can see the frustration from both players there when the scores aren't going their way. You can feel it. It's palpable.
I think Nikki looking for a first win. She lost yesterday. She was only late, Welsh ready to win yesterday, making her debut. I think Nikki perhaps is putting a bit of pressure on herself. If she can get this next leg, I think she'll relax it a little bit more.
45. Fields require 123.
I would agree with you, yeah, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. You know, sometimes you can put yourself in that position. And again, it's the same as the previous games we've discussed. You know, Grace Crane, phenomenal dart thrower, but demands excellence of herself. You know, demands it. And I think anybody at this international stage is now doing that. That's
60.
2 bounce outs of a treble there. Could have been a 180. Instead it's 60 floor.
60 floor, yeah. 68. I don't think Nicky's going to be far off here. Double 16. Oh, that's good dance, good dance. Leave 32.
She'll be back.
Oh, that's 2 phenomenal dance. That's great dance. That's great dance. That's pressure dance.
Pressure darts. Effectively, Kaylee's hit 5 treble 20s in her last 6 darts there. 2 of them bounced onto the floor.
Go on! Yes.
And that's the bit of luck that Nicky got. Take it back. And you have to take it.
I
think you get that chance, you have to take it.
I think Nikki deserved that, to be honest with you. The way she played this weekend. She was in the last 4. Last 4 of the ladies competition on Friday night. Making a debut and really give a good account of herself. So
it's a great last
she's going
start.
good.
Again, small margins there for Kaylee. Small margins.
On the wire.
45.
You can just see the Welsh ladies team there lining up.
55.
On the far
Solid
left,
dance.
throwers. Captain there, Rian, talking them through each game.
79.
It helps, doesn't it, to have your captain there, knowing your captain's got your back, just sitting there, and
Of course.
you know, and just out of shot. The Northern Ireland team are sitting there also.
96.
Great guards there from Kaylee.
$45.
Nib and tuck. Kaylee's back in.
100.
Solid from Kaylee. I think Nikki needs to chuck a treble in by you, to be honest with you.
If she finds one.
60.
Solid
For
dance.
the man 154.
It's not far off, is it?
28.
So unfortunate. Again, 204 here for Nikki. You can't win a game from here, but you can lose one.
Oh, definitely.
It's a
Chuck one in,
solid.
girl. Chuck one in, girl.
60. For the man require 126.
She'll be happy with that. Now, 19s.
Trim 19 for ball. Ooh, 90.
It's unfortunate. And back
Oh,
upstairs.
yeah.
Kelly.
Wheels require 144.
Now. It's not the start you wanted there.
No.
Nikki be furious with herself there. You can see in her reaction.
Disappointed throw,
Furious with
disappointed
herself
throw.
there, yeah. Keely straight in.
12 for the match.
2
6. Oh,
66.
She's pulled that one.
Wheels require 133. $59.
Keely's coming back from
For
12
man
here.
require 12.
I can't see
One on
Kaylee
the
missing
board
this,
for
to be
Northern
honest.
Ireland.
Oh,
Come inside it.
big target.
6 score.
Oh,
Wheels require 74.
Again, from a position there, really, she should have won the leg. Should be staring down the barrel 2 each here. Nikki solid in approach.
54.
It's unlucky.
For man require 6.
Now Keely takes her time. Focusing. It's a good win there for Keely. Again, one of the hot prospects in Northern Ireland darts.
solid enough, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, it was a good performance.
Yeah,
Good
solid.
performance by Nikki as well.
Yeah, Making a debut this weekend, Nicky.
Northern
Ireland. Again, home venue. Home venue means a lot to these players. They don't like to go up there and
I think so.
have any sort of negative
Any sport is the same, innit?
feeling. You know, like, is it hard for the Welsh players to deal with playing away as such, Lloyd, or do you just feel it's another venue? And
Well, my first weekend away, so I was I made sure I was enjoying it, but you know, home advantage is
doesn't mean a lot.
I think so in any sport, to be honest with you. You got Katie there. Just go up, she'll go up and throw, but yeah, it does mean a lot, doesn't it? You know, I'd rather be playing in Cardiff this weekend than Dublin. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the rugby side of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, is anybody coming up and getting us a pint though?
I don't think they do table service for the commentary, but
Look at this, huh? We tucked away on a table.
It's Northern Ireland that's over first. Come on!
now Jennifer Donaghy. Let's see how she goes. From Coal Island.
85!
Got,
A regular on the international scene.
Katie, the last couple of years has been absolutely fantastic for Wales. Katie Bellaby played 19 games and won 10. Cracking record. Plays for M&R.
61!
That's Montgomery and Radnor. Solid player. Here we go. Should be good.
50!
It's been 2 treble fives. Very handy with 2 treble 20s and a 140.
26!
Jennifer Donaghy. She's been about the scene a good while now, Jennifer. You know, she's got the experience. She can cope with big stages.
22!
See the left hand throw there of Katie. Haven't seen too many left-handers on
Nope.
over the weekend.
No, not too many left-handers, but Wales have produced a few.
A few very accurate ones too.
Very accurate ones, yes.
A few world champions.
Yeah, yes. Mark Webster, left-hander.
26!
Not many left-hand
They do,
world champions, is there?
Well, no, but they do say, as you can see there, like the left-handed throw. Certainly for a right-handed dart thrower from the south, looking at a left-handed throw side on, it's actually a unique way of looking at it, you know, to see the stance of how Katie will lean into the shot more.
39!
A lot of people do say left-handed dart throwers tend to be slightly more accurate.
Just start throwing left-handed, and I think
Our very own Mark McAvoy from the streaming team, a left-hander. Although Mark's recent record, he'd probably need 3 left hands and 9 darts for every 3 of everyone else.
21!
no, she's been very solid the last 18 months, 2 years. Katie's been so solid.
She's been about for the national team for a while, Lloyd.
Well,
35!
she's regular on the live streaming and TV events. Just goes up, does it, keeps herself to herself, sort of thing. Just goes up, bump, Katie, you're on now.
30!
Goes up, does it. Very rarely loses, 19 times she's played for Wales, won 11 times. It's looking good.
She's coming in at 146. Just leaving the set up. Solid 60.
129!
2-9 for Jennifer Donaghy. Shot still on. She'll go back down to 19.
39! Wheels required 86.
What way will she go here? Treble 18?
1, 2, yeah, I think so. 18 for Bull. Yeah, she won't be far off. Yes! Get that!
Well, just like we said, left-handers slightly more accurate. They don't get more accurate than the bull out.
Good out, wasn't it? Solid dance. Like I said, solid. Don't miss much.
78.
It's a good last start.
Thirty. $43.
Solid dance there from Katie.
Jennifer answering well.
85.
She knows the type to give in, isn't she? You know.
That's the beauty of both throwers, isn't it? It's the beauty of international darts.
It's nice to see a scrap.
There's no walkovers.
It's nice to see a scrap.
It is, yeah.
Katie. A solid throw. Oh, catch her again. That's a lovely lie. 140.
Just caught a flight there.
99.
Cracking darts, that.
99 is a great score. At least 200 clean. Leaves Jennifer needing a couple of trebles. And not those sort of trebles.
Oh.
45.
She caught the commentator's curse there. Caught a couple of trebles, just the wrong ones.
Lucky. There you go. Lovely. Oh, good dance.
40.
Solid, ne? Both of them. All around there.
What's the feeling in the dressing room as such from the international team then, like when you're coming down the bench?
My first weekend away and team meeting Friday, it was a bit serious.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, a bit serious, but you know, we've had a good weekend. We had the warm-up tournament which helped us both. That's good dance there. The warm-up tournament, which I think
Friday night, was it?
Yeah, Friday night upstairs. I think the warm-up tournament helped the newbies. I'm a newbie.
It settles you in more.
45.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, you represent your country, and whatever you like to do, you represent your country.
That's it.
You can't get any better
This
than
is
that.
on. But I think. Yeah.
Great.
I was going to say it's an 18 or a 10 coming out. Great game management that from Katie, you know. Great game management.
She looked at what
Jennifer was on.
Jennifer got left, and she you know,
Yeah.
any dog will do the same.
Very much so.
19. Yeah, double 10. Oh.
20. Northern Ireland require 164.
You know, Katie played the percentages there.
Jennifer's going to be annoyed.
11.
Yeah, I can't see Katie missing.
Wrong here, Jennifer, but a couple of loose visits like that can cost you in this sort of a game.
This looks good. Oh.
10 scored. Northern Ireland require 153.
You don't really fancy Jennifer doing this, do you?
$65.
Good go.
Solid visit.
Wales require 10.
One for double 2.
Katie's putting herself under pressure here at Lloyd.
Northern Ireland require 88.
Yeah. Oh no. Wouldn't surprise me if she just goes bang bang. She's a treble now though.
68 left. Nerves have got to her there.
Wales require 10.
Nerves have got to her there.
No score.
That's a loose start, Lloyd.
Northern Ireland require 63.
So Katie there. I think the news again to Katie is a bit as well. Yeah. Yeah. Scrappy to say the least. They're all around there, the Welsh ladies at the front there, sitting down. They won that trophy back.
There you at any time
They should.
from Katie. She needed another.
Northern Ireland require 40.
Jen looking for tops. Go one each in legs. Somewhat.
Two scores. Wales require 10.
Can't get much closer. Come on then, Katie.
No square. Northern Ireland require 38.
Now, will she split? No, straight for it.
Double 8 for the second leg. It's a bit tense. It is a bit tense.
Just inside.
30. Wales require 10.
Katie's had enough chances. I can't see Katie
Katie
missing
set
this.
herself into it.
Can't see her missing. And one double 2. Double 2. Big one. Double 2. Oh.
6 scores.
I think maybe those few missed doubles are playing on our mind there. Take.
Katie's starting very well. It's going into a bit of a scrap, hasn't it?
Team shot for Saturday. Northern Ireland.
Mate,
I think I'll suit Jennifer.
Third
yeah, it's really made it a scrap.
Game on.
Suit Jennifer. Good start from Jennifer. Third leg. Kitty needs to catch a treble. Another solid game. Oh, cracking dart. Come on, catch another one.
100.
Another solid game here from the women. What a pull, what a pull. Great dance. Rian Edwards in the background there. Captain of Wales shouting for a player, Katie Bellaby.
60.
Wants them all to do well. Women's dance in Wales doing phenomenally well. Phenomenal.
The one thing I've noticed, none of the ladies have struggled with the occasion, you know, they've really set their stall out. You know.
Yeah.
Another great visit there from Katie.
The women's game is coming up so you know, there's not a lot of difference now between them and the men. They play in phenomenal. You look at, you know, Lisa Ashton, Dieter Edman. It's just phenomenal. It's a phenomenal standard of dance, and they're all doing so well. And they deserve to be. Look at this, tops.
Look at this,
tops for a 1-2-4. Oh,
superb effort.
As I was saying, it's phenomenal dance. You can't take them lightly.
31. Wales require 20.
Katie doesn't want to make a meal of this.
No.
Oh.
10 scores.
Again. That double just needs to come a bit quicker for her. She doesn't tighten those up. It could cost her in the long run.
Wales require 10.
Who said she wants to get this done quick as possible? Catch it. Come on.
6 scores.
It's a big ask.
It's a big ask, but listen, these ladies have got the quality to do it,
Of course. No mugs.
45.
I would be
Wheels
more
required.
confident with them going in than I would be. Madhouse.
Game second, fourth leg is wheels to throw first. Game on.
Katie just showing that she's not going mad. Taking it out one.
Lovely relaxed throw, isn't she?
Doesn't she?
100.
Again, the consistency in her scoring. You know, it's showed the whole weekend for a number of these ladies that the consistency they have. And it's
43.
simply down to the amount of darts they're throwing. There are competitions every week. They're, you know, represent at international level once a month maybe. You know, could be more now.
41.
It's I don't know how many outings the Welsh team have, but
Well, this is a new event, really. It was started last year.
174.
fantastic darts there from Jennifer Donegal.
Jen just interrupted me there with a fantastic score. But like I said, it started last year. The British teams didn't send teams to the World Cup, so we brought another couple of tournaments up. So, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a good start-up, I think, for the internationals.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a good warm-up.
Sure is. It's unlucky there, bounce out. Again, you can see Kitty's done very little wrong in this leg, but she finds herself in a position where she's scrambling, you know. Jennifer's just got the wind with her.
26.
That's just the experience of Jen again. Like you said, she's been around the block a long time. Many caps under her belt. She won't give up.
41.
Solid.
She's
33.
She's not too far off with those trebles. It's almost painful sometimes that when you can see how close they really are. The finest of margins are really, they're making or breaking these games, aren't they?
36. Northern Ireland require 123.
19s. Does she go for it? No, she. Yeah. Katie not on the shot, so. Good darts.
87.
Good darts.
Fantastic last start.
Good pressure on Katie Beer. Catch our treble, Katie, come on. Ooh.
30. Northern Ireland require
But 2 all.
26.
But 2 all in legs. In a game that Katie looked like she was bossing.
There it is.
That's
That's clinical finishing. This is the difference that I found there with Katie. And Jen's had the shots, she's taken them. Now she has the darts.
Jen's darts, like you said, yeah.
You know, Katie will be kicking herself after that.
I don't think Katie will want to lose. This is going to be a cracker of a leg. I think Jen needs to catch a treble.
45.
Katie will be in there. All the Welsh team behind there, come on. She'll catch one.
40.
There's been a lot of bounce outs, hasn't there? I wonder, is it the weight of the dart? Is it the style they're throwing? You know, they certainly don't seem to be.
60.
It's a good board. It's a good board. I don't think it's a board. The wires, there's no wire on it.
No, it's a
No.
fine board, brand new board today. But
140.
Like I said, Katie will not want to lose this with her captain sitting behind and all the Welsh team. It's lovely to see the Welsh ladies sitting just across the shoulder there, because I think they've won it.
85.
85.
Good follow, good follow. Here we are, look at this, look at this. Catch it again.
81.
You see the slight bit of knurling on the dart there that Katie has just given her a slight bit of extra grip at the front of the dart. She holds the dart at the front too.
60.
It's a good visit there from Jen.
I come off the dart. They're unlucky, they're unlucky. Still all to play for you, isn't it?
Again, it's the sort of game that we discussed.
26.
Lloyd, they've turned it into a bit of a scrap. You know, we've turned it into a bit of a scrap, and I don't know if a scrap suits Katie. You know, she not with her scoring prowess, with her consistency.
It's a big throw coming up here. If Jen has a big score by her, she needs another treble, I think.
Oh, it's come out again.
Oh, I thought that was in.
There just seems to be a lot of darts catching flights. Just seems to be catching flights before it's landing, and
There you go. Catch that treble now.
it's just under.
Oh.
49.
Still nip and tack, still nip and tack.
It's a good visit.
Wheels and fire 124.
Treble 18 for Bull. Treble 18 stay there.
50.
Should go back to 20s and
Honor required 90.
20s.
Bull. Back up to 20s, went to 20s route, 89.
I think she went the right shot there, 20s. 70 left. 80.
Well, she's left.
Katie.
Fire 66.
She's left a double. Whether or not she gets to it.
Another 15 for
Another
double
one
18.
of those.
Double
Here we
18
go.
for the game.
48.
She's just wired it.
Yeah.
You can see in the background there, Rianne thought it was in, her arms were up.
So Jen to make it 4-2. Double 5.
Game.
Shot.
Northern Ireland.
Well done, Jennifer. Jennifer Donaghy there, putting another one on the board for Northern Ireland.
That's,
She's done well there.
yeah, very well. Bit of scrap in there. That's proper darts.
Absolutely, that's it, yeah.
Scrap in, you don't give in, especially when you got your country shirt on.
That's it.
Here we go. Over to the
Hand
Master
it over
Series.
to
Mr. Anthony Dundas.
the pup.
The pup.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final score of that match. Northern Ireland 2, Wales 4. Which means that is also now official that the 2018 Celtic Challenge Ladies Champions are the ladies of Wales! Okay, folks, we're going to have a quick 10-minute break and then we will start our final match of the weekend. The men of Scotland against the men of Northern Ireland. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our final match of the competition. The men of Northern Ireland taking on the men of Scotland. Please welcome to the stage for the first set, representing Northern Ireland, Ray Bell. And representing Scotland, please welcome Scott Campbell.
Welcome back to the action here. We have Ray Bell of Northern Ireland. Steady big thrower. Versus Scott Campbell of Scotland.
First set, first leg, Scotland has darts. Game on.
And he kicks off brilliantly in this leg. 180.
60.
Ray Bell thrown with a nerve Bristol flight there.
$84. 83. 83. 58. Scotland requires 154. 41. 81. Scotland
One
requires
is not good enough here in this
113.
leg.
Scotland requires 32. Leaves on the cross leg.
Good first clean dart.
Second leg,
Gets
gone
the
down the
first
dust.
mark on the board there for Scotland.
92.
Great response after going 1-0 down there from Ray Bell. Steady 81 there from Scott. Ray Bell needs to kick on here. Settle into the game. Keeps him there.
30. 81.
Great first start, great second one. Can he finish?
140.
140, doesn't leave him a finish. Leaves him poised in 147.
37. Scotland requires 147.
72 he wants.
91. Northern requires 152.
Look at the 18s first here. Oh, he's just crept into the treble one. Leaves him 62, look treble 10.
70. Scotland requires 56. Game
Clinical finishing there from the Scottishman.
Third leg,
To go
Scotland
2-0
has
ahead in this first hit. Good last start there from Scott.
60. 52.
It's a chance for Ray to kick into this leg.
60.
Right along the top wire is very unlucky there. Steady tongue there from Scott. That's better from Ray Bell. Starting to show what he's capable of. Ray can put in another couple of those.
85.
Leaves him a finish. Look at the treble 17 here.
86.
Just on the wrong side of the wire.
156.
Leaves from Shanghai if he gets a chance.
85.
Scott will be looking at the treble 15. Treble 19 for double 14. And he does. Got a good finish in the game from Scott.
4 big, 9 with dots. Game on.
Ray can't afford to lose any more of these legs. He has to win 4 in the trot to try and get the first mark on the board for Northern Ireland. You want another treble here with this visit? Minimum.
26.
He hasn't done so. Allowing Scott to come back at him.
100.
Come back at him, he does. Great last start there from Ray Bell. Keeps him ahead in this leg. Brennan 140 there from Scott.
$41. $140. 58. Score requires 61. 41. 140.
Better dots. Bit of pressure on this 20 here. And he does. Whitewash for Ray Bell. And a 1-0 lead for Scotland.
Okay, second set, we have Calvin Conley from N.Ireland and Ian Joy from Scotland. Okay, second set. Northern Ireland with dance.
Up now we have Gavin Carnell here for Northern Ireland, and we have Ian Jolly for Scotland. Steady 60 to start there. We had 140 from Gavin there. And a 180 from Gavin. Gets it on there, crowd going crazy.
$100. Northern Ireland requires 61.
61 after 9. Double 18. 11 dart leg.
Second leg, Scotland has dance. $44.
Gavin back into that treble. Brilliant darts from the Irishman. Brilliant darts.
$95.
Ian will be wondering what he has to do to try and get into this game.
93.
And a great recovery dart there from Gavin.
$100. $125.
Another great visit from the Northern Irishman.
$45. Northern Ireland requires 103. 71. $55. Non-man requires 32. Game shot Surla, Northern Ireland with dogs. $41. $85. $81. $45. $84. $40. $85. $58. $94.
Good last part from Gavin Carney there. Leaves him on 116 whenever he comes back. Ian trying to pull a score together here to keep himself in this thing.
137.
And he has done.
Northern requires 116. $82. Skull requires 136. $28. Non-round requires 34.
There you go, straight at this. Oh, he's had 2 for double 16.
18.
Inside.
Skull requires 108. $42.
Gavin 3 darts at 16 here. I feel he should hit this.
Game 7
He cleaned that up in this first to 4 tie. And Northern Ireland level with Scotland.
$60.
Getting back in that treble 20.
100.
And another 180. He's been relentless in that treble 20 so far in this game.
$85.
again.
64.
64 is alright in the contacts test leg. He's well ahead.
85.
He's back in again. Unbelievable performance from Gavin Carden here.
100.
100 just isn't enough.
N.Ireland requires
Usually it would be, but not
77.
against this man. Be looking at the treble 19. Oh no. 67 to treble 17. Play a 10 or an 18.
45.
And he has leave double 16.
57.
Now, Gavin Carden for 4-0 whitewash of Ian. Flights come off again. He wants double 16. Yes! Absolutely superb performance from Gavin Carden there to bring Northern Ireland back level with Scotland. One set apiece. I'll try and get an average for you there. I think that's going to be a pretty good one. .32 average there. That's about 97 average from Gavin Carden. A fabulous display from Northern Irishman.
From Northern Ireland and Ryan Hobart from Scotland. The referee.
Tony Rimmer is our referee for the next two games. I'll be on stage after that. Up for Scotland, we have Ryan Hogarth. Plays his county darts from the Borders in Leatherleaf.
Rising folks, third set, first leg, Ryan, first for Scotland, game on.
Steady 60 to kick off his first leg. Can we see the first one? Yeah, we can. Fabulous 180 there. And looking to try and hit a 140.
100.
With this.
$99.
30, 11, 92.
47. 120. 43. Scotland required 37. 83 yards, second goal kick to Scotland. Second leg, goal Melody throw first.
Back him another 180 for the Irishman. 2 consecutive legs, he's kicked off 180.
'81. 140. 45. 99.
Leaves him 82 after 9. Ryan looks to fill it up.
And
he does.
182. 66. 65. Northern request 16. 'No score. Scotland required 130.
18 here.
52. Northern request 16. 96. 96. 41. 125. 97. 60. 38. 100. 97.
Leaves him 132 when he comes back. The Irishman's looking Shanghai 20s. That's a bit of a blocker, he'll have to move over. He'll stay there, leave double 10.
60.
60 when he comes back. Ran will look at the bull route for this. Oh, he's just lit outside. 119. He'll come down. Clean it up, lovely.
90. Long requires 60.
20 for tops. Fat 20. Rip it.
40. Long requires 42. 18 yards.
Great finish there from Marin Hogarth.
Fourth leg, will run to throw first.
Back ahead in this tie.
60. 40. 100.
His last start there. Keeps him ahead. Can he fill it up?
140. 140.
Ryan's back in there. It's a lovely first start. He'd be disappointed if he doesn't get another in beside.
100. 100. 84. Your lines require 101.
Look for the treble 19. For the double 12.
77.
Just outside there.
Your require 137.
Stay there. 17 leave tops.
97.
Cleaned up, but will he get a shot at the tops? Double 6.
81. Big legs, stopping both runners.
One round draw, level, 2 legs apiece, 1 set apiece.
$41. $45.
Just 45 for the Irishman. Looks good for travel.
100. 125.
Good response there. Ryan showing very, very strong on his own throw.
100. 100. 100.
1 plays 160. You look for another one there. He gets it.
140.
20 if he comes back.
131.
Trouble 13. 18 leave tops.
55.
Good shot.
Sorry,
Good shot.
Scotland Royal 20.
He will.
And score. 40.
This is a crucial dart here. If he hits this, he's thrown for the match.
And
And he does.
Northern Ireland. 6 legs, Northern Ireland is right first.
Ricky Dunlop back in the Northern Irish team after a 10-year gap. Showing them exactly what they've been missing. Great shot there from Ryan. 79 points ahead.
140.
And Ricky fires only 140. This is Ricky's chance. Good last start there from Ricky. He's in 161. Four's not enough there. Ricky is 6 starts from here. Should really just set it up. Down to treble 19.
87.
Ryan applies great pressure in this shot. 74 is looking for the match. You look at treble 14. 20 for tops. Tops for the match. Bit of a smile there from Ricky. You look at treble 20. You'll have to go 15. And the bull.
43. 40. Let's go.
Double 5. He gets it.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to set number 4. Would you please welcome on stage from Northern Ireland, Colin McGarry, and from Scotland, Robert Parasail.
On stage now we have Colin the Chief McGarry.
Chief.
versus Robert Morrison from Scotland.
All set, first leg, go on, let's go first, game on.
Colin steps up. He looks to get off to a good start here. Trying to improve in the Northern Ireland lead.
42. $81. $58. $100.
Colin want to kick in here.
$100. $68.
Bit of a chance for Colin to get back into this leg. Great Kate in. Didn't use it.
100.
Recovered well with this last dart.
$60.
If Colin could put a score in here, he'd be favoured for this leg. Stay there. Yeah.
100.
A lot of players go for the 25 there, leave $2. Not the chief.
60. Go on, 101.
Should go for the treble 20. Treble 19. For double 12.
77. Scotland 132.
Robert should look at the ball. They got to the 11.
$88.
Colin 3 darts at 24. You would expect him to hit it. And he does. We're 1-0 up in this fourth set.
$33.
It's a great opportunity for Colin to go ahead and
96.
steal the throw.
$60.
Robert's effectively lost the darts in this leg. Especially after this visit. Can he fill it up?
140. $40.
Colin's sitting in a great position here to go ahead for the first breaker throw. Looking down at the 19s.
97.
That's it. 168 is not a finish, but Robert miles behind. 200 points minus.
85.
Let's just look at two treble 20s. Oh. Change of plan.
40.
Robert wants a big square here. Try and put a bit of pressure on. It's just not happening for the Scottishman.
41. Northern require 128.
Come on.
42.
400 plus viewers on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in.
60. Northern require 86.
Calling a look at the treble 18 here. Yeah, for double 16. On a 2-0 lead.
72. 140. Northern require 16.
Great darts to receive there. Crucial break of throw, and now he's going to throw for 3. Colin looks disappointed with that. But in the context of the game, that's a big shot.
85.
I'd like to follow this up. Colin McGarry, scratch golfer too. Man of many trades. This guy down from that.
100.
Just like so. Great first 2 for Robert.
140.
Keeps him close. Not after this visit. Down to the 19s. Leaves him 90.
84.
Should be looking at the 20s for this shot. Fat 20. Always missed a fat 20. $65 he wants.
43.
He's looking tops. And he gets it. Break straight back. 2-1 to Northern Ireland.
Athletics, Scotland is reversed.
Great darts from the Scotchman. On that 60, I'm going to go and prepare for my referee duties, but I will return very soon.
30. 100. Roll out to 461. 129. 100. Roll out to 432. 2 yards. Out of the flag. To Northern Ireland. 2 flags. Northern Ireland is reversed. Right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to set 5. Would you please welcome on stage from Northern Ireland, David Glenn, and from Scotland, Alan Surla. And the referee, Marin.
Is there a button that we press to turn the mics off?
This set, first leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on. One hundred and 30. 60. 59. 41. 60. 140. 60. Scotland require 80. 40. 100. Scotland require 40. 20. 85. Scotland require 20. 13. Northern Ireland require 107. 91. Scotland requires 7. 'Game shot first leg to Scotland. Second leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first.
Sorry for the delay there, folks, on the commentary here.
100.
Nice.
Steady start from Davey there.
Nice reply there from Alan.
85.
Davey starting to find a few trebles now.
140.
Lovely darts there.
135.
Nice reply there from the ex-Northern Ireland captain.
You need to get your words out there, Dorian.
140.
Nice darts there by Alan.
46. Scotland require 124. 42.
Slight last start there.
135.
What a finish with Davy there.
Class and experience from David Glenn.
Turning, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Nice start to his on throw.
$68. $41.
Slight last one there, gives Davy a chance.
Good plan there from David.
$97.
Nice last one by Alan.
$100.
Nice wee turn there from David.
$100.
Alan's playing nice and steady.
$125. Scotland require 123.
Nice 46.
$91.
Nice set up shot there.
$95. Scotland requires 32.
Wee bit of pressure on him.
Game shot number 30. To Scotland.
Scottish cap.
Coordinate Northern Ireland to go first. $44.
Davy hasn't got started the whole match here, but it's hanging in.
$100.
Nice wee turn there from Alan.
$38.
Very unlike Davy Glenn. Usually a very steady player.
$60. $60.
Just can't get going at the minute.
$140.
Need a big one here now from David.
$60.
Can't seem to find a treble here.
$140.
Steady now. Lovely darts.
$180.
Super maximum there from David. Put a wee bit of pressure in the 61.
Double top.
41.
Chance here at 119.
119.
Dave, give it a chance here.
$79.
Tap the wire.
Wire.
Scotland requires
Or
20.
break a throw here to go 3-1 up.
Derby wee dart there.
Scotland retire 40.
Tops here from Derby. On the wire.
20.
Looking.
Having no luck at all.
Scotland retire 5. No score.
Scotland the wire there.
20.
Super dart. Level goal.
I'd say that was a bit of a steal there. David could punish the 59 now.
Steady wee tongue there.
Straight back with a ton there.
Not a bad reply there from David.
Nice max there from Alan.
60.
Alan in control of the leg now. That's not Page 32.
Super darts there.
Good thinking there with David, they'll leave the 170.
32. Game shot in the 50. Scotland. 60. It's going out the throw first.
Never start there from David.
Steady start there from Alan. Davey hasn't got going the whole match so far.
It's very unlike him down there.
That's not the darts there, 6. Lovely last start there, puts him well in control of this leg. Again, good last start now.
Scotland require 80.
That's for the match. Double top. And that's it. Davey never got going there at all. Makes it 3-2 to Northern Ireland.
A bit closer to the microphone. Hardly hear you. Yeah, just a wee bit closer.
Next game on the stage, we call from Northern Ireland, MacLeod. And from Scotland, Colin Miller. Sixth set, first leg is going out with Cooper's
Sixth match.
Game on.
Good 60 to start with. Nice and steady.
'83. '48. '60.
Player really started yet going yet.
'81. '45. '58.
No player really started to get going here. Slow start this leg.
'83.
And Daniel, get on here and find his range.
'81. '41.
Big 20 there with a left 170. Nice setup shot there.
133.
40.
Great touch from Daniel.
'60.
A little pressure here. Clear doors and tops. Always welcome. Chance here at 129.
Daniel's got a regular brave.
Northern Ireland require 10.
Double 5 here from Daniel.
No scores.
Away with dart.
Scotland require 50.
50 they pinch the leg.
Here's not the first leg. It's Scotland.
Out of the dart, that is a still.
Second leg, it's Scotland.
Most definitely, Darnell.
Game on.
That's a break of throw as well.
$125.
Good start there from Scotland.
$58.
Daniel hasn't started getting going yet.
$100.
Colin's playing steady darts now.
$57.
Daniel dropping low on the trebles.
$100.
Oh, steady Tom. Keeps him well clear.
$96. $60.
Nice 60 there.
$62.
Unlucky bounce out there for Daniel.
Scotland require 160.
Slight dart there.
40.
Chance here for Daniel to put a lot of pressure on.
$140.
140 there.
Scotland requires 76.
Put a wee bit of pressure on Colin shot here.
$56.
Chance for Daniel
Scotland
here.
requires
Right, the throw.
88.
On the 18s.
18 ball.
56.
I'll just say that wasn't that
Scotland
close.
requires 20.
Tight.
Game
Again, last
Scotland.
Colter's throw. There's 2-0
Third
up.
leg is Scotland now to throw first. Game on.
Daniel got settled and
96.
Nice start,
steady enough
this leg.
step.
$55. $60. $140.
Lovely darts there from Colin. Settled in more than Daniel here.
85.
The odd stray one there from Daniel. It's been a long day for them as well, then, Darnell. Getting to the start of the night now.
Long weekend.
$45.
Daniel can't get going here at all. Sloppy there. Straight ton, leaves a no finish.
Daniel can take.
Daniel's cover shitting's been okay in this leg. Nice solid shot there. Pressure in this. Wire. Chance for Daniel here.
Fell a wee bit short there, didn't it?
Daniel's not getting the rub of the green here. That's for a 3-0 lead.
The score.
Daniel's getting the chances here. See if we can put one of them away. It's only a holder throw though. It's a breaker through to level up.
Taking that wee leg there might help Daniel settle a wee bit better there. Darnell.
Fingers crossed, Lorraine. Chance here for Daniel. Nice and steady. I think they're trying to be too hard now. Pushing the darts. Daniel's still with a chance here if he can get a couple of wee trebles.
I'm sure it's very hard to relax there up on that stage.
I wouldn't know, Lorraine.
Someday, Darnell.
Still nothing in this leg.
Lucky there with the treble three.
Nice starts there from Colin. See if Dan can do the same. Six starts from 1, 3, 4. Couple of slight ones there from Colin. There's 81. Wee bit of pressure in the 45.
No score.
Daniel a chance here at 81. I'd like to think get a shot at the ball at least. 2-12s. Daniel gives it a bit.
Levels his hair and legs.
Fifth legs, it's going out, the throw first. Game on.
Nice start there from Daniel. Bit of aggression going. Nice steady turn there. Seem to have both woken up here a wee bit. Playing another shit in there. Daniel here. Nice set-up shot.
The pressure on Daniel here now.
46.
Double 13.
Oh, lucky there.
101 now for Colin.
Giving Daniel a
Daniel
chance
coming
here.
back here.
784.
5 for double 4.
There you go.
Daniel 3-2 up now. Nice start there from Colin on his own throw.
Steady we replying.
A chance here for Daniel to catch up here. Another slick visit there. Daniel with another chance.
Great darts there from Daniel.
Okay, there from Daniel.
43.
Nice last one there.
Probably starting a treble 18. And the ball. Oh, unlucky there.
Scotland require 46.
Sixth leg.
And are we deciding leg here now for this set?
Game on.
It's unlucky there for Daniel. Good cover shots there in the 19s.
Nice last start there by Colin. Keeps it nice and tight the last leg. Slip up there by Colin. See if Daniel can punish it. Still nothing in this last leg here.
A bit of breathing space here for Daniel. Lucky there.
A slip up there. And 6 starts from 2-1-1.
Dan, you can leave this handy here. Pressure staying on calm.
Require 151. Northern Ireland require 112.
Another last slight one here.
91.
Oh, he just threw that last one away.
And Daniel's chance here to take the set.
There's nowhere near that. Nerves are showing there.
40.
Daniel taking double top.
3 darts here for him. There we go. A nice wee 4-2 leading sets.
The next game up on the stage for Northern Ireland, Neil Duff, and for Scotland, Alex Morrison. Match referee for the next 2 games will be Jackie Dolly.
Next up here for Northern Ireland is the current captain, Neil Duff. AK Duffers.
El Capitan.
Seven set, first leg, Scotland darts. Game on. $59.
Great start there from the Northern Ireland captain.
$78. $99.
Nice start here from Neil.
$100. $42.
Slack last one there.
$60. $100.
Nice.
Nice start, serve by Alex. Duff needs 120.
Unlucky there, Neil.
50. Scotland requires 64.
Double top.
Game first leg.
64 there to hold us through.
Second leg, not allowed with that. 85. 60. 140.
Lovely darts there from Dale.
140.
Alex straight there. Right with a 140.
95. 41.
Neil here in control of this leg. Nice setup shot here.
60. 140.
We've got a pressure here for Lily. Take this 1-2-1.
Super dart there, the A212.
20.
Shagging here for Scott.
Forty-one. Non class 24.
Neil, come on!
12.
So,
79.
Lorraine has left me. I am joined by a better looking woman. Niall Heaney.
You let me know when the better looking mum's coming.
71.
Hey, dude, there's not too many around here.
No score.
Big Duffers fell in the wrong bed.
Scotland requires 8.
Double one.
Madhouse.
Big last start there. Right, a throw to go 2-0 up.
Big Duff, I want to kick in here now. Big difference between 2 and 3 now.
1.
140.
In the context of the game, it's a lovely first start. Disappointed if he doesn't get another.
100. 96.
Lovely first start from Duff. See the frustration there.
85.
Alex in charge of this leg here.
Duff will be looking for a minimum 2 travel visit. Keep himself in this leg. There's one of them.
85.
I'll have to settle for 85 in this occasion. £27 points of difference plus these.
100.
Neil needs a big one here.
81.
Another slack one there.
104.
There's him 86. Look at the travel 20, the travel 16.
56. Northern requires 150.
Then leading 150 here.
I go 3 balls myself for this. Great lead there from Neil Duff. 2-8 when he comes back. Tops. 2 10s.
Oh, big miss there. Leading 2-8s for a breaker throw. Nice, straight into it.
Great dart by Neil Duff. Just what he needs there. Breaker throw and a hold to level the game at 2 legs each. Steady tongue to kick off the 4th leg. Only 60 from the Scotsman. Neil will want to jump all over that.
45.
Didn't capitalise on it. Chance here for Alex to get back on it.
Only 48. Again, Duff will want to jump all over that, like a kid in a trampoline shop.
125.
And he did. Brilliant 125 from the Duff man.
And he's still bouncing.
100.
Just want to look to try and set this up. At least leave a finish.
60.
He hasn't.
Still 120 plus ahead of here.
And again, a great chance for Duff. Possibly 9 darts from this 171. Look at the trap of 17.
97.
That's good darts here.
Like I say, he's possibly 9 darts here from the 74.
It's looking like it at the minute.
Certainly now. Big Duff looking 74, he'd start treble 14. $51.
Leaves double top.
54.
Alex might bring the 25 into play here.
60.
Nope.
Northern requires 40.
And that's a dart.
Makes it 2 each.
Game on.
All to play for now.
Neil on a roll here, and Alex will know that, Darnell.
Knows how Neil can play.
100.
Brilliant last dart from Neil Duff.
Another straight ton there. See if Neil can follow on. Three well thrown darts. Nice last start there by Neil. Alex is in it here.
140.
Nice 140 there, puts him in control of this leg.
Duff will look for another 2 of those. minimum one. You feel to stay in this league?
100.
That leaves a nice finish of 156.
Score requires 101.
You look to treble 20 here first, Darnell. Down to 19s. Treble 10 to clean it up.
Neil's getting a shot here.
N.Ireland requires 156.
Maybe look at two tops here. Temporarily mistake on the scoreboard there, sorry about that.
Neil here with a chance for 96. Break the throat with 3-2 up.
Didn't know Neil could speak French.
Either did I, to be fair.
24.
Well, excuse the French anyway.
16. He is on the fifth leg.
Alex in there, make it 3-2.
Second leg, N.Ireland does. Game on.
Big leg of darts needed from Neil Duff here. Has to win the next two, or he's out.
45. 123.
Great score from Alex there. Kevin picked off everything he wants.
85. 100.
Nice steady turn there.
Big Duff needs another, you feel?
100.
Turn's
Try
not
and
enough
creep
here.
away from Alex.
Alex took the darts off him.
140, he definitely does.
Deflection there. Still, these a nice finish.
43.
Chance here for Neil from 148.
48. 81.
Ah, nice last one there.
Score requires 95.
He's 78. 20 for tops.
Fluffed
That
it.
one.
N.Ireland requires 67.
Treble 17. And he does 2 darts at double 8. To take it to the last leg, the centre. Big darts from the big man.
Game on.
Alex to throw first in his 7th and deciding leg.
77.
Last one saved him there.
Good last dart.
Neil never punished that one.
No. An opportunity gone. But when one goes, another comes back.
Gonna be a nervy last leg here. Nice thumb there by Neil.
27 points the difference.
140.
87 points.
$100.
100 for minimum there requirement. Alex is really kicking in here.
99.
Duffyfield needs a minimum 2 travel visit. There's one. Can he get another?
100.
He can't.
Nice and steady the whole way down there.
Not one of those. You look at treble 16 or 8 here. 16 if he comes back.
156.
It's in. Oh.
Over 16.
Double 4. Double 2. Who's missed it?
Clipped the wire.
Fluffed it. Neil Duff should have 1 darted double.
14 for tops.
Double top.
53.
He's trimmed the wire.
Can't see him getting back here.
Game 1, Celtic, Marin.
Very nervy last leg there, Darnell.
Was indeed. Makes Northern Ireland.
It does.
Couple of rash looking boys, that picture.
I'd say nothing. Here's your taxi home. The Northern Ireland team over consoling Neil there. Didn't do bad at all. I think the pressure
Pretty
just
slick
showed in
darts there.
stages.
Okay, folks, of the 8th set, we have Chris Gilligan from Northern Ireland and Bruce McGowan from Scotland.
Elaine and Colin McGarry rim to the camera there.
Try and get your words out there now.
John, a box of bricks. Spit them out and we'll all build a house. Anyway, to this match, Chris Gilliland, recent Lakeside debutant, plays
Bruce Montgomery.
Big
I believe
Bruce.
he won his singles on Friday night.
He did, yep. He came through a very strong field. That's the outright winner.
Chris was beating the semis.
Semi-finalist is right. See the Scottish girls there trying to get their face in. better at the darts and in the news? Or Crime Watch?
If you're on Crime Watch, you've made it.
There's plenty in this room's fucking made it.
Each side, first leg, no longer with darts. Game on.
Apologies for the French there.
Spanish.
Great start to the leg there by Chris Gilliland. And Bruce continuing on his fine form from Friday night and surely throughout this tournament. He's been playing brilliant. Darnell checking out the local cuisine. Chicken breast on chips. As Bruce hits a 140.
Every man's got to eat.
Well, that's true.
Maybe not as much as me.
Smaller portions, possibly.
It's always an idea.
Chris pops in a 140 there. Chris will really want to hold through here. Settle himself into this game.
6 starts from 180.
It's just the way that's lay. He's moved over to the left. Where he's going with this. Right into the treble. Great last start. Don't know how he does it. He always seems to get it in. Big one up for a double tap. The red bit.
40.
Bruce here with a shot 76.
That's actually a great dart. Not blocking that double at all, and as you can see, he struck it.
Break a throw straight away.
Second leg, struggle with darts. Game on.
Steady enough start there. That's a nice steady turn. It's unlucky there from Chris.
Bruce back into that treble. And again, 180.
140.
Not in this occasion. Puts him in fine position to hold his throw.
85.
Last start, the saviour for Chris.
Again, Bruce into that treble.
100.
Chris will look to find another.
100. Sculptor bars from 110.
Leaves him 86.
42.
Chris for a chance here at 156.
Big ask.
Even bigger now.
Look at the 19s here.
40.
Well, the 17s. It's not a bad shot.
68.
Saves him moving off that treble 20. 16 or 8 for double 16.
Game 7, second leg. Hold her through there to go 2 up. No battle for Chris. Game on.
Do you think Chris is letting the pressure get them here? I mean, if Scotland win this one, that's even after 8.
Maybe just trying a wee bit too hard.
Possibly.
Knows the importance of this game.
100.
Bruce Montgomery there with his Jockey Wilson darts. Myself and Mihal were elaborating on that earlier. Different types of darts.
85.
Did you figure that out because it says jockey on them?
No, I know the darts.
60.
It's a stray one from Bruce. And another. Chris, I think all his birthdays come at once.
Chance here, nice wee ton, be nice.
Doesn't like the lay of that first one.
100.
Likes the lay of the third.
Brilliant darts, brilliant. Pressure on the 141.
What's on? Treble 19. Double 12. Skimmed it.
22. Scotland Wales 110.
Double 18.
74.
Chris will be looking for a fat 3 for double 8.
Nice shot there. Makes it 2-1.
Game on. 55.
Feel the tension in the room, Darnell. The crowd's went quiet and everything. Important stage of the game.
Last match.
Yeah.
60.
Very good 100 from Chris there.
Slick visit there from Chris.
Slightly ahead in this leg.
90.
Fine margins there. A different day that could have been a 180. Thickness of a wire. Unfortunately, Darnell is leaving our company, but I seem to have been joined by a little stray pup.
Amateur hour is over, the pup has returned.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, my friend, how are you?
Fantabulous.
Tension. That's all I can describe this. Tension.
Nervy.
Northern Ireland needing this set.
100.
Or any one of the 4 remaining sets after this to be crowned Celtic Challenge champions.
You're right there, pup. Cut the tension with a knife in here.
Absolutely.
N.Ireland requires 114.
One thing I will say though, Scotland are not going to give their title up without a fight. But Chris Gilliland, single 14. Tops for a 1-1-4 for 2-2 in this set.
In the words of Colin McGarry, boom baby.
Absolutely. Superb finish from Chris Gilliland.
Showing exactly why he was a debutant at Lakeside this year.
Absolutely.
Bucket loads of class. Just oozing from the guy.
So, Christopher Gilliland, potentially 2 legs away from winning the Celtic Challenge for his nation.
Pop's done the maths.
Yep, rules of the competition, you get 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. Should there be a tie at the end of the competition, set difference will apply. After that, it will go down to the number of legs won, and if we can't get a winner from that, the competition is shared.
140.
Very nice.
Basically, to have any chance of keeping their hopes alive, Scotland need to win potentially every leg from here on in. They can afford to lose a couple, but just to be on the safe side, a few 4-0s wouldn't hurt.
That's of course if you're going to be biased as a Scottish man, of course.
Of course. I can say quite honestly, if Northern Ireland win this, they have deserved to win it. They had a fantastic result against Wales yesterday, played superb darts, and there's been some cracking darts in this game as well.
There has. Chris looking at 138 here.
Well, that's 30 of them.
90.
It's 90 of them.
And Bruce Montgomery started like a train in this game, but he's just fallen away a little bit. Should come down.
Scoring power seems to have left him.
100.
Don't think he's checked the scoreboard in that one, Pop.
No, definitely not. A few confused looks in the Scotland players in the background there.
Chris is looking double 10 to go 3-2 in this set.
But not the end of the world, he will be back. Due to Montgomery leaving 1-6-3.
I believe it's a scoreboard error there.
Oh,
The referees
well.
just called us 1-6-1.
There we go.
Makes sense.
57. Northern requires 10.
Taking the Michael out of us commentators there.
Hi. Chris is looking to just slide underneath that one. And he does! 3-2 to the Ginger Ninja.
Game on.
That's a great opportunity for Chris to jump all over that.
Yeah, as I say, Bruce started like a train in this game, but he's just fallen away the last few legs. He's had a great Celtic challenge as Bruce Montgomery. Good result in his first match. He also won the singles on Friday night. So a man on form.
Definitely his scoring power this weekend has been relentless.
177.
Right on,
Marvellous.
Bruce.
177 from the Baldy man. Bruce plays his county darts for Grampian. A healthy contingent from the north of Scotland over here in Newry supporting the Scots.
Great turn by Bruce there. Puts him in what you would think control of this leg.
100.
Well, 6 darts from here at least
167.
to draw level at 3-3. All shots on treble 19. No, just set it up now.
99.
We'll take that.
Well, Chris looking for minimum 2 treble visit to put some pressure on this, and there's one of them. There's the other. Will he go
Now
treble
then.
18?
You will.
138.
Just as well he didn't hit that, I would have had something to say.
Oh,
double
great first
4.
dart. 2 darts.
That's excellent finishing. Absolutely superb stuff from Bruce Montgomery. And now This could be the most important leg of the day.
It's a lovely first. You could just land on top of that.
Enjoys a stacker dart, this Chris. Yep, good adjustment, second dart. Keeps
Steady
in touch.
response to Chris's ton.
Absolutely.
Expect to see nerves at this stage of the game, pup.
60.
Gilliland's growing in experience all the time. Been in this Northern Ireland squad a couple of years now.
140.
As we said earlier, he made his debut at the Lakeside World Championships this year as well. So he knows what it takes to play on the big stage.
He does. Very unlucky. He was 2 sets up, I believe.
85.
I believe so.
Missed match starts, and unfortunately his opponent came back.
Now think about it, Bruce.
101.
Well, shouts of darts, but he's left a bogey. 18 should have been the dart there.
Should have. Chris will possibly look at the bullseye here. Oh no.
155.
So, 1-2-1. When he comes back, and will Bruce Montgomery live to regret that last start that left him on a bogey number?
60.
He will, if this 1-2-1 goes 20 or treble. Well, there's the 20, so treble 17. Oh, he's unlucky.
58.
Now then.
Score requires 105.
You've got to think this has to go. Doesn't want to give Gilliland a chance of shots on. Now 13 or 5. Single 5, double top for 4-4 in sets.
85.
So unlucky.
Just underneath that top wire there, pup.
Northern requires 83.
Now, this could be the biggest 83 of Chris Gilliland's international career.
He just took a breath.
Treble 17. That was a nervy dart.
36.
Could see the tension in the arm there.
It was almost like a resigned throw there with that last dart, pup.
But now, a chance at double 10. Double 5 cannot come inside. Oh, he has.
Chris will be looking at 2 darts and a double
16.
to take this.
So,
Northern requires 47.
needs to make sure of the big number. Looks like single 7, yep.
2 tops.
2 tops. Only
And
needs
he
one.
gets it.
Northern Ireland are the 2018 Celtic Challenge champions.
And there's a roar from Chris Gilliland. He knows the importance of that win.
A well-deserved roar.
And he knows exactly where that's put him.
Just going over the scoring there with Mark McAvoy, the man who is in charge of our stream. As per usual. The scoring system of this competition offers up all sorts of confusion. Now, I've declared Northern Ireland as champions prematurely because they still at this moment in time only have 2 points, whereas Scotland have 1, and if Scotland win this 7-5 they will have 3 points. So, my apologies the pup got it wrong.
So effectively, Northern Ireland need to win one more set.
Exactly. Yep, that's it.
Keep up, pup.
The smug look that Mark McAvoy has just given me is absolute disgraceful. He's done a fantastic job streaming the darts this weekend.
And also putting you down.
Yes. He's now made me look a prized fool. Yes, so just to clarify, Northern Ireland do need one more set because they will finish ahead on set difference, but it's all about the points first of all. And Northern Ireland do need a point, which will come if they have the draw.
30.
And this man here, Gary Elliott, who's finishing in the first match, was absolutely fantastic.
93.
Took out a 170 finish in his first leg of the match. Took us all by surprise, even us in the commentary box.
You're right.
41.
Myself and Mark McLernan receiving a lot of messages that day, and we both looked down at our phones and we looked back up just to see the bullseye going in. So once again, Northern Ireland need one more set. Scotland, they need the rest. The 4 sets that remain, Scotland must win. And both teams still have fantastic players still to come. Kyle McKinstry in the latter stages for Northern Ireland. Ross Montgomery still to play as well.
58.
This is a good start from McDougall. Didn't have the best of times in his first match, but looking to put that right and doing a good job of it so far.
Yes.
130.
So 130, he's got 6 darts at it. And he'll probably, he will need all 6.
75.
75 scored, so he will come back for 55. Gary Elliott 183 just has to try and leave it handy, put some pressure on the 55 of McDougall.
100.
He's done well, nice turn. 55 for first blood in this, the 9th set. Tops. Well,
Clinical finish there, pup. Gary will want to kick in here with a big score, settle himself in this match. It hasn't looked settled through that first leg.
134.
That's more like him.
I did talk about Gary Elliott's finishing in the first of his matches, but he did go on to lose that match 4-3 despite the 170 and another ton plus finish as well.
100.
So both men looking to avenge defeat in their first matches by coming out here with a win. Elliott, the more seasoned international player. Well, he dropped the dart, picked it up, threw it, and it fell out. Waste of time, really.
Yeah, sometimes it just wasn't meant to happen. Yeah, Gary, a very long-serving member of the Northern Ireland international team. He's been to 6 Nations, he's been to World Cups. Very seasoned player, as you say.
A lot of experience in the Northern Ireland team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys like Gary Elliott, Big Neil Duff, of course, making strides in his BDO career as well, travelling the circuit, doing very well.
Yeah, Davy Glenn.
David Glenn.
Spectacular player. Not to mention Ricky Dunlop makes his reappearance to the Northern Ireland team after a 10-year absence.
After 10 years, yeah. Well, the Scotland team can better that. Robert Morrison made his return this year after a 20-year absence. Big Rab Morrison, teammate of mine at Greater Glasgow. Lovely to see him playing in a Scotland shirt again.
43.
Then we have newcomers to the Northern Ireland team, and Gavin Carlin had a 32.32 average earlier. Spectacular player. It goes to show you it's not all about experience.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of refereeing Gavin's game yesterday. And he defeated the Welsh captain, Mark Layton.
Mark's no easy touch.
Absolutely not.
60. Northern Ireland 150.
The Welsh team will finish third in the men's competition this year, thanks to an 8-4 defeat yesterday at the hands of Northern Ireland, and then a 6-all draw with Scotland this afternoon. So they finished the competition on 1 point.
134. Scotland 138.
Great leave there by Gary Elliott.
85. Northern Ireland requires 16.
Clinical finish there, no nonsense approach, just step up and hit it. One each in legs.
You see, I've jumped the gun again there now. I've just said Wales are finishing third, but they might not.
45.
If Northern Ireland win the rest of those sets, Scotland will finish third. See, there's so many permutations, it gets really confusing. Honestly. It's one of these events that just offers up a lot of confusion when it comes to the permutations and the scoring and the point system, and it's been a long weekend and we're all very tired.
I agree with you. You stick to the MCs and we'll leave the the possibilities to Mark McAvoy.
Yes. I'm actually surprised he didn't come over to tell me off about that one as well.
85. 41. 44.
Well, very close in this, the 9th set. McDougall just keeping his nose in front. So, Ross McDougall first to a finish. It's a big ask, 149. Well, the shot's on, treble 19. Oh no, right. So that's 86 left, treble 18.
81.
68 left. If it comes back, it's Gary Elliott, 93. This is for a break of throw.
Should really look at the ball here.
No, goes for the 19s.
He's went for the double 19.
Oh, why not? It's a bigger target.
57.
Some people may say that would constitute showboating, but trust me, it isn't.
No.
It's a logical shot, because the double 19, a bigger target than the treble 14 or the bull. Or anything else you may have decided to go for. Clean kill from McDougall. Takes him 2-1 in front.
45.
Tony Rimmer, the man in charge of this set. One of our 3 hard-working referees this weekend.
43.
Himself, John Roddy, and the man sitting to my right, Mr. Niall Heaney. all came in and done some great work for us this weekend, so I thank you all very much.
No bother at all, the pleasure is ours.
58.
Did get to call a couple of sets myself yesterday. Oh, now then.
140.
Great darts, but what an answer this could be from Elliot.
Perfect first one, he'd be disappointed if he doesn't fill it.
140.
Great response. 60 points in front before these throws.
101.
That's alright, that'll do.
You'll notice Gary's darts sort of just lie flat.
Yeah,
almost.
A bit like Chris Gilliland.
Yeah.
60.
Can use them, stack them.
Yeah, that first dart there for Gary doesn't help. You know, he likes it just, if it was going to miss the treble, he just wants it under the bottom wire. And like Pop said, you can just stack on. You can work from that.
60.
Leaves himself the Deller.
85. More round of 138.
Well, can't do it now, but has to pressurise. 75 left, treble 17. Single, 80 scored, 58 left.
Number required 87.
And it's treble 17 for McDougall. Yes, double 18 for a break. Well,
Great dart from Ross McDougall there.
Ross McDougall keeping the dream alive.
Very important dart there in context of the game. Gary was sitting hoping to come back to 2 each, where Ross now sits 3-1, the race to 4 to keep Scotland's hopes alive.
I think McDougall will be disappointed there. Treble 20 with the first start, follows it up with 2 5s.
58.
Well, he's got away with it in a way.
Yeah, Gary's went off the boil temporarily, while Ross seems to be finding his range.
83.
Is this a case of the finish line in clear view, causing some nerves to appear?
26.
That is 10 starts from Gary Elliott. Well, not a lot in reply there from McDougall, so Elliott with a chance to get back into it here. Yeah, great first start.
The Northern Ireland team will be hoping it's not a case of commentators' curse. I prematurely announced them as the champions. I'll not tell them you said it.
Thanks.
40.
It's okay, they'll hear it when they watch it back. And then I'll be off a lot of Christmas card lists.
Gary's
just
not found the scoring power that we know that he has.
Unfortunate with the cover there, just drifting into the wrong treble. Oh, here comes Ross.
He looked to stay up there to leave the big dog.
Great darts.
Gary needs to be careful here. He should look at the 19s, yeah.
Yeah, has to come down.
59.
He's not happy with that. You can see he's just the expression in his face there, Pup, but he's not too happy with his performance at the minute.
McDougall will be happy if double 5 goes in. It does! Good grief! And what a finish from Ross McDougall. It's now 5 sets to 4 in favour of Northern Ireland.
Brilliant finish there from Ross McDougall. He'd be happy to have got a win under his belt this weekend.
Absolutely. What a match we've got next. Philip Carson and Ross Montgomery next. From one Ross to another.
Yep.
Ross Montgomery plays his county darts for Lanarkshire in Scotland. Former captain of his country.
Versus Philip Carson, number of international appearances under his belt.
Now,
Very experienced player.
I'm going to attempt to say this, and I know it's right this time. If Ross Montgomery wins this set, Wales will finish third.
Okay.
For once, I have got something correct. There we have the bearded chops of Darnell McCrory in the front of your picture there. He's been helping us out in commentary today.
I know wee Blade was looking at him earlier, you know.
Eh?
I know wee Blade was looking at Darnell earlier.
Oh, really?
Aye, Gillette.
Them's the jokes, folks.
I'm here all evening. Well, until the end of this set, and then unfortunately I have to grace the stage with my presence.
Indeed.
To see out the last two sets of what has been an absolute corker.
James Ward has just sent me a text message there applauding me for finally getting something right.
Hey.
You sarcastic person, I'll see you when I see you. Well, slight delay here before we get our next match on. I don't quite know what's...
I think there's an issue. There's been issues with the scoreboard there today.
I actually think it's a change of personnel at the computers.
Would you please welcome to the stage from Northern Ireland, Gamecaster.
Lorraine Brandon now sitting there.
Ross Montgomery.
I have to say, Lorraine Brandon has been multitasking this weekend. Not only the ladies' team manager, she's been doing a bit of commentary, running about mad, helping out here, there, and everywhere. She's now sitting doing the scoring on just off stage. So here we have Philip Carson and Ross the Boss Montgomery. Safe to say, when Ross Montgomery pulls on that Scotland shirt, he turns into a different person.
Absolutely, he does.
A completely different animal from the man that we see playing in these BDO competitions.
I think it's the case with every player here today. Once they put their flag on their chest, it turns them into a different animal.
Absolutely. Well, we did see when Ross won his first game today. First thing he done was turn round, look at his players, kiss the badge.
It's a very proud occasion for a lot of these men and ladies.
And it's another game closer to beating the record for appearances currently held by Jockey Wilson.
Do you know the number?
Off the top of my head, no. I really should know, but I don't.
I see Bruce Montgomery sporting a set of Jockey Wilson darts.
Indeed.
Very nice.
45.
Well, only 45 to start.
Again, Philip Carson's going to know the importance of this game. We may see just a little bit of pressure.
85.
One thing I can say about Ross, I've known him many, many years. Very cool under pressure.
41.
Very cool, not under pressure. Just a cool dude, this guy.
Yep.
140.
With his Cosmo flights setup.
And another message coming through from fans in Scotland watching. Young man Jordan Colville, known to his friends as Bovril. He's watching the darts. Hello, Jordan.
Good evening, young man.
Yes, he was at an exhibition. Exhibition Friday night in the Old Oak in Eastfield, where he took on Corey Cadby. I think it was either Corey Cadby or Kyle Anderson, but he walked away having beaten the player with a 13 darter.
Lovely.
Yeah, good wee player himself. Oh, that's unlucky. Going back to the match at hand.
44.
Philip will look for a possible 2 travel visit here just to try and put some sort of pressure on Ross.
Yep.
It's not going to happen here.
44.
Yep. Philip needing a taxi to get down to a finish here.
Hedgehog. Ross, big 12 for a double tap.
Well,
fabulous darts from the boss.
A break of throw.
Crucial break of throw for Scotland's campaign here in this Celtic challenge. It's better darts there from Philip.
The Northern Ireland team manager David Rainey just skulking past the commentary box there. It's like a coiled spring.
100.
And another Scottish darting legend watching the darts today. Martin Murison. Represented Scotland last year at both the Internationals and the Celtic Challenge. Missed this weekend, big man. Would have been lovely to have you here.
59.
So once again, it is Montgomery in charge in this leg. 58 points ahead plus these.
45.
Ross does that every now and then. If his darts go askew, he does let out an audible no. Usually a lot louder than that one though. That was just a very quiet no. Usually he gives his nose a lot more oomph. But he could be saying yes if double 19 goes in here. Oh, so unlucky.
Right smile on his face there. He knew that.
Now this could be the shot to get him right back into this match.
Oh, it was a flyer.
Yep.
97. Scotland requires 38.
I love Ross's setup here. Just how he approaches the board there. He does this thing with his foot in the hockey, just to plant his foot. It's a great approach.
36.
Don't.
Scotland requires 64.
He's left himself 2.
He won't be happy with that.
No. But he may not get a chance at 2 if double 16 goes in here.
32. Scotland requires 2.
Right.
I feel Philip may have rushed that last start there. Pop.
As they say, 1 up, 1 in. Doesn't need the 1 up, just the 1 in will do. Rescues what could have been a messy situation there, having left himself 2, but a player of vast experience. Straight in the double 1, and it's a 2-0 lead in the set. Philip Carson could be in a spot of bother here.
He could be. Philip, as I touched on there, has quite a bit of international experience with Northern Ireland. He should be able to dig deep and find some experience to get him into this game here.
Absolutely. Another message there from young Graham Cummings, another talented Scottish darts player. Says, come on Ross, get in about it like a dug-eating beetroot.
140.
But that's one expression.
Uh-huh.
Great last dart by Philip Carson. Keeps him in this leg. Like I say, he really needs to dig deep and find something from this bank of experience that he would have from international duty with Northern Ireland to pull back and get into this game and right on cue.
Super darts. Absolutely magnificent from Carson. Now, I am reliably informed by the oracle that is Mr. Jamie Ward that if Ross wins this game,
60.
he equals Jockey's record. He was
Excellent.
2 behind before today. So if he wins this game, he will equal the record. Then he has the British Internationals in April to take over the record himself.
Spectacular.
60.
Okay, over to you, Philip. 3 darts in your hand. Get a shot on the board.
36. Correct. 36 scored, 32 left.
Issue with our scoreboard there, Pop.
It's 3 darts.
Accident by Philip Carson there. He could have let that affect him there. You can see the fist pump from Ross. That wasn't an easy situation to be in, but he dealt with it well, and he's got himself first chalk on the board.
He does indeed, and Tony Rimmer with the voice of authority there. But look at this for a start.
125.
Bit of a flyer with the last one. Philip Carson seems to have found his range now.
80.
Well, Mr. Dundas, unfortunately I'm going to have to leave you. I want to go and prepare for my refereeing duties.
Yes, absolutely.
140.
But I hope you all enjoy the remainder of the Celtic Classic, and I'll catch up with you soon.
58.
Yep, young Mr. Heaney on stage next. He will be finishing off this match as referee. And another 180 from the Northern Irishman. But not enough to leave him on a finish.
42.
There's another one of those no's from Ross.
Scotland 94.
94 then for a 3-1 lead. Double 6.
88. Golden Island require 138.
So 138 then for Carson. The shot's on, treble 18. Oh, he's went another treble 20, double 9. What a finish that is! Absolutely incredible finishing from Philip Carson.
Fifth leg, Golden Island is Rockford.
Game on now.
$78.
Well, the message is still coming in thick and fast. Everybody coming through to me to say they're watching the darts, how much they're enjoying it. Veronica Henderson, the wife of Big Hendo John Henderson, enjoying the coverage. Hello to you both. We've also had 3 former Scotland internationals who were here, well, in the squad last year, that have come through to say hello as well. Lynn Cowan, Craig Quinn, and the legend that is Mr. Jimmy McGuigan. They're all watching, supporting the Scottish. June and Robert McCallum, young Dean Fitch, all watching, all supporting. And that's just the Scottish. The Northern Ireland support, I'm sure, is plentiful as well out there. Oh, that's unlucky from Ross. Treble 17 would have left a dart at the bull. 95 left now.
123.
That's a great last start from Ross. 38 when he comes back. Carson back in 186. Can only pressurise.
58. Scotland requires 38.
So, looks like he's going straight for double 19. Big 3. Double 8.
30.
A slap of the thigh in disgust. But now, he may stay there, may go treble 14. He does stay there, but he's unlucky. That's 72 scored, 56 left. $88 scored. And now for another breaker throw, and to go one leg away from the set. Double 4, double 2. Has to go.
4.
Tense moments here in Bellinis. Oh dear. Wrong bed for Philip Carson. And here we go, double 2. Back up for double 1. Nope. Already hit it once in this match, but can't do it a second time just yet. And now, good marker. No. And another chance that maybe Ross wasn't expecting. Double 2. Right, double 1. Can't afford to go inside. And he has done again. Carbon copy of the last throw. And gives Philip Carson another chance. And now double 5. No. Both guys suffering with the doubles here. There you are. He'll be happy he's won the leg, but you can understand why he's shaking his head.
6 legs, Scotland to throw first.
Obviously, very disgruntled at the amount of missed doubles in that leg, but has to get it out of his mind now.
95.
Steady start, 95. Mr. William Laird has got in touch. He's watching the stream. He's enjoying it as well. Nice to hear from you, Willie.
80. 58.
So, a chance to put a bit of daylight between himself and Carson. And he's going the right way about it.
123.
Unlucky with the last start, but 203 when he comes back, so a big score. He wants to leave himself a 2-darter.
99.
At least 171 could leave him a double when he comes back, but well, the shot's on, another one of those. Treble 17 will leave him double 16 when he comes back.
137.
66 when he returns. Won't be too disappointed with that, let me tell you. But look at this for a response.
135.
Yep, unlucky the last start. A lot of room in between the other two, but just drifts to the left. And now 66, treble 10 or bull. Oh, another one of those. 2 15s leaves double 18.
48.
Nope.
114.
Another chance. The shot's on, 14. Double top to take us to a deciding leg. Oh.
94. Scotland require 18.
Tension, nerves, excitement. And the set. And a show of respect there. Ross Montgomery knows he's been in a battle there. Philip Carson just falls short. Ross Montgomery 4 legs to 2 the winner. And we have a tied game, 5 sets apiece. So once again, with 2 sets remaining, this is the way it lies. Northern Ireland need 1 more set to become Celtic Challenge champions. For Scotland, a draw is not enough. Scotland need the win. They need 2 sets out of 2 from the last 2. If they can do that, they will have defended their Celtic Challenge championship. If not, They have relinquished it to the home nation of Northern Ireland. You see a change of referee here. Tony Rimmer completes his final stint. The Welshman now living over here in Northern Ireland, giving it over to the Northern Irishman who lives in Northern Ireland. And our third referee, who was John Roddy, a Scotsman living in Northern Ireland. A definite pattern developing there. But back to the matter at hand. Set number 11 of 12. Just coming up for 20 minutes past 8 on Sunday evening. And this is the place to be if you want high tension, high drama. And one hell of a celebration no matter which of these teams win.
Set. First thing. It's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Yep. It is Scott Robertson, the man to start us off in this 11th set. On Friday night we had the Celtic Challenge singles.
41.
It was the warm-up competition, if you like, before the team event kicked off yesterday morning. And the Scotsman here, Mr. Robertson,
100.
beaten finalist, losing to his fellow countryman Bruce Montgomery.
$60.
Big Brian MacLeod watching the darts.
180.
Bring it home, Scotland, he says. A fellow Greater Glasgow player, George Collum, has popped on to say hello.
100.
Well, Kyle McKinstry, marvellous maximum.
81.
Great player is Kyle McKinstry. Made his Lakeside debut this year. Was ranked number 17 in the world, and he was one player that nobody wanted to be drawn against.
60. Northern Ireland require 140.
140 points away from the first leg. Single 20 will leave him tops when he returns.
100.
Robertson back in 240. 200 points adrift. They've both thrown the same amount of darts. It just gives you an idea of how well Kyle McKinstry's throwing. Because Kyle McKinstry has, well, first a dart at tops for a 13 darter.
60. Northern Ireland require 40.
But he's got 6 if he needs it. Double 10 now. 14 dart finish. Starts Kyle McKinstry's run to victory.
100.
But Scott Robertson will be hoping he can run faster. He will be doing everything in his power to win this set.
77. 40. 95. 95.
Well, the messages just keep on coming.
Hey.
The phone is going absolutely crackers at the moment. Mr. Ian Tweedy, the man with the money as far as Scottish darts is concerned, the financial director, Ian wife Marlon will be watching the darts, so hello to you too. Shame you can't be with us this weekend, but we're missing you. Big Harry Murray watching the darts as well.
99.
I mentioned for Christopher Tamburini. He and his young son Marco on the couch watching the darts, cheering on Scotland.
145.
Young Marco turns 3 tomorrow, so happy birthday when it comes, young man.
Scotland requires 150. Check, Northern Ireland's last score was 145. Northern Ireland require 41.
So 41 left for Kyle McKinstry for a 2-0 lead to consolidate the break that he got in the first leg. Single one for tops. Look what it means to him. He's halfway there.
30, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Halfway to a set win that will give his country of Northern Ireland the overall victory in this competition. That's the kind of darts that Scott Robertson needs to throw if he wants to beat this man. Excellent start to the leg.
100.
Frank Carr watching the darts. A big hello to him and all his Bells Bar teammates from the East Kilbride League.
43.
Indeed, hello to the East Kilbride League. Super darts again from Robertson.
$140. Scotland require 155.
Well, he can't finish now, but he wants to leave it as handy as possible for when he comes back, and that's exactly what he will do. 95 scored, 60 when he returns. McKinstry back in 2-0-1. And the fireworks of the first leg.
100.
Still glowing, but not quite as brightly. Tops. 1 to go for a 15 dart leg.
40.
Only 40. Oh.
So,
a 15 dart leg. If McKinstry can take this out, there's no way he's going to go 51-50. No, he goes the proper route. Single one for tops and a 3-0 lead.
81. Scotland require 20.
Big Gordon Hastings cheering on the Scottish team as well. Well,
4 seconds Northern Ireland, let's go first.
a leg on the board for Scott Robertson to keep him in touch, but what a start this is.
100.
Tremendous start.
$23.
And only 23 in reply. Only 30. I think we'll allow that for Kyle McKinstry because every combination he's thrown up until then had been pretty good.
60.
He's still way in front here. 194 points remaining. Yep, we'll be on a decent finish after these three.
95.
Well, 99, maybe not as decent as it should have been. It is a 3-dart outshot.
$97. Northern Ireland required 99.
So treble 19. Well, that's treble 7, so 78 left. Double 12. That is excellent darts from Kyle McKinstry. And now one leg away from not only winning the set, but winning the whole shebang as well. Scott Robertson with it all to do. And just look at this.
125.
Not phased in the slightest, he'll still play his own game. That is excellent darts again. Kyle McKinstry starts yet another leg with a 180.
$100.
Decent response though.
$45.
180 to 45 goes from the sublime to the ridiculous. And now we are tied up 276 apiece. Cover shooting here.
58.
Not enough. The way McKinstry's thrown that is not enough.
$100.
Yep, gets the ton. Hasn't left a finish, but got to think he'll be on a very handy finish after his next three, so Scott Robertson needs a big score here. Just falling low.
58.
He's on 160, but McKinstry is going to go on a very decent finish here.
140. Scotland require 160.
This has to go, no question about it. This has to go for Scott Robertson. And he can't do it now. The only thing he can do now is apply pressure and then cross his fingers and hope
60.
that McKinstry doesn't take out this double 18.
36.
3 darts in his hand for the set and for the title. He only needs 2! Northern Ireland now confirmed will be Celtic Challenge champions of 2018. They have amassed the 3 points they needed. There's the captain Neil Duff embracing a couple of his teammates because they all know that they will be lifting the trophy in a matter of minutes. We still have one more set of darts to play before the presentation. And there's going to be a lot of celebrating in this venue tonight, let me tell you. See in the background there the team manager Davy Rainey keeping it together just now, but deep inside he will be so happy, he'll be so excited.
To the stage can I have Northern Ireland's Dermot McGuinness and from
Big
Scotland,
cuddles there.
Ewan Callender.
You can see in the background Robert Morrison offering his congratulations to a couple of the Northern Ireland players. There you see majority of the Scotland players lining up that wall at the back there. They'll be disappointed. Both the Scotland men and Scotland ladies absolutely loved winning that Celtic Challenge Championship in Glenrothes last year. So there will be disappointment. but they can hold their heads up high. They've given a great performance here. But what can I say about the boys of Northern Ireland? A fantastic 8-4 win over Wales yesterday. Set the wheels in motion for what has been a title-winning campaign. It was a tremendous result for them yesterday. And they've got at least a draw here. As I say, they've got at least the 3 points that they needed. Scotland will finish in second place, having won 5 sets, which was one more so far than the Welsh managed against the Northern Irish.
Final set. First leg is Northern Ireland with 2 first. Game on.
And Dermot McGuinness starts the victory lap for Northern Ireland.
43.
I think Scotland, well, Ewan Callender in particular, would love to get this set on the board, because it would mean they have drawn 2 matches. They would not have been defeated. It is the silver lining in what must be a dark cloud.
68.
I have to a word about the Welsh team as well. They came out yesterday against a Northern Ireland team that they have played before in this competition last year.
40.
And I think they were slightly taken aback by how well a lot of the men of Northern Ireland played. And I don't mean that to sound disrespectful to Northern Ireland, not at all, because I think Wales defeated Northern Ireland in this competition last year. You know, Wales won the British Internationals a couple of years ago, so they're a team with great pedigree. But these 12 men of Northern Ireland came out yesterday, played without fear, done an absolutely fantastic job in beating the Welsh 8-4. Wales came back today. Well, the stage microphone, I think the battery has ran out. Oh dear. Well, I am delighted to say that during this short recess, I have been joined by the captain of the victorious Northern Ireland team, Neil Duff. Hello, big man.
Well, folks, what a night this has turned out to be.
How are you feeling, big man? You must be absolutely over the moon.
It was
Oh.
55.
Now, Big Duff's microphone was turned off there, so we'll start that again. How are you, big man?
I'm all good. I'm a lot better now than I was 2 or 3 games ago.
Oh, you must be absolutely over the moon.
It was squeaky bum time there for a wee while, like, but I'm glad we get over the line.
I was just talking there about your match yesterday with Wales, and I think the Welsh were maybe a little bit taken aback by how well you guys played.
I think we've changed our selection process, so we're probably the best Northern Ireland team on paper this time round, and it showed.
Well, it absolutely did. It was an 8-4 win yesterday over what has to be considered a strong Welsh side.
Very, very strong. Very, very strong.
And then Wales got the draw with Scotland earlier, which done you guys a big favour as well, because it meant that you only needed the draw.
Our best scenario this morning was the draw with Scotland and Wales, and then we just go out and we knew what we had to do then, and thankfully we've done it.
Game shot in the first leg to Scotland.
It's kind of a hard day.
It's Scotland to throw first.
The match doesn't mean a big lot here, but Dermot's earned his shirt and he's up there doing his thing.
Yes, I know Dermot would love to get the win on the board for his country. But in the same breath, Ewan Callender, as I also said earlier, he'll want to win this set because Scotland will have gone through this competition unbeaten. They'll have 2 draws, which is probably the silver lining in what is a dark cloud at the moment over the Scottish boys' heads.
We don't care. We've got the cup. We just don't care. We won it, and it feels brilliant.
99.
Yeah, much deserved victory for Neil and the Northern Ireland boys.
Taking nothing away from this last match here, Darren McGuinness, very seasoned Northern Ireland player, and Ian Callender have known the last few years, and he's served his time. He's one of the Scottish top men.
99.
Should still be a good game. And for the guys out there who's been watching all weekend, apologies for Mark McLaren. He does talk some rubbish. Mark, I hope you're still listening in. Sterling job you've done all weekend. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, he's done a great job in the commentary box for us this weekend.
Go on, Sam.
140.
I think in all, the weekend has been a roaring success. Big man to thanks, Dave Rennie. He's practically put all this together himself. And yeah, he deserves a lot of credit for keeping darts where they are in Northern Ireland.
I know fine well that Davey has been stressed out to the max about this event over the past weeks and months. He's a man who puts his heart and soul into everything he does, darts wise. He's the same when the weeks leading up to the Northern Ireland Open as well. He panics, but always delivers a cracking tournament, and he's done it again this weekend.
I was on the phone with him just before this, and he had actually been in bed for 4 days with a man flu.
Yeah, he's still suffering from it as well.
The struggle is real, folks. I mean, the guy was struck down in his prime, but thankfully he's pulled through and he's put all this together and it's going well.
Well, I've just received a message on the phone there from a friend of yours, Neil. She said she's gutted for her boys, but she's delighted for her bestie, Lynn Cowan.
Lynn Cowan. Big Sweet Corn, the legend that is Big Sweet Corn. In my opinion, should be part of that team any time they walk out the door. But
59.
She'll be back. She'll be back.
Absolutely.
Lynn, love you. By the way, you fucking won it. Excuse my voice too, by the way.
62.
It's a weekend of
shouting.
roaring at his players. And it's now taking its toll.
It really has.
It's the quietest Neil Duff's been in years.
Wait till you see me tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I know fine well I've said it. There's going to be celebrations well into the morning. Unfortunately, I'll be going back on the boat tonight, so I'll miss them.
Yeah. 60. The Northern Irish only do it one style. You see 12 guys with a trophy walking around Newry about 2 o'clock in the morning looking for a lock-in.
81.
Please be friendly and open the door for us.
Indeed.
And much has been said about the Scottish and the Welsh teams that came over here.
100.
A really strong Scottish team and a really, really strong Welsh team. And I think British International's coming up and the two teams will be looking to
85.
do well. I think this last game's just sitting here on a tender hook. I think it's going to be a coin toss.
100. Scotland require 139.
Pup, we didn't see the new outfit this weekend. The tailor-made Harlequin.
100.
Harlequin. I did say Harlequin, so Liam, you owe me money.
That'll be the pup pants you're referring to, the new trousers.
Unbelievable. Guys, you want to check us out? That's probably on Scottish Darts, I would say. Yeah, definitely a sight to be seen.
25.
That's my playing attire.
Scotland requires 16.
I didn't want to wear it on Friday night because I did participate in the
Game shot in the third
Celtic
leg,
Challenge
Scotland.
singles, but I was playing bad enough. I didn't want to look stupid whilst I was doing it.
Scotland the throw first. Game on.
In fairness, the big guys got a lot to boast about because him and Scott, or Ross Montgomery, beat myself and James Ward in the Thursday night. Fruha, what do you call it?
The Burns House.
The Burns House.
We
The
did
great
talk
Burns
about
House.
that. Myself and Mark McLaren discussed that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think James has forgiven me yet for mentioning it. And now
Well,
you're in the bad books for mentioning it.
Well, if James is listening, I know it's only a matter. He's sitting there waiting on me, mentioning the grilled black pudding, and you know he's going to come up like. But
yeah.
I appreciate it. Man treated me like a king all weekend. And me and Pup actually had the pleasure of tanning a bottle of his caramel vodka last Thursday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't drink. As I say,
Jimmy Ward, you're an absolute legend, son.
Absolutely.
100.
We've had some really nice messages coming over the phone the past couple of days from players all over the place.
84.
But it is my unfortunate duty to inform everyone that there has been some, well, absolute awful messages that have been coming through, slating us, and one of them I've just received,
95.
and basically saying that we're talking rubbish, and that young Mulholland, when I see you, you're for it. Hope you're enjoying the darts, Kira.
100.
I'm sure, Kerry, you've probably got a volume button on the side of your phone.
Yeah.
It's just there's not a picture to go with the voices. And by the way, you actually love us.
Indeed.
You love us.
Scotland require 157.
157 for a 3-1 lead in this 12th set.
It's on. We don't know if it's on because we can't see the bottom of the screen.
We can now.
No, it's not on.
He had 157 in a previous leg and went for the treble 19 and hit a 3, so he's missed it to the other side this time.
101.
We'll come back for 56 with Dermot back in 208.
60. Scotland require 56.
56 then.
Looking to put this away now. And there it is.
Yep, great finish.
To Scotland.
We have been asked a question,
Fifth leg is Northern Ireland to throw first.
which I do not know the answer to, but hopefully...
What's a bobby, no?
No, it's not.
Yeah, that question yesterday.
125.
I'm hoping Mr. McAvoy will turn round and nod or shake when I ask this question. Will we be streaming the presentation? Yes, we will.
85.
I just hope that your camera tripods are reinforced because they say there's going to be
76.
a bit of noise about that stage.
Oh yes, it's going to be noisy. I'm not going to be heard when I'm making the presentations.
I think I'm actually going to have to love you in Levy's because I'd like to be there for when it's all over.
100.
Do the usual handshakes and my wife's going too. I'll have to give her a big kiss goodbye too.
Well, before you go, I've had a message of congratulations from Willie Laird. He says, "Tell Neil well done."
Willie, another absolute Scottish legend.
Absolutely.
It's pity he's from here, but there you go. Every boy has their thorn to bear, you know. Willie, top man. What the guy does for charity is unreal. And I'll speak to you all soon.
Yeah, Big Neil leaving us to go and be with his teammates as the finish line nears in this match.
59.
Dermot McGuinness first to a finish in this final set. And I will make my apologies also because at the end of this leg,
56.
oh, sorry, not at the end of this leg, at the end of this set, I'll have to make a bit of a sharp exit myself to go onto the stage and do the presentations.
60. Scotland require 160.
So 160 here for calendar for the set. Shots on, another one of those. Oh, he's unlucky. McGuinness will come back for his 60.
140.
Great darts there.
Scotland requires 60.
I have to say it's absolutely fantastic to see the Scotland boys still there supporting you and even though they know the race is run, still there supporting their boy. And I'm sure they'll give a roar if this double 10 goes in. Two in his hand at it. One at double 5. Oh, he's missed inside.
Northern Ireland required 40.
And now, McGuinness for tops. No, he can't do it.
Scotland required 5.
So, Ewan Callender has to make sure of the big number. The man of Angus needs double 2 to secure the draw for Scotland. Madhouse. Oh, he's just clicked into the first start, I think. And gives McGuinness another chance at double 5. That's a good marker. And he uses it well.
Northern Ireland. Second leg at Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Well, Ewan Callender now has a chance on his own throw to win the set and have the match finish at 6-all.
100.
Really good to have Neil Duff in the commentary box briefly there. He's a very happy, very excited individual. Obviously absolutely buzzing that he and his team have secured this Celtic Challenge in their home venue here at Bellinis Newry. This venue, of course, home to the Northern Ireland Open, has been for the past few years. The room that we're currently in
100
is where the finals are played at the Northern Ireland Open. This is where the men play their singles tournament. So where all the seats are, where all the bodies are sitting, that's usually where
81.
There's some 32 dartboards lined up.
$43.
And back to Ewan Callender. I say one of 3 Angus players representing Scotland here. The other 2 being Ian Jolly, who made his debut this
85.
week, and the skipper Alan Suter. Alan has been nearly ever present at that corner
100.
where he is standing alongside the aforementioned Mr. Jolly, Big Colin Miller. And I do believe Ryan Hogarth as well.
Northern Ireland require 158.
All the teams have showed great unity and teamwork this weekend.
80.
All 3 men's teams, all 3 ladies teams
38.
have shown what great teams they are. Callender playing the percentage, he's taken 6 away to leave double 16 for the set. One more. And he gets it!
And the 12th set to Scotland.
Well, that ends it, ladies and gentlemen. The 12th set goes to Scotland. The match finishes 6-all. But as I say, the winners of the Celtic Challenge 2018 are Northern Ireland.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're going to take a 10-minute break just to get the stage ready, and then we will be back with the presentations. Thank you.
think what you just said, but we'll hold on. Okay, the pup is ready. I'll hand you over to Anthony Dundas.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to move into the presentation, and helping me along will be the man himself, Mr. David Rainey, alongside Mr. Eamon McAllister. That's took him by surprise. Up you come. You're working for your money this weekend, David. And we begin our presentation with the third placed ladies, and that is the ladies of Scotland. Their non-playing captain, Moira Murray, Olive Biamagama, Amanda Cox, Emily Davidson, Louise Hepburn, Lorraine Hyde, Susanna McGimpsey, and Chelsea McMahon. The ladies of Scotland. We now move into the third place in the men's competition, and that is the men of Wales. Their captain, Mark Layton, vice captain, Nick Kenny, Steve Alker, Lloyd Browning, Mitch Butler, Wayne Davies, Chris Harris, Jesse Hill, David Armin Morris, David Rogers, David Williams, and Jim Williams. And their manager, John Williams, and assistant manager, Keith Ashton. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move in to the runners-up. And we start with the ladies' competition. And the runners-up was the ladies of Northern Ireland. Led by their captain, Grace Green, Margaret Coulter, Jennifer Donaghy, Sheila Hamill, Anna Madigan, Gailey O'Neill, Fiona Roberts, and their team manager, Lorraine Brandon. A big round of applause for the ladies of Marin! We now come to second place in the men's competition, and that is the men of Scotland. Led by their captain Alan Sitter, Alex Morrison, Ryan Hogarth, Colin Miller, Robert Morrison, Bruce Montgomery, Ewan Callender, Scott Robertson, Ross McDougall, Ian Jolly, Ross Montgomery, and the Buck lookalike Scott Campbell. And our manager, Cliff Murray. We'll remember Colin. Thank you very much. The gentlemen of Scotland! And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our champions. And we start with the ladies' competition. The 2018 Celtic Challenge Ladies Champions are the ladies of Wales! John and Keith have already got trophies, so I'm not shouting them up again. Your 2018 Celtic Challenge Ladies Champions are the ladies of Wales! And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the men's champions for 2018. So please raise the roof. Your 2018 Celtic Challenge men's champions. They're not Brazil, they're Netherlands! Their captain, Neil Duff, Daniel McDonald, Darren McGuinness, Kyle McKinstry, Colin McGarry, Philip Carson, Chris Callahan, Gary Elliott, David Lynn, Dan Carlin, Ricky the Clock, Ray Bell, and their team manager, Mr. Danny Rainey. your 2018 Celtic Challenge Men's Champions, on the man of Northern Ireland! You are such a poser. I'll tell you something, Neil, you're definitely a future modelling, as long as you're modelling shoes. Once again, give on to your race champions, Marin! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just before we finish off, we do have one final presentation to make. And this is for three guys who have worked tirelessly this weekend. They've called every single dart up on this stage. And I think a big round of applause for our three match referees. Tony Miller, John Roddy, Dal Heaney. Well, we broke his camera. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the three match referees. And another very special presentation to these three guys that have sat in the front of the stage all weekend, working tirelessly. Steve, Danny, Mark, come on, get a trophy. Get your headphones off and go on the stage. Wales.
Right, folks, we're going to make another presentation. On behalf of the IDO, we represent the Cup and thank him for his tireless work running the show all weekend, keeping us straight, keeping me right, and he's done an absolutely fantastic job. Anthony Dundas. Thank you, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have time for. The darts his finito. You'll be happy to hear. All that remains is to say a big thank you, first of all, to the staff and management here at Bellinis Newry for looking after us all weekend. We very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. To all the officials at the NIDO who put on an absolutely fantastic event, we thank you all very much as well, Davey and the team. To all the players, thank you all very much for coming along, playing some fantastic darts, giving us all some fantastic entertainment. We all really do appreciate it, so thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And of course, to all the supporters who have come along to support the event, support their teams and countries. It's been brilliant having you here. Thank you all very much for supporting the event as well. And that is about it, ladies and gentlemen. Until next year, when we'll be coming from Wales for the 2019 Celtic Challenge, we'll see you then. Thank you very much.